money you have made,
Yo, having problems with
time,
Apex
then I can
launching.
say, hey, we can trust this guy. Let's put the belt on pipe because I don't need the belt.
Right.
I got the gimmick, bro. I'm already my stuff. I was locked in. I needed somebody to take the belt so I could chase him.
Right.
Because when I put that belt on you, I see a big dollar sign and I'll chase your ass all over the place.
Right.
I said, Roddy, can you imagine how much money you'd have made if you let me speak you once? And then you come to WCW when I'm a bad guy, you beat me every night. Big deal. I mean, it's a work, brother. You know? It's all about the money and the miles. If there's money to be made, let's make it, brother. You know, so throughout all this stuff running with these guys, I saw them all drop off, you know, one at a time. And it was the schedule, which is very taxing because we were running really hard back in the day. It was, you could go to Austin, Texas tonight. Oh, Doc, I hurt my back. Okay, Piper, Hogan, here's 30 perks. And the next night you're in Chicago. Hey, Doc, I hurt my back. Okay, every single town, there's a doctor, you know. And that's how this whole thing got started, you know. And then, you know, all of a sudden it ends, you know, for whatever reason. You go get a couple DUIs or you get in a fight and hurt somebody really bad, whatever the case may be. And all of a sudden, you're either too old or you get injured or you hurt somebody, you do some stupid legal stuff, and your career ends. And then you go home and you don't fit in at home because you've been gone for 10 or 12 years, your wife's raised the kids, you walk in, you don't fit in. So dad's hung out, so what are you doing? And you don't fit in, and then that's when the drinking, and you know, then there's that, no, I tell my girl all the time, I was like, this crazy turbulence in me. You know, it hits me like 7 or 8 o'clock at night. I get, like if it's another man, I'm real good with turbulence with another man, but just with normal, you know, people, you know, like her, I don't want to start anything with her or pick at her, but that turbulence from every night, going from playing cards with Andre, you know, at 9 o'clock at night until 10 minutes later, somebody kicking you in the head, kicking you, stomping and beating on you.
Yeah.
And coming up.
So you think your body was like programmed to get ready to do violence?
Yeah. I could go from sitting here talking to you like this, and 2 minutes later I walk out there and I'm spinning around. When I slide it on the hips, that got stomping me in the head. And you got to make that adjustment. So all of a sudden at night, I'm sitting around at 8 o'clock at night, I'm going like this. I'm watching American Idol, I'm going, what is wrong with me? I feel this turbulence ramping up in me. And that's why I get the gym in my house, because sometimes I go downstairs and I'll think at night, just, you know, so we're used to breaking that sweat every night.
Yeah.
And wrestling the guy your own size, and physically getting completely worn out to where you're like, okay, now I can relax, I've had enough, you know.
Yeah.
You miss that. You know, a lot of these guys go home, even if they don't know how to adjust. And all of a sudden they adjust with over-medicating and drinking, and then they really don't fit in. So, you know, there's a tragedy here. They do too many solos, or too much this. And scenario, for me, you know, talking about all this negativity and the stuff that's coming out, my life is really good, brother. I mean, you know, I might have some physical issues from all the surgeries, but I'm healthy as a horse, you know, and at the end of the day, I train, I eat good. I mean, I really have a great outlook on everything, you know, and I have my...
You look good. You look healthy. You really do. It's great to see.
Well, I mean, you know, I just turned 70.
That's amazing.
And a lot of guys that, you know, that are around that I went to high school when I see them, they look like they're 95.
Yeah.
You know, and I had some guy come to me the other day, hey, we got the same birthday, we're the same age. I looked, and it was during karaoke at my bar. It was really the exact same. I looked at him about here, 100 miles of bad road.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what did this guy do?
People stop moving. They stop moving, they stop taking care of it.
That's what Willie Nelson told me. He said, Hogan, if you slow down, you go down.
Well, look at fucking Mick Jagger. We went to see Mick Jagger last week, see the Stones last year, and it was Mick Jagger's Biden's age, and he has 2 trailers that he brings everywhere he goes that are just exercise equipment.
Wow.
And this guy trains every day. He
That's
trains
great.
every day. And that's how you can still move around like that when you're 80. He's up there dancing and shit and singing and putting on this amazing show at 80 fucking years old.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it's mindset too, you know, because not to Bible thump you to death, bro, but I keep 1 foot in each zone, man. I keep, You know, in this human incarnation, I keep 1 foot, you know, kind of like in the human incarnation, I keep 1 foot in the spiritual incarnation, you know. When stuff goes down,
Where'd our dude go?
Or things go wrong in my life, I deal with it, you know, as efficiently as I can. Then I bracket it and I go back to center. You know, you're fortunate. You know, just 3 or 4 hours in the ring the first.
Than 8 gigabytes of VRAM does, if you look at my is going to 2% more money, $50 more, 11% more money to buy the 54 versus 6. Much about the 5700 XT for the announcement. My thought on this all is of Pandora, which is another AMD sponsored title. Does list both FSR and DLSS supported, despite having the AMD deal. Now, whether this was going to be the case before the public backlash, I have no idea. But really, my thought on this all along has been, you know, if AMD was doing any kind of this exclusivity, it would be nice if they got enough public to change their policy. So whether this was a policy or wasn't, I think this is now at least hopefully making it so that these become more open. Because any kind of whatever they thought they were gaining, if they did think they were gaining something by making those exclusive, I don't think was worth the public backlash they were getting against that kind of exclusivity. Now, what are we looking at here? So let's talk a little bit about the 7700 XT and the 7800 XT and their pricing. I already did a video about these GPUs and their specs. However, I did it based on information that leaked before the announcement and did not have pricing included yet. So let's talk a bit about pricing, because check this out. Why am I pulling up this slide? This slide actually has fewer games on it than most of the other slides for their performance numbers, and I've already talked about a lot of those other slides in my other videos. Why did I do this one? This slide shows both the 7700 XT and the 7800 XT in the same games running the same tests. I actually don't care so much about the 5700 XT and the 2070 Super on here. I care mostly about that. The reason is I added in a little bit of my own scratch work here. This is showing that it's a 20 to 24% performance uplift to go to the 7800 XT over the 7700 XT. And that is very relevant. Because while the number of compute units is only about a 10% difference, it's 54 versus 60, the memory structure of the whole thing, you know, increased memory bandwidth, all of that, is, I think, more like it's 75% of the total when you look at the 7700 XT versus the 7800 XT. And that's looking closer to the actual performance gap that we're seeing here between these GPUs. That's very relevant because of the pricing of these cards right here. At $449 versus $499, it's about 11% more money, $50 more, 11% more money to buy the 7800 XT over the 7700 XT. So it's looking like, according to AMD's own information they've publicly released, which again is not the same thing as third-party testing, and perhaps these are weirdly performing titles or something like that, who knows, but this actually does look pretty reasonable based on the specs that we've seen, again, because of the cut-down memory system. It's looking like going from the 7700 XT to the 7800 XT is going to be 11% more money for 20 to 25% more performance, and going from 12 gigabytes of VRAM to 16 gigabytes of VRAM. This is making it look like the 7800 XT is going to be the far better performance per dollar GPU, which I think makes it feel like the 7700 XT is mispriced. Imagine if we had the 7700 XT at $399. If this was $399 and $499, Also imagine that against the 4060 Ti, especially the 8GB model. If you had the 7700 XT coming in at the same price as the 8GB 4060 Ti, offering significantly more performance and 12GB of VRAM, which performs much better in ultra settings in the latest games, than 8GB of VRAM and 4060 settings in the latest games. There are many examples of 8GB not being enough. Again, I think AMD could have had a knockout deal with the 7700 XT at $399. At $449, I still think compared to the NVIDIA competition, we need to get some independent testing, but it might make sense against NVIDIA. But it might not make sense against AMD's own 7800 XT. So this feels weird, and that's the main thing I have to say about the pricing there, is that feels weird. One of them offering seemingly significantly better performance per dollar and more VRAM than the other one. Also, what is that? How's it going to stack up against the current market? So this is Tech PowerUp's relative performance chart, and I'm just getting in here because it's feeling like these GPUs are going to be performing a lot like the 6900 XT and the 6800 from like a performance difference gap. If that sort of makes sense. We're looking at that 22% performance jump, and it's looking like it might be right about there, because AMD's claims, again, these are first-party numbers from AMD, so you have to take them with a grain of salt, but AMD's claimed performance uplift over the 4070 did seem to put it, maybe in 6800 XT to 6900 XT performance range, but again, those are AMD's numbers. It's going to be a little difficult to tell for sure. But in other words, putting it right around a 6900 XT rasterized performance numbers doesn't seem completely unreasonable from the information that AMD has released publicly. Which then means that the 7700 XT, if we look at this type of performance difference like I'm just looking at here, seems like a interesting comparison point for this.
Damn, you vulture!
Now the RX 6800 has
Holy
16
fuck.
bytes of VRAM versus the 12 that we're going to be seeing on the 7700 XT, so it does actually have that advantage.
2021
And if you look at current GPU price,
I mean, you didn't even give me a chance to
6800 non-XT
pick it up.
currently
You just
at around
totally came by and stole
$20.
that, and
So it's actually going to be very
frickin'
interesting whether or not it would make more sense, as long as these $430 68.
I'm the one who opened that box. How could I have pinged it? I literally-
gigabyte older card.
someone
versus
stole
the
that.
12 gigabyte newer card. We'll have to see how that plays out. It's
Wait,
going to be
hold
an
on, what
interesting
was it?
comparison point. And again, if it had,
What do you think it
if the
was?
7700
Are you
XT had
Zeppy?
been
I
targeted
don't fucking
at
know. I ran by.
$399,
You ran by and
it would
picked
have
that up.
undercut the 6800.
What was it?
For
No, it's
probably
cool. You
the
got it. You
performance
took it
numbers
now.
will
You
be
better
a
keep
little
it.
less VRAM, but it'll have the newer
I don't even
AV1
know
encoder.
what it was, man.
And we have seen FSR3 likely offering, for sure offering some exclusive.
You can
Yeah,
well, it's
you
not
know.
FSR3, but this
Exactly my
NVIDIA
point. Thank
clock,
you.
Which can help cut down latency.
I really didn't know
That is seemingly.
It magically appeared in your backpack?
And there seems to
Yeah,
possibly be some exclusive.
Yeah, exactly.
Frame generation
That's how it
as
works.
Well, we'll need to see how all of that plays out.
You
There could be
spawn with
some
them in there.
exclusivity reasons
Yeah,
why
exactly.
the 7000 series would make more sense. But again, I have a feeling that the 7700 XT on the actual retail market over the next few months might
I hope your
drift
computer
closer
gets a
to the
virus.
$399 mark. And I think if AMD would just launch it at that price, it would be an absolute knockout
Injecting
blow.
code now.
Maybe we'll get the actual third-party reviews out, and maybe it'll all make sense anyway. But again, I feel like that $50 10% price gap.
You need this, J-Dubs? Why don't you get this?
It looks like AMD has confirmed that this is
Mr. J,
7000
Dub.
series. We get the 7900 XTX. The
I'm trying to give you an
7900
Evo
XT,
shield here now.
7800
Double
XT,
time.
7700 XT, and the RX 7600. We also have the weird 7900
J-Dub
GRE
doesn't
that's
wanna
a
get
Chinese
shielded up.
exclusive on the DIY market, although it does make it worldwide, in system integrated builds. Anyways, this is looking like it. Here's the direct quote. So the quote from the host of this interview specifically said, "You have launched 7700 XT and 7800 XT. Is that going to complete the RDNA 3 portfolio, or is there maybe more on the horizon?" The reply from Scott Herkelman, who is the head of the AMD's Radeon division, says, well, the RDNA 3 portfolio is now complete. Of all products that we have planned to launch, that is, this is the last few products that we will launch. We may have some different versions, but they are not a new ASIC. It's been a journey. It's been about a year since we launched the very first RDNA 3, and now we are a year later finishing up the series. We should be done. We are done, and we are excited. And now I think we have a broad spectrum covered for people who want RDNA 3 up and down the price tag. Okay, so now keep in mind that this does not rule out some sort of refresh coming in the future. Like with the 6000 series, they had the 50 at the end, little, you have your 6700 XT and your 6750 XT, which have a little bit faster memory, things like that. So this doesn't completely rule that out. He does say we may have some different versions. So again, it doesn't rule out refreshes, but it seems like this will be the main lineup moving forward. There are definitely some price gaps in this lineup. Again, if we're going from about, $280 on the RX 7600 to $450 on the 7700 XT, that's another reason why I feel like a slightly lower price on the 7700 XT would make sense, is there is a large price gap between these two models, and then a small price gap here, and then another large price gap here. So, I don't know, it feels a little bit weird, but they are claiming that is it. And, I have a feeling on the actual retail market, AMD does seem a lot more willing to let their prices adjust to market conditions and market demands. So I think these will fall where they need to eventually, but maybe it'll take a few months. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean we're done seeing new AMD revisions to GPUs, even on the 6000 series. I reported in a recent video that there was a rumored RX 6750 GRE, Golden Rabbit Edition, and there was some confusion over what that would be. Apparently, we're getting from a hardware leaker who has leaked things accurately in the past, saying RX 6750 GRE equals an overclocked RX 6710 gigabyte. Now that's kind of interesting. The RX 6710 gigabyte did not get a lot of press coverage. It mostly came out to salvage chips that were designed for mining, and it had a lower power target and 10 gigabytes of VRAM versus like the 6700 XT. So that would be interesting. So basically what that would indicate then is that the 6750 GRE, if it comes out, is going to be kind of confusingly named because it would have the same number of compute units, stream processors as the 6700 non-XT, not the 6750 XT, but would have a higher clock speed than the 6700 non-XT. It would have the same 10 gigabytes and then boost the performance. So it would be more of a because there's actually a big gap in performance between the 6700 10 gigabyte and the 6700 XT. So this would maybe fill in that gap, and maybe that would, pricing-wise, fit somewhere interestingly into AMD's lineup. I don't know. Interesting stuff, but that's where the rumors are currently sitting on that one. We'll have to see if that actually comes out, or even if it does, if it's a China exclusive. Again, the GRE, Golden Rabbit Edition, based on Chinese calendar, feels like a Chinese exclusive type of product. Anyway, let me do a few more updates about FSR 3. Now, I'm not going to fully talk about FSR 3 right now. I did an entire 30-something minute video about that, so please take a look at that. What this is designed to do is clarify some of the details I wasn't sure about in that video. One thing I mentioned in that video was I was hopeful that AMD's underlying upscaling, not just their frame interpolation, but their actual baseline, upscaling technology, would see some improvements with the jump to the 3 version, but I wasn't sure if that would be the case. It looks like the Hardware Unboxed video, it looks like Tim was able to ask AMD directly about this, and this is AMD's direct quote. AMD FSR 3 includes
Ta-da! Here I am.
our temporal upscaling technology, which has been optimized to be fully integrated with the new frame generation technology. However, our main focus with AMD FSR 3 research and development has been on creating high-performance, high-quality frame generation technology that works across a broad range of products. So in other words, have there been any changes under the hood? I mean, yes, but it sounds like mostly to make it integrate well into the frame generation space, not necessarily to improve the underlying temporal upscaling that's going on, which I think is a little bit disappointing, although it does say it's, you know, it is their latest version, and a lot of games haven't actually integrated AMD's FSR2 at the latest version of it, so perhaps, you know, there will be some image quality gains there. But again, it still looks like this wasn't a major push to have this be more competitive with DLSS's upscaling technology. Also, I had mentioned that it was a little bit confusing what was going on with their anti-lag versus anti-lag plus versus whether the FSR3 upscaling would have its own latency reduction on its own, just part as the top technology itself that other GPUs would use, let's say like if you're running this on an NVIDIA or an Intel GPU. So this is from AMD's community blog talking specifically about latency reduction. So one thing they mentioned is running the game at 60 plus FPS before frame generation is enabled helps mitigate the latency because the game will already feel fairly responsive if you're running it at you know, high enough base frame rate. But then they do say that again, AMD, the RX 7000 series graphics cards can optionally switch on and combine the benefits of the new driver-based AMD Radeon Anti-Lag Plus, which I think will require supported games and all of that. So it's looking like the Anti-Lag Plus, which is different than their older anti-lag technology, is exclusive to the 7000 series, but it's not built into FSR3. It's a separate driver toggle, which will work well in combination with FSR3, but it's not just FSR3. It also says that the older GPUs, including the 6000 series, can use the older anti-lag instead, which works in all games. And then they say that for all gamers using virtually any hardware, so this would include, you know, Intel, NVIDIA GPUs, all of that, the built-in latency reduction technology in AMD FSR3 will provide valuable latency reduction when using frame generation, but they're saying that the in-driver anti-lag and anti-lag plus are a bonus on top of that that will stack, okay? Now, how good the built-in FSR3 latency reduction is going to be something that will remain to be seen. Another question mark I have is, will enabling FSR3
Hit for 81.
on an NVIDIA GPU be compatible with using NVIDIA's Reflex if the game already offers it? So on an NVIDIA GPU, let's say you have a 3070, let's say you wanted to use FSR3 frame generation, but the game
Just letting them know we're still down.
NVIDIA Reflex, which would be the case in any game that offers DLSS 3 frame generation, but you couldn't use that on a 30 series, right? Can you turn on Reflex plus AMD's frame generation? That would be interesting, but I haven't yet seen any confirmation one way or the other on that. Anyway, speaking of, you know, DLSS and FSR, I did already do a video talking about DLSS 3.5. Now, the main new feature within 3.5 is the ray reconstruction technology, and we're still waiting on that. And that will require integration directly into the game. You can't just drop the NVIDIA 3.5 DLSS 3.5 DLL file into a game with older DLSS support and get the ray reconstruction. However, it is looking like if you drop the 3.5 DLL in, you can get some benefits to the image quality of just the upscaling piece of this. And to be clear, because this still confuses people, the upscaling piece of DLSS 3 and later can be used on any RTX GPU, 20 series, 30 series, and 40 series. It's the frame generation technology that can only be switched on the 40 series. So it's looking like there have been tests running, dropping the new 3.5 DLL into Cyberpunk versus the 3.1.1 DLL, which had been there before. And again, 3.1.1 upscaling was...
I don't want to waste any more ammo.
30 series GPUs. People were still arguing with me about that in the comment section. It's just bad naming scheme. I don't know how well this would come through in my video, but in 3.1.1, the chain link fence here looks a lot worse than it does using the 3.5 DLL. So it's looking like there could be even further improvements to the upscaling technology, not just to ray reconstruction, going on with this 3.5 update, which is nice. However, it has
I ain't
been
moving.
tried
I got the
out
high
in
ground here.
Immortals
Unless someone comes on my
Avium
ass.
and did not solve the
I just
ghosting
like to be
issues
honest, I
with
just
frame
decided, fuck it.
generation. However, an older version of the frame generation DLL has been reported as solving the ghosting issues with the targeting reticle that are
There's someone down there?
previous
Jay?
videos. Specifically, it's looking like if you use the DLSS 3, specifically 1.07, which you can get from Tech Power Up's public archive, the ghosting issues in Immortals of Avium when you enable frame generation apparently get fixed. However, the article here at WCCF Tech, the article's author does say they tried the 3.5 DLL, but it did not improve the ghosting. So maybe there's some pros and cons of the older pre-3.5 updates. We'll have to see.
Thank you.
Speaking of Immortals of Avium, I did a video showing how it performs on modern, on a variety of GPUs, some older and some newer, some more powerful, some more mid-range, and it was very difficult to run. And I saw some people in the comments section saying, might as well just get a PS5 and play the game at 4K 60. So let's clarify for a second. Digital Foundry did test the game on PS5, Xbox Series X, and S.
Yo, level,
And
get
the
this
game
shield.
runs at an internal
Gold shield.
resolution of 720p, upscaled to a 4K output using FSR 2.1 Ultra Performance Mode. And I can tell you right now, if you're sitting very close to your screen, you will absolutely notice the upscaling artifacts.
They gotta be under
FSR
somewhere.
2.1
They gotta be
Ultra
under
Performance
somewhere.
Upscaling does not look like native 4K resolution. And it's even worse on the Series S, which goes down to an internal resolution as low as 436p, and using much reduced
The sweet
graphics
spot's
settings
left.
compared to the Series X and PS5 settings in a lot of scenes. So it's not looking like Unreal Engine 5 just magically works wonderfully on consoles and is struggling on PCs. It's
That was a
looking
mirage or some
upscaling
shit.
A significant amount is required
been
to
going
get
crazy with
the 60 FPS performance, although it is at least nice that they do
He must
run
be alone.
60 FPS. Alright, so in other GPU news, in China, there's the War Threads GPUs, which honestly nobody should really be using as a main game.
Behind us?
GPU, but they're interesting in the sense that it is another competitor trying to enter the space. But one of the biggest issues has been its software support, actually running games and them not breaking. Well, it does look like they have new drivers which now support DX11. And there's a number of new games added to their game support list. Now, obviously, I don't have one of these GPUs and I haven't tested them to see how well they actually run, but it is interesting to see this, competitor continuing to improve their driver support. And who knows, maybe, 5 or 10 years down the road, maybe there'll be a more major player that people would pay more attention to, so we're just tracking their development. In other small bits of news, we've seen Capframe X updated to include the new Intel PresentMon version, which does include the GPU busy metric. I've talked about this more in other videos, so I'm not going to delve too much into it here. This is a metric that's useful for identifying CPU bottlenecks, or at least some kind of system bottleneck other than the GPU limit, being GPU limited. Now, it presents the information differently than Intel's own PresentMon does with its overlay, because it's using RTSS for Capframe X uses RTSS plugin to show the overlays, show the numbers, but it can generate the graph after the fact once you've run and recorded the benchmark.
JDubs2021
Back over here.
Sorry, I not
Okay,
one.
we've also seen Sparkle confirming an ARC A77 Titan graphics card will be the 16GB version. I'm sorry to tell you, kids playing, rolling things on the floor upstairs and stomping around. But anyway, we'll just continue the video. Here we go. So there's will be a 16GB version, which is interesting because Intel had discontinued its own 16GB limited edition version of the card. But again, partner models can still be seen.
No! Are you kidding? Oh wait, I thought there was only one left.
Version of the card. In other GPU cooler news, Yeston RX 7800 and 7700 XT Sakura GPUs will feature a white version and an interesting, more unique design. So if you're looking for that type of design, keep a lookout for that. However, availability of the Yeston GPUs in outside of China can be a little bit difficult. They do generally sell them on Newegg, although they don't always get updated to the latest versions super quickly. We're also seeing ASRock refreshing their Challenger and Phantom gaming designs for the RX 7800 XT and 7700 XT GPUs. Videocards.com has some photos here for you. And then AMD has unveiled an Radeon RX 7900 XTX based on their Avatar Frontiers of Pandora partnership. So you get design featured specifically for Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. So interesting design on that, and that will certainly be a limited edition GPU. Last bits of news, NVIDIA to reportedly triple output of compute GPUs in 2024, up to 2 million H100s. So NVIDIA not just doubling down, but tripling down on their AI section of their business, which is absolutely exploding right now. So when we hope that they'll lower their consumer GPU prices for gaming, look at how much money they can make on using their silicon capacity to go towards AI components, and it's questionable if they'll feel a lot of financial pressure to lower the prices.
Why? They all think they're comedians. Oh, fucked.
We'll see. Hopefully, cards like the 7700 XT and 7800 XT will put some pressure on them. We'll have to see. And again, also kind of in the news, not as PC centric here, but Sony's $200 handheld Portal can stream games from your PS5, and that's it. So, I don't know, guys. I just wanted to throw that in there. Are you guys interested in this thing at all? It's hard to find what the use case is for this that you couldn't just do by buying a cheaper little, controller attachment for your phone to just game stream off your PS5 on a device that's more capable for less money. But anyway, we'll see how that goes. Also, doesn't feature Bluetooth wireless headphone support. You have to use Sony's exclusive. Anyway, whatever. We'll just end it on that. The video's getting a bit long. And I get back to actually having students.
Drinking cold ones before the match, making cold ones during the match. She's all
Whereas
right.
all those surgeries, the doctors were just banging me with these pills and different thing, and the thing that stopped me, the thing that shut me down completely, the rest of it, most enough, is when they hit me with the fentanyl stuff. They almost killed me with that stuff. So that's when I said, I'm done. And I didn't even know they gave it to me, but morphine and Dilaudid and none of that stuff worked on my back. I had so many surgeries. If I just moved, if I see I'm just barely moving my little finger, I just moved my leg that much, I just scream like a wounded animal. And everything was so torqued. And then there was one night when, I don't know what I was taking, I guess they had me on fentanyl things you stick up under your gums and patches on my legs and lollipops. I remember one night my body just completely torqued and my head and shoulders were facing the opposite way. And it took a bunch of EMTs to get me out of the house, and when I came back, I said, that's it, I'm done. And I called one of my buddies in LA, and they prescribed the fentanyl to me. And the insurance didn't cover it, so it was $2,000 every 2 days. And the pharmacist says, I've never seen anybody on so much fentanyl and still be alive. And so that was the prescription they were giving me because my back was so bad. They cut on me so much and compromised the structural integrity of my back by cutting so much bone away that I was just a mess, you know. And so 1 year, if I went to LA, another buddy of mine in Atlanta said I can get you up in 6 months. And I laid out everything I had, and I said I'm gonna be off the scrap in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And I had these 150 milligram patches that go on my legs, and they would give me these 280 fentanyl pills, and you have to stuff them under your gums in the morning and then at night. And they were giving me 15 of these 1,500 milligram lollipop things to eat during the day. That's how drugged up they had me. And in 2 weeks, I laid it all out, and I told my ex-wife at the time, I'm going upstairs, bring me about 15 gallons of water, I don't want to see anybody. And first thing I did was cut the patches in half, put them on my legs like an idiot. And I called my pain doctor and told him what I did. He goes, take that shit off your legs, that's how people overdose. You know, because they're time released. And here I'm cutting them in half and putting them on my legs so I'm getting the full blown.
Oh no!
Yeah, so I pulled them right up. I fucking not what they tell me I did. And so that would have been my first mistake, you know. But I sat up there, and I was there almost 2.5 weeks, and I sweated through the bed, all the way through the mattress and stuff several times. I had people come in and check on me, and I saw my ex-wife's teeth come out and talk to me. I saw a plastic squirt gun come out of her chest, and this is coming off the fentanyl. But when I came off the fentanyl, I'd lost 35 pounds, and never, well, the only other time I had it was when I was clean. Completely done. The only other time I had it was after a shoulder surgery. I got an infection. They had me on a drip line. And I kept telling the infectious disease doctor, I feel like my light's going out, brother. Every time I do a 2-hour drip in the morning, a 2-hour drip at night, I feel like my light's going out, like I'm slowly dying. And, you know, the infectious disease doctor goes, why give the same dose to 80-year-old ladies? You need to man up. So I'm like, okay. You know, I'll man up. And about day 13, I went down. And I told my housekeeper, I said, I'm going to faint. And I passed out, did the splits, balls and butt on the ground, never done the splits in my life. Hip pops out, knee replacement pops out. And when I wake up, the EMTs are sticking a needle in my arm. I'm going, what is that? And they go, oh, we're giving you something for pain. I said, well, what is it? They go, fentanyl. Oh my God. So they shot me up with fentanyl. I didn't even know it. But I didn't get back on the train again, you know what I'm saying? But since then, you know, after having 25 surgeries in 10 years, since then, when I drink my coffee in the morning, it really, really hurt. I'll eat 2 Tylenols. You know, and then later in the day, if it was to get really bad, because I need a cup of coffee about 4 in the afternoon until I start to nosedive. Sometimes I'll take 2 more Tylenols later in the day, sometimes I won't, but done with it all. That's why the stuff we brought in, what I've seen with all my buddies and all my wrestlers, there's got to be a better way than these opioids and crap, you know.
The CEO of an Australian bank is getting a lot of backlash following her statement urging her employees to get back to the office and work out of the office more days out of the week because it would be good for their mental health. Now, obviously, there are many employees who like working from home. They like the remote work situation. But she's getting a lot of the backlash because of the cover story that she's providing here, the idea that she wants people to show up to the office for their own mental health. So Marnie Baker, the CEO and managing director of Bendigo and Adelaide Bank, made the announcement in an internal live stream meant to discuss the company's record high earnings. Now, she insisted that requiring employees to come back to the office at least 2 days a week is not at all about productivity. Let's hear what she has to say.
Corporate offices. The people on the front line have been there the whole way through. 5 days a week. And there's not too much to ask that the rest of the organisation starts to get back into the office more. You know, this is not about productivity. I don't think you can be productive, so it's not about productivity. It's not about this is about the fact that we are a relationship bank, and we talk about our relationship with our customers and communities. It is as important, the relationships that we have with each other. We've just got to get back together more often. Flexibility. about how we work and so forth, because we all need that in our lives, absolutely. But I want to see more people back in the office.
So after that, the regional bank also provided staff with a list of reasons for why they should return to the office, including establishing and reestablishing relationships, enhanced collaboration, particularly from informal, I actually hate this, informal bump interactions and ad hoc conversations. I got work to do. That was super distracting. So I disagree with that. But nonetheless, it does work in other work environments. But also enhanced well-being arising from greater social interactions and separating our personal and working lives. So some staffers did not take kindly to this, and I want to get to some of their statements. So for instance, one staff member who asked to remain anonymous said, he and many, many other colleagues were in complete astonishment at Miss Baker's comments about mental health, sarcastically suggesting she was now a fully qualified psychologist. I can unequivocally say my mental health has in fact taken a massive downturn at the mandate of having to lose sleep and add 2 hours per day to my working day, as well as hot desking, activity-based working setup, I don't know what that is, of the office where it's a raffle as to who and where you will sit on these days. That does sound like a bit of an issue. That would annoy the crap out of me. But nonetheless, Jake, I do think that there is some truth that for some people, having that interaction day to day and being able to separate their work life from their home life helps with their mental health. But it really depends on the person. And if this CEO was actually concerned about people's mental health, she wouldn't mandate that they go back to the office, right? She would give them the option or maybe encourage them to do it. I don't know.
Or pay for mental health counseling. Interesting. Okay, look, I think she's wrong, and I don't believe her, but I think she's getting too much criticism. So, and I think she should have just framed it in a different way, and it's totally fine. In fact, she could just say, come back to the office. That's that. Okay? She doesn't have to give a reason. I don't think, like, she's the CEO, she runs the company, that's how things work. But on top of that, there are plenty of reasons to come back to the office. Like, for example, and by the way, so you know, I'm not biased here, we haven't asked people to come back into the office for most of the jobs here because we didn't think it was necessary. And it's not just a matter of trusting your employees, people deliver work product.
Exactly.
And when you see a great work product, who cares where they made it, right? What difference is it to you? And so, but if you have a different mentality as a CEO and you want to create a community in the office, that's a perfectly good reason to do it. You don't have to invent reasons like this one. But hot desking does sound a bit disastrous, whatever that is. And for an Australian company, I can't believe it's called Bendigo. Did Bendigo eat my baby?
I don't know what that is. What is a reference?
It's a reference that some of you guys will get. Anyways, it's okay. You can come back a little bit without having to make up nonsense reasons. Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You get to interact with us more. There's emojis. You got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback only shows and specials right after they air. So all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
Hey homies, Afghans here.
Who at OTK besides Seer and I guess Emily even wears like normal human clothes? Actually, that's got some nice shoes.
It's been about 24 hours since OTK game day just passed, and I figured why not keep the momentum with my broken body and by leeching some more. So I decided to come to GriffCon Atlanta, a convention where everyone overpays just to feel a little bit more whole inside. To ask these traders what they think of OTK's fashion sense. Will they drip or drown? So I'm going to show you a picture of some people I know. I want you to tell me what you honestly think about their drip, okay?
Okay, I'm excited. Let's see it.
I'm confident. I wouldn't personally wear it, but you can see it's confident, so I respect her. -1.
It's the pose. It's getting like a 5. It's the pose. It's the... I don't like that.
What do you think you could do better?
I don't want to say so.
You're fine.
Okay, just go to the gym.
What do you think of this guy?
What?
What do you think of his drips?
Kentucky? So, do you know Kentucky? Who's that?
That's probably what it is.
Razor though.
Security guard, yeah.
I thought he's so sweet. He gives me like a teddy bear. Not like a teddy bear, but like a teddy bear.
Oh shit, he got a gun. I was saying he be my bodyguard. He looked like one of the guys off Hangover. Me personally, I think posing with the gun is not doing too much, but I do like the fit. Like to me, posing with the gun is like the dudes that got like the big black trucks.
Hair flowing is nice with the sunglasses.
Yeah, glorious looking to the distance.
Can you rate my trip actually? I think some different shoes would be better, but besides that, it's cool. So like an 11 out of 10? Yeah. 11. Maybe like a 12.
And for that alone, I'm gonna give him a 5.
What is something?
I'm not really sure what to smile at or anything.
I've never seen most.
He's holding up. World of Warcraft? Negative flower, -6.
What is OTK stand
Negative
for?
One true king.
Oh, I like that. He confident. I don't know, maybe the hair. Maybe like wash.
Maybe wash it.
But I like him. Like, he just like, he goes and blows. She just blows.
I don't like that at all. The brown's a little bit too like I don't want to say poop.
The first thing you thought was poop.
Yeah,
The socks are a little bit too showing a little bit too much.
it's a little too short. I mean, it was cool in like 2013, 14.
It's giving like vintage, and I love vintage.
Everyone's just getting shit on.
No working out for him.
No, working out. He like a pretty boy.
It's a little high, but like the high waters are a little so it fits. Do you think that hairline's going away?
Oh, let me zoom in. He got a little bit of time left. It's still thick. I don't know how the middle of the head looks though, so he might gotta.
I mean, I think it's nice. I mean, it fits the fit. It's nice.
Do you guys think Yeezys are still in? Do you think Kanye is just misunderstood?
Yes, he's one of the few geniuses I know that's inarticulate. He cannot formulate his thoughts properly.
It might be the knees out. Remember the knees that close the legs. He, like a 2.
Do you really want to say 1?
He put an effort. But
Is it their team? I mean, let's see, like going to the laundromat or like just going to grab
The
gas or something. Nah, it's not like swag.
he doesn't know the flow. He loves like his outfit. It fits the scenery. Like it's not my car, but you know what I mean.
His car.
Definitely not his car.
A little bit better because of the car. Do you think it's his car? No.
No, that might be his car. He might be a NASCAR driver.
Something white.
Yeah. So I like him. He's shit.
Probably the worst one, honestly.
It's not there. And she got on pizza pajamas, swag.
He doesn't know the flow. He loves like his outfit. It fits the scenery. Like it's not my car, but you know what I mean.
His car.
Definitely not his car.
A little bit better because of the car. Do you think it's his car? No.
No, that might be his car. He might be a NASCAR driver.
Something white.
Yeah. So I like him. He's shit.
Probably the worst one, honestly.
It's not there. And she got on pizza pajamas. I wish.
So I like him. He's shit.
Probably the worst one, honestly.
It's not there. And she got on pizza pajamas. I wish her the best. I give her
Like Y2K vibe. Ready to go. Like, you know, we saw me.
10 out of 10.
And these
I'm about to start some fires.
You go.
Hey, Jack. Dream Awards. Well, we all know how that went. Since then, I'm to Texas for no particular reason at all. But if you enjoy this video and all the other videos I'm about to make, we'll tell your streamers.
I haven't changed the outfit. No. No, I'm sorry. It's just
Please, I'm about to get a big bye.
I've seen that you on Twitch. I mean, it's like basic white dude fit. That's you.
Oh, he's a pretty boy for sure, but I like him. He is fun to have a conversation with. He got personality.
He loves Nintendo. He's definitely a gamer. Don't know what he done to his eyebrows, but I know he did with what's her face? That
Oh, yeah.
give her name, but the eyebrows are really blowing me up pretty bad.
do with this man.
Yeah, but he does.
Content creator. What does he do?
He's a content creator.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know what's his name.
Miss Kid.
Hey, Miss Kip.
Did you say you look nice?
I like the unibrow. Like even like the trim and the eyebrow, I think it's unique. I love uniqueness, so
Was that everybody? What? What, everybody? Oh, they didn't do tips. That's the only one, right? Yeah. That was good, man. It's an Afghan channel.
Hello everyone, this is Roy. Giving this a number around.
Trying to hammer out on the dog. Pull on that screen and so. Oh wow. Just broke my freaking knife. Yup, I love it. Takes 15 months.
This guy is lucky to be alive and unharmed after having a sign going through his collar.
Holy shit! What? But how did that not hit him? Huh?
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Why would you?
Wake up. Wake up. I found someone that can die if they eat food. Her entire digestive system is completely paralyzed. The only way she can survive is by putting a bag full of calories and nutrients straight into her heart.
Do I miss food? The answer, honestly, is no. I have to be super careful with people.
Let him die!
That has to be taken away now, and that will be in like roughly 12 hours.
Oh wow.
Hello.
I have featured bioluminescent water on this channel a few times, but I have never seen a close-up view like this before.
Whoa. It's good right here.
It's good. It's like my commentary. It's good.
How does something like this even survive in a lab? These kids are trying to sneak out of the house without setting up the camera.
No.
Using a Phoenix kit.
Uh-oh.
This is probably the coolest thing I've ever seen in a game of table tennis.
He's fucking styling on him. What?
This guy was shining a laser at a police helicopter, and it only took 5 minutes for the police to show up and arrest him.
And right now we're getting paid pretty good with a green laser. One project you said this
Wow.
This streamer couldn't understand what this guy was saying.
Heavy ammo objects here. Extended head and energy ammo.
Am I asking for Asian girls?
Level 2.
Oh.
This person was bored and made a video game that used the bricks on their wall.
Nice face.
The dorm rooms at this university are a little different. There's a button you need to press to change your room from study mode to sleep mode.
Trace your eye socket.
What's that's fucking sick?
Here. Level 1.
Huh? What?
One of my subscribers found space junk from an old satellite fall back to Earth.
What? Like the bone? What?
That is the end of this video. Hopefully this video made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
What if that went off when you were sleeping? Yes, you're just part of the furniture now. I don't know. Broke bones falling from space.
Got some materials here.
Got an evac tower for you. Healing up.
Are you a gamer? Me too. And as a gamer, I have intricate, deep knowledge of all of our strengths and weaknesses. And no matter how hard you work, there will always be one weakness that I'm going to exploit right now. A single word that can induce vomiting in even the strongest, most seasoned of gaming barbarians. And that word is Fextra Life. It was tough even getting that one out. if you've ever played a new game, you've probably Googled something about it, and among the first links on the search results is Fextra Life. And it is such a scourge. Nobody goes to Fextra Life on purpose. It's like falling into the back rooms. It's this thing that unfortunately happens all too often when a new game comes out and you want some information or a guide on it, so you just Google it, and you click the first link, and all of a sudden you accidentally just pay to visit the Fextra Life. And it is such a tragic betrayal. It feels worse than finding out your partner's cheated on you. Fextra Life is a wiki on pretty much anything new that's come out, but they also indulge in some very shady practices that I want to talk about today. But just to talk about the website itself, I and very many others are not huge fans of this site. I personally have never really found anything of value there. It really seems like Fextra Life is so consumed with the idea of being first to guides on games that they don't bother to make sure that it's right or good. So if you go to like the Elden Ring section on Fextra Life, and trust me, I did when the game was still new and I was looking things up, some of what they presented there was just legitimately wrong or incomplete. So you just get like halfway through and it's like, okay, what now? Oh, it's not here on Fextra Life. Because it seems like all they care about is just being first and taking advantage of that wave of new people that are just really trying to get information. You would honestly have better luck finding quality guides in a YouTube comment section than on Fextra Life. So I don't really like this site that much, but that's not even what we're here to talk about. It just being a subpar wiki site isn't exactly the most interesting topic. I'd like to speak about the slimier, greasier side of this organization, because they're no stranger to scandals here. They see controversy and they fucking tap dance on it. They go a bit wacko mode. They have, for many years, been accused of certain things on Reddit, the land of the updos, most recently with Baldur's Gate 3. They have actually just been blacklisted from a subreddit called Baldur's Gate 3 Builds because they were suspected of vote manipulation, downvoting links to the community wiki, and using bots to keep Fextra Life on top while throwing more things that compete with them into the garbage, flushing that shit right down the toilet. And this isn't the first time they've been accused of using bots for similar purposes. A while back, the Dark Souls community also had some very strong accusations against Fextra Life for other manipulative tactics used by them on the community code. So Fextra Life is just negatively viewed by pretty much everyone, even outside of just the quality of their wiki pages, also heavily criticized for the way they conduct themselves and the way they try and keep Fextra Life on top, artificially, supposedly. Now, the Fextra Life owner has responded to all of the conversation and hoopla going on right now about them. The biggest one, and the one that I'm mainly going to be focused on, is the cooking of the books with their Twitch numbers. That's a big topic that's been around for many years, and they do talk about this here. But just to piggyback on the back of this Reddit accusation, they're coming forward and saying that, nope, that's a bunch of horseradish. Not real, not true, that's not us. We didn't use bots, and in fact, they even said, I didn't know Reddit bots were a thing, which is complete hogwash. What do you mean you didn't know Reddit bots were a thing? Yes, you did. Everybody knows that. It's totally fine to come defend yourself against the accusations and point out, logical inconsistencies or the evidence isn't strong enough. But why tell a bold-faced lie like that in your defense? I'm so innocent, I've never even heard of bots, I think you called them. The only bot I know is the Autobots. We don't even know what this is. We're so innocent. That's the weirdest defense attempt. Why would you say that? Bots are a thing on every platform everywhere, and everyone knows it. Bots are a thing on Twitch as well, which Fextra Life is no stranger to, since Fextra Life is basically botting all of their Twitch viewer numbers thanks to their embedding video practice that they use. I'm sure bots isn't the preferred nomenclature for Fextra Life when it comes to their viewer numbers. They might use something a little more bubbly, a little more PR friendly, like less than sentient spectators, or perhaps blissfully unaware.
Did you get killed over there by someone, or did you die from the storm?
But this has been a controversial hot topic for quite a few years now. This comes up at least once or twice a year. If you have ever gone on Twitch during a new big game release, within the first or second on that page is Fextra Life. They have like an average of 30K viewers when a game is new, and if they're playing an older game, they'll still average like 10K plus. But if you ever click on their stream, you're gonna smell something a little fishy in there. It gets a bit stinky in the swamp because there is no chat activity. Maybe 2 or 3 people chatting to each other in a 30,000 person stream, which is very odd. 30K is huge. They are among one of the biggest channels when it comes to concurrent viewers, at least when new games are present, and no one's talking. 30,000 viewers on their stream, but their chat is a goddamn ghost town. It's an absolute barren wasteland. You'd find more life in Chernobyl than you would in a Fextra Life 30,000 plus viewer stream. So how is that possible? It has to do with a very controversial practice they engage in called embedding, where they embed their Twitch
Let's just stay here,
stream on
dude.
their
We're in
site.
right here.
And not just on the front page, on every single page of their site. So let's say you open the Elden Ring Fextra Life page. You'll see that the stream is in the top left. They're currently offline as of me making this video, but when they're online, it would be right there. And now let's say you want to go deeper, you're looking at like build guides or something. If you go to one of those pages, the stream is also embedded there. It's on every single page of Fextra Life, their stream is embedded, meaning no matter where you go, you will count as a viewer for their Twitch stream.
Sitting here, 30,000 viewers. The chat's slower than fucking a 200 viewer streamer. This is pathetic. Twitch doesn't give a fuck? Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, how are we really gonna get mad at them?
Don't peek
They're
out.
just
You're gonna
playing
get killed.
the game. They're not breaking any rules. So as you can see right here, inside of their wiki here, they have the stream embedded in this tiny little box. And this tiny little box here is
Do
why
not
they have
make noise. Just let them
31,000
come to
viewers.
us.
Now, I have seen conflicting reports where if you open multiple Fextra Life tabs, you will count as multiple viewers since it's embedded on each one. But I haven't seen like 100% concrete confirmation that that's how Twitch would calculate that. But there is a bit of evidence to suggest that it might. So I just wanted to put that out there as a possibility. Take it with a grain of salt. That is something that's been being discussed as well, because since it is embedded on every page, a lot of people like me open many tabs. So I might have like 3 different Fextra Life tabs open, and that's 3 different embed sources. So I guess it could count as 3, but again, I'm not sure 100% if that's true. But what is true is you do count as a viewer when you are on Fextra Life, no matter what page you're on. You are absolutely not watching the stream. I have no doubt anyone's... There is literally 0 sentient human beings with a fucking pulse that are watching the Fextra Life stream on the Fextra Life website, because it's a tiny little box that just hides away in the top left, and no one's going to be watching it on that. It'd be like watching it on a Game Boy Color. Like, it's fucking worthless. No one's doing that. It's there just to gamify those numbers and pump that shit up. Like, absolutely skyrocket their viewership numbers on Twitch while adding no real organic viewers to it, and obviously no one in the chat. Now, another thing, those people like to keep these tabs open for a long period of time. So even if Fextra Life's offline right now, if I just keep this tab open, when they go online, I'm counted as a viewer even if I'm not home. Like, even if I forget the tab's open, I'm still counted in their viewership numbers. And to prove just how prevalent this is with viewers that are just accidentally watching Fextra Life because they have the tab open somewhere, a streamer named Quinn went into their offline stream after Fextra Life had concluded and just did a command that showed how many viewers were still there even though the stream wasn't going on. Now, this is something that does exist on normal Twitch streams with normal people watching them. There is something called like an offline community where if a streamer goes offline, there's pockets of people that'll hang around and just talk to each other in the offline chat, but not very many. It's a small number compared to the overall viewership. But for Fextra Life, it's almost their entire fucking viewership is still in their stream even when they're offline. Meaning, it's just people that have a Fextra Life wiki tab open somewhere, not actually a viewer of their stream.
Surely my anguish and despair will ring on someone's ear.
23,000 current chatters. Okay, dude. Alright, I'm a day streamer, boys. I guess this is what a 23,000 person chat looks like, guys. It's not a... You're disgusting. If you insinuate that there's not 23,642 people right now, you are fucking disgusting for implying these are few bots and they're not actually there. Okay? Literally 23,000 people in this offline chat. Come on.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. So the offline chat was over 23,000 current chatters. So, meaning that's 23,000 people in the stream right there, and not a single message. And also, there's no such thing as an offline chat that has 23,000 people in it. Not even the biggest streamers in the world have anywhere close to that as an offline chat number. That is people that are just on the Fexer Life wiki with tabs open. They're not actually watching the Fexer Life streams. It's fucking ridiculous. Now, it is important to note, Fexer Life is not the only stream that takes advantage of this embed protocol. Like, they're not the only ones that employ this tactic, but they are the ones that are the most egregious, because they paste it on every single page on their wiki, and there's tons of pages you can't avoid it. And obviously, whatever they're streaming isn't going to be relevant to every single page on their wiki site. It's people that aren't actually watching the stream. It is no different, really, than viewbotting, which is an argument people have been making for years. And naturally, this discussion always inevitably ends up with asking the question, why doesn't Twitch stop it? And the answer is super simple. Why the fuck would they? This only helps Twitch. These big numbers are great for Twitch. This looks fantastic for them. There is no downside to allowing streamers to embed their streams everywhere else. It's a free advertisement for Twitch, free numbers that help everything on their platform. Like, Twitch has no incentive to shut that down at all. Even though it's very clear that 23,642 people aren't actually in the Fexer Life offline chat or watching their streams, it doesn't matter, because it only serves to help Twitch. So why would they put the kibosh on something like that? They allow it, and Fexer Life...
Yeah, let's go!
A lot of people have said, don't hate the player, hate the game, and they're kind of right. Fexer Life is not breaking any rules. They are legally viewbotting their streams, and have been for a very long time, proudly. So, this has obviously been controversial for a while, because, as you might imagine, this doesn't help other streamers. Because Fexer Life will always take either the #1 spot or the #2 spot in a brand new game release, and they're not actually having people watch them. It's fake, phony numbers because of the way they embed their streams on their site. So it takes those spots away from streamers that deserve it more, who actually do have communities that watch their streams. They no longer have those slots that Fexer Life takes up. So obviously it makes a lot of streamers, when a new game comes out, mad, because they can't compete with Fexer Life viewbotting, fundamentally. It's been that way for a long time, and I don't see it changing, but a lot of people are talking about it again, so I thought it'd be an interesting topic to discuss again, especially considering this time around the owner has spoken about it. So this is their response to all of the viewbotting allegations. They state that a viewbot is when you use artificial and non-existing browsers to inflate views on Twitch, and that does try to fool advertisers because A, it plays an ad, and B, nobody is watching. Real quick before continuing, they're getting a bit lost in semantics here as opposed to making real arguments on how what they're doing is different. Fexer Life streams often have sponsors, and sometimes very big sponsors. I imagine they sell their streams with their concurrent viewer average, which is like between 10 and 30,000 viewers. It's huge. But most companies probably aren't going to really look into that, so they're going to assume their ad is being seen by 10 to 30,000 people. It's not. As is very clearly illustrated, 23,000 of those people aren't actually even in the stream. They're on Fexer Life with the stream pulled up muted in some tab, not even aware that it's going on. So these companies aren't actually getting their ads placed in front of 30,000 viewers. They're getting it placed in front of, I have no idea, maybe a few hundred, maybe 1,000. There's really no way of knowing, because there's no real activity in their stream to judge it on or anything remotely like that. So it really isn't different than a viewbot. When you do play an ad on Fexer Life, nobody is watching. Same way as if you were playing an ad during a stream that is just completely viewbotted in the traditional sense. Nobody is watching the Fexer Life ad that the company has paid for, even though there's 30,000 viewers. I would love to see the back end of a return on a Fexer Life sponsorship, because I imagine it has to be unbelievably low since most of the viewers are from the embedded Twitch streams. So it is misleading to advertisers, which is another criticism a lot of people have put forth. And I think it's very valid to say that, because again, most of the viewers are not actually watching the Fexer Life stream. They then say embedding is an advertisement of the stream to real people on real browsers on an external website. Like any integration, the objective is to get people to click and go to Twitch. No advertisements are played on the embedded unit, generating zero revenue. Embeds are part of the intended code of Twitch and are intentional features that anyone can use, and many content creators besides us do. These are real people that we have worked tirelessly to build up into our community. What community? You tirelessly built up an imaginary community. The Fextra Life community you refer to is more made up than the Tooth Fairy. There is nobody in your Twitch streams. Nobody. Like, I can't tell if they're being intentionally delusional here or if they actually think that what they're doing is somehow totally, the same as just building up a normal community. It's not. Your embedded Twitch streams are not driving your Fextra Life wiki readers to your Twitch stream. There's no call to action to it that I've ever seen. It just automatically is playing whenever you're on any page on Fextra Life. How the fuck can you possibly make an argument saying that what you're doing is just an advertisement to get those people on your wiki to the streams? Because it's not. The streams aren't even relevant to what your readers are reading. What's being streamed is completely separate from whatever they're on your site to read about. There's no chance that the two could even connect most of the time. Unless, of course, it is a new release like Armored Core, then I'm sure there is some crossover where someone went to Armored Core, Fextra Life, got some bad information, but saw you were streaming and was like, okay, maybe I'll check it out. That's possible, but that's clearly not the goal. If that was the goal, you would only embed your streams on the newest releases because they'd be relevant to each other, as opposed to just having it embedded on every single page where it makes no sense. Why would an Armored Core 6 Fextra Life stream be playing on my Dark Souls 3 Fextra Life wiki? And how the fuck would you possibly think that I'm on Dark Souls 3 wiki, but might want to watch Fextra Life streaming Armored Core 6? It's just, that is a nonsensical statement to try and say that your embeds are only there to try and get people from your actual wiki to your streams. That's not the goal. The goal is just to artificially inflate your numbers, because it's automatically playing and they count as viewers. What embedding does for me is make my website audience aware I'm a person, I'm streaming, and I can show them games that I think they'd be interested in. Again, that argument doesn't work when the website is all about game information. It's not a personality-driven site. They're not going to Fextra Life hoping that they'll see that Fextra Life is also live on Twitch. They're going there because they're looking for guides and information on the game that they are currently playing. That doesn't make any sense. What embedding does for Twitch is give them free advertising for their platform and an ongoing conversion from our website to Twitch. These new people were not on Twitch otherwise, and they're still not on Twitch. They're not going there. They're not going to Twitch. You can tell because there's no one in your chat. I don't know why they keep trying to say that. Yes, it is a free advertisement for Twitch. It's free numbers for their metrics, absolutely. But they're not actually getting new people to Twitch that weren't already endemic to Twitch. They're not bringing new viewers there. They're just idly on the Fextra Life wiki, and it counts as a view on Twitch. And then they say they hopefully come back and become part of the Twitch ecosystem. It doesn't happen. Our embed is by no means a secret. It's very visible. In fact, it's the best possible spot on our website, and there's even a command for it on our channel. And as part of the channel rules, the idea that it's a fraud is also absurd. Our sponsors are aware of the embed, and it's a great deal for them to be able to promote their content on both Twitch and to our site users at the same time, particularly in the prime location that the embed has on our website. So this is very interesting to me. The sponsors are aware of the embedding. That's great. Are they also aware that the vast majority of your Twitch metrics come from that embedding? And are they also aware that that means it's muted? That means that their sponsorship package, the ad read, all of it, the vast majority of those numbers that it's being put in front of aren't even aware it's going on because it's muted and it's not visible. It's a very tiny box. Do the sponsors know that? I certainly hope so, because that would be very shady if you didn't make the sponsors aware that their ad read is going to be muted for the vast majority of the audience, and it's not going to be seen by them either because the box is too small and the viewers aren't actually on Twitch. I would hope you make them very well aware of all of the shortcomings of doing an ad with Fextra Life, since most of the viewer numbers come from a fucking tiny embed on a completely separate site. That again is also muted. So hopefully you have made all of your partners aware of that. The owner does continue going on to other criticisms people have put forth against Fextra Life, such as AI-driven content or it being lazy, stuff like that. But that wasn't the focus of what I wanted to talk about today. The statement is still very much up if you want to see how they defend themselves against other claims. But these were the main things I wanted to talk about in regards to this situation, because this is a conversation that comes up at least once or twice a year. And it is a very interesting one about embedding, viewbotting. It is an interesting topic that I just wanted to talk about a bit, since a lot of other people are also discussing it, and I think it's something worth going over. So that's really about it. See ya.
Out of all the requests we saw in the comments for our AMD full lab tour documentary, the number one was the full-length interview with Jason Christensen. You all wanted access to that, and so we've put it together for today. Parts of this interview are already live in our full-length documentary detailing the thermal lab, the device lab, which is this one, and the brain-up lab from AMD's Austin campus. You all loved Jason's explanations and hosting and his failure analysis lab at AMD. So today we're running the uncut version of that. For a quick background, Jason is the lab manager for one of AMD's many labs that analyzes CPUs for anything as innocuous as curvature of the die to as extreme as device failure. A lot of his lab's work is dedicated to cutting CPUs back to base components, like you see here, and using various cross-section techniques to reveal the silicon for further analysis by scanning electron microscopes or other tools. With that background provided, let's just jump straight into the full-length interview with Jason. And remember, if you want to see the many other labs that we toured, check out our AMD Lab Tour documentary for a lot more of this. Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and the CryoSheet graphene pack. Are molecularly stacked on the z-axis to encourage vertical direct thermal transfer from the IHS to the cooler. CryoSheet pads are made to be easily applicable for a thermal interface and completely avoid paste dryout because it's not paste. It makes them particularly useful for long service life systems with minimal maintenance. They come in multiple sizes for suitability on the most common laptops and desktop CPUs, and you can learn more at the Thermal Grizzly CryoSheets at the link in the description below. Hey everyone, so we're at the AMD headquarters in Austin, Texas, or one of the many AMD branches around the world anyway. And now we are in the device analysis lab. So I'm joined by Jason, and he's going to walk us through this crazy lab. It's got some really cool equipment in it. We've looked at a bunch of AMD stuff already that'll be in a couple different videos now. But we're focusing on some tools and test equipment today. And I don't know where you want to start, but the saw looks pretty good to me.
Okay, we'll start at the saw. So, I mean, this is nothing fancy, but it is a saw that we use for, because we'll get parts in that might still be attached to boards or something like that, and it's easier just to cut the board away. So we can use a saw like this for something like that to do it really quickly.
Getting access to whatever the part is, I guess. Yeah. And in general, I mean, so how much of the work do you end up spending in the lab on diagnosing issues versus trying to help the design or something?
So we have, there's basically two FA labs. There's one here and one in Singapore. And because of our kind of proximity to different teams, the one in Austin, we tend to have more design-related debug. And over there, they tend to have more, say, reliability type. Sure. Now, we both cross and do each other's work sometimes, so it's not a fixed hard and fast rule. But yeah, for us, it's probably maybe half and half.
Okay, and then you have an oven behind you.
Yeah, this oven's not currently on.
Right. What are typically the use cases here? I mean, obviously, we've seen a number of thermal chambers and ovens at AMD today. This is on the smaller side of those. And a lot of the others we were looking at were like longevity testing or simulation of life, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So what do you do here?
So here, it's we don't use them for that, but we could use it after they do that.
Sure.
There's a phenomenon called BTI, bias temperature inversion.
Okay.
And when you stress a part at high temperatures and high voltages, and you don't really toggle a lot of activity through it, you can get trap charges and stuff that can cause the part to fail when you try to test it again. But you can redistribute the charge. If you can bake it, you can redistribute the charge and recover. And so we consider those types of, they're not real fails, you know, they're induced by our testing.
I see.
So we can use this to kind of recover from that and say it's not a real thing.
Interesting. Okay. How about over here? So this, some of this I recognize. We have a Kian scanner. But can you walk me through what we're looking at?
Yeah. So this is our laser profiler. When the die are attached to the substrate, when they're assembled, and then all of the temperatures cool, and there's usually some forces on the on the package that bow the package, and the die is a little bit flexible, so it will bow with it. So this can measure that profile of that bowing. And so you can see on here, our high point is the white in the center. It's close to 70, I guess, micron, and the low points are in the very corners where that would kind of reference 0.
And is this a mobile piece of silicon we're looking at?
This would be, this looks like probably a mobile GPU.
Okay.
You can actually see the tool, you can see the laser etching on it as it.
Yeah. You can actually read it too.
Yeah.
So, actually using this sort of beyond, okay, I can see there's whatever, 0 to 70 microns delta here.
So this has come, there's been different times where there's been some testing issues, and they use these thermal heads on the AT equipment to come down and prep. So sometimes we'll have issues where they're trying to test a certain product and maybe they keep cracking it or something like that, and so they might want to see what it actually looks like, what the actual product looks like. So we use it for stuff like that.
The normal design, it typically ends up convex like this, in like as a factor of the manufacturer itself, or it's intentional. When you take something like an IHS and you then stick that on top of the silicon in a complete package, does it compress at all, or?
Yeah, it does. I can't tell you how much. I know from the work that we do and the way that we clamp parts, most of our work we have to clamp it in to be able to see the silicon. So from our work, we know that it does kind of help level it out. And it's probably going to be different if it's got a heat spreader on it. Than,
Makes sense. What's next?
So this setup over here is this probe. It's like a little one probe station. We call it TDR. It's the time domain reflectance. And what it's used for is to help debug assembly issues.
Okay.
And so here we have.
Oh yeah, this is where in the sort of pre-walkthrough, I said let's stop and just start filming, because I actually haven't seen just a substrate with nothing attached to it before.
Yeah, this is
unless I ripped the die off.
Yeah, this is a substrate with nothing attached, and then this is the fully assembled product here.
So what is the value of this one for you?
I guess I'll explain how this works.
Sure. Yeah.
So what we do is we look at a golden curve, basically, from a good, known good unit. And then we send a signal in on one of these pins, or balls, here, and then get the reflected signal back from it. And then we look and see if it deviates from that golden curve. The golden curve, I'm saying golden green here, but that golden curve, if we deviate from it at different points, it tells the analyst that, we have a problem in the substrate, or it could be in the die, or even the bump interface between the die and the substrate.
Okay.
And so they can kind of isolate, without doing any kind of destructive analysis. But what this is used for is the one thing we don't know when we send a signal in on a fully populated package. We don't know where the package boundary, what that looks like.
Okay.
So we use a bare die to see what the package boundary looks like, and then we know at what point on this curve is basically the package limit. It'll help narrow it down from package, die, or interface. And so then we know the appropriate people that we need to go next. No, lab actually has, worldwide, we have these 3 functions. We have the package analysis, and that's, again, the assembly-related type issues. We have the fault isolation, which is what we mostly do here in Austin. Fault isolation, we keep the devices electrically viable.
Okay.
We don't destroy them. We may have to thin them, and we'll look at that in a second, but we don't destroy them because we have to run tests on them while we're looking through the silicon, shining lasers or collecting photons or whatever we're doing.
I don't know if that's actually a thing you do or not at this point. It sounds like it's a thing you do.
Oh, yeah. It is a thing.
But you talk about things like collecting photons. I'm like, sure. And you're like, I'm actually just joking. We don't.
No.
So fault isolation.
So we basically find the XY. And then we'll send it to our physical failure analysis team, our PFA team, and then they do all the cross sections and the real pretty pictures that you see that show the actual defect. We like to say You know, there's 20 billion transistors on the chip, and we have to find which ones look bad.
What's your next machine?
This is just another scope. We can go over here. And polishing wheel.
Okay. Yeah. So Vince Kingpin, his name's on like some of the GTA.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what he uses to do IHS lab when he's overclocked.
Pretty efficient.
Yeah. But I heard that you had a more maybe precise tool or something.
We'll go kind of in order of technology.
You need shields?
So that was the hand polisher. It's just the wheel that spins, and you have to hold the device on to polish it. So over here we have these are polishing wheels. They're a little more automated than that guy is. They have a puck on the end, and you can reattach the device to the puck with some wax, and then they'll put some polishing pad down here or a grinding pad, depending on how much they're trying to remove. And then this will come down. The wheel will spin around, and it's putting out a continuous stream of water to keep everything.
Cool.
So that's how we used to do all of our prep. And when I say prep, I guess I should say that for the tools that I can't show you, we have they go anywhere from low magnification using regular microscope, what we call air gap lenses, to really high magnification using solid immersion lenses. And those lenses actually have to come in contact with the silicon itself. And the right focal point, we have to thin the silicon to a certain thickness to match the sil that we're using. And so that's what these tools are used for generally. A full thickness die is wafers around 700 micron or something like that.
When you're talking about sanding down a die, are you taking it to different depths to try and see at different layers, like through a scope, or
not for our use? Our use it's purely just so that we can image. So we have an idea where on the die we need to look, but we need to look at it at a high magnification.
One coming on your back from down the stairs?
From 700 down to 50 micron. And then we can land our sil on it, and then it can focus on the circuit.
Yeah.
So, so we were talking about the Boeing, right?
Yeah.
So what happens on these tools, the limitation we have is a couple of them. One is if the die is bowed like that, we put it on here and we just try to polish it down. It's going to get thin in the middle, thick in the corners, which might not work for us. It depends on where our area of interest is on the die. The other thing is, back when I started here, it wasn't really a problem, but now we have so many more parts with stiffeners on them, and there's so many package capacitors on them. We used to just remove them for some of the tests. Speed isn't an issue. Clean power isn't necessarily an issue. We could just take them all off and just remove them. But now, for a lot of stuff, we're pushing for that 5-6 gigahertz speeds, and
you may start influencing.
Right, we can't take the caps off and stuff. And so the solution for that is we start using these are basically like CNC milling tools. It fits on the end, and you can do anything from grinding. It's basically covered in diamond things. You can grind, remove a lot of silicon, or you can say. So this has like a polishing pad on the end. And so then you can do like a shiny polish. Most of the stuff we need to see through the silicon, so we usually like it really shiny, polished very well. But after we thin it, we still have to polish it nice and shiny.
Yeah, I guess basically you're taking the problem of if you have a curvature on the die, you put it here, you're talking about it's agnostic to whatever's being sanded, it just sands the whole thing.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely Sunday morning. Today we're going to be going over a news piece that comes from New Zealand from One News. It says a laptop owner is baffled over 2 very different repair quotes. If you've been watching this channel for more than 20 seconds, you probably know where this is going. A woman brought her laptop to an Apple authorized service provider. She had a MacBook Air that wasn't turning on, and they quoted her $1,822.75, which I believe is $1,075.79 in US dollars. She then took it to an independent that quoted her way less than that. And I wanted to really dig into this for a number of reasons. Because A, this is something that essentially has not been fixed in at least 5 years since this CBC national news piece came out that got tens of millions of views on my channel and theirs. And B, kind of go over the difference between incompetence and malice. There are many people that say you should not attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity. But I think there's a genuine philosophical question here, is if you know that your actions are stupid, and you know how your actions are affecting others, and you do nothing, at what point does that stupidity become malice if it is not addressed? Which is something that I think we should dig into here. She was quoted $1,075 US and 79 cents. And if you take a look at Apple.com, you'll see that, again, when you take a look at a MacBook Air, this is pretty much the cost of replacing the MacBook Air. That's a problem. Let's dig into this quote. So, the Apple Authorized Service Provider said the audio board needed to be replaced. The audio board flex needed to be replaced. The top case needed to be replaced. The Touch ID button needed to be replaced. The display needed to be replaced. And after they took it to an independent, the problem was they shorted capacitor on PPHD3 hot. Technically, they said a shorted capacitor. They didn't say what, but given that this is a T2 chip model, and that the technician stated that it was stuck at 5 volts and not going to 20 volts, this tends to mean that a PPHD3 hot capacitor was shorted to ground, and that model, that's 99% of the time what happens when you are stuck at 5 volts and not going to 20, and it is a short capacitor. So there was a short to ground and a main power rail. So this begs two questions. The first question is, if the problem was on the logic board, why is it that Apple's quote included everything besides the logic board? They included the audio board flex, the top case, the Touch ID button, and the display. But there's no mention of replacing the main logic board. So Apple's quote, unless the news is getting something wrong, and I am open to the idea that the news got something wrong, is literally to replace every part of the computer besides the part of the computer that actually had the problem. So you're going to charge the customer pretty much what the computer actually costs to buy in the retail store. And you're going to replace everything in that computer besides the one part that actually needs to be replaced. Really, the reason I find this interesting is because when the CBC did this piece with me, Apple told them it would be $1,100 with a labor of $100, and then if they needed to replace another part, it'd be $780. So I'm very curious here, would they have actually come back to this customer after telling the customer that you need to spend $1,075 to fix an $1,100 computer, and tell them you actually need a motherboard too, that's going to be $1,500 to replace for an $1,100 computer? There's a very good likelihood that that would have actually happened, because again, this is literally a quote for everything besides the part that is broken. The second thing that I think is really important here is that I'm very curious what the troubleshooting process was to ascertain that everything besides the actual problem with the computer was what needed to be replaced. I would love for a transparent vetting of that entire process. Multimeter, plugging into another computer. Did you plug that screen into another computer to see that it was bad? Did you plug that trackpad or that keyboard into another machine to see that's bad? Did you plug any of these parts into a known good setup to see if they actually work or not? Or are you just saying that all these parts are bad willy-nilly for no good reason? Now, the piece says that there was some moisture that might have been in there, but what I find interesting is that PPHD3 hot shorts on that particular model don't tend to occur from that. They tend to occur from one of those capacitors exploding and going boom. You can see many of the capacitors that I go over on my channel. Usually it's the tantalum ones. I'm not sure if it was the tantalum one here that winds up just kind of shorting the ground and turning into a mini volcano. They're actually kind of cool to look at sometimes. They did claim that there was moisture in there, and the independent said that there was a residue, but there was no corrosion. This is a very important part. There was a residue, but no corrosion. So for all you know, this could have literally been humidity or moisture in the air, but it was not on the main motherboard. Very important point to make. The customer claims that they did not get liquid on it. In Apple's defense here, everybody lies. As Hal says, everybody lies. Literally every single day we have machines with corroded motherboards that come in, and the customer says, I never spilled anything on it. I smell it. It smells like coconut-flavored coffee creamer, and it's like, come on, who are you kidding? But in this case, the liquid was not on the motherboard, and it was not corroded in any way, shape, or form, which is really important to mention. Now, what I find interesting is after this news story came out, where the machine was fixed for a few hundred by the independent, when the authorized service provider wanted almost $1,100, is that the authorized service provider offered to give her a brand new MacBook Air. But again, that's only after giving her an almost $1,100 repair quote to fix what is essentially an $1,100 computer, after the news covered it. This is kind of like me offering to buy my wife flowers and apologize to her after a video goes viral of me beating her that I didn't know was recorded. And to be clear, 100% clear, in my opinion, this is not a scam. This is incompetence. This is systematic, bureaucratic incompetence. But again, this does bring up a very interesting philosophical question. When incompetence becomes regular and commonplace, and it is brought to light, and it has been brought to light for over 5 years, and nothing changes, at what point does that incompetence become weaponized incompetence, aka malice? You should not attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity. But if you know you're doing something stupid, you continue to do the stupid thing. And people who are smarter than you, that are your superior at a company that has hundreds of billions of dollars in the bank, do nothing to change their processes. At what point is it malice to allow somebody to continue to do something stupid? I'll give you an example with my own particular business. I had a payment system that was double charging people approximately 9 years ago. When it was brought to my attention, I realized it was affecting more than just that one customer that was complaining, but nobody had said anything about it. There are 4 things I can do at this point. Behind door number 1, I can just pretend that there's no problem. There's nothing wrong. Behind door number 2, I can acknowledge the problem, but only fix it for the people who complain and just have willful blindness and never look into my payment system. Behind door number 3, I can look into the problem to figure out why it's double billing people and then just still never fix it unless you call me to complain. And all the other people that get double charged don't check their statements, well, they didn't check their statements. Or behind door number 4, I can acknowledge the problem and fix it for those who complain. I can look into what's causing the problem. I can fix the problem retroactively for everybody who's had that problem, and I can fix my systems so that that never happens again. In my opinion, while 2 and 3 allow you to technically claim that you weren't aware that it was stupidity and not malice, once it's pointed out to you that something is wrong, once you know that something is wrong and it continues to happen year after year after year after year after year, you are complicit. That does count as malice. This is weaponized incompetence at this point, and I think that it's really important to bring up. Another point that I think is really important to bring up here is a term that my good friend and colleague Jesse Jones has said many times, is that we should not be calling this authorized repair. We should be calling it branded repair, for 2 reasons. The first is that the term authorized repair implies in the name that you must be authorized. Somebody else has the ability to revoke your permissions to work on your personal property, which is a concept that I find to be personally repugnant and disgusting. You do not need somebody else's authorization to work on your hardware or your device. That is not for Apple to give. That is not for any other company to give when it comes to working on your personal property.
Damn, you took all those dudes out?
They are not authorized to fix anything. I'm sorry, did they take a multimeter to this computer? Did they plug that display that they said was bad into another device and test if it works? Did they plug any of the pieces that they said they needed to replace into a known good to see if those pieces actually needed to be replaced, which is a standard practice? No, they didn't. They are not authorized to actually fix anything. They are not given access to schematics or board views. They do not have multimeters in the Apple authorized service centers. They do not take the parts out and actually plug them into other housings to see if anything is bad. Nothing going on here has anything to do with service or repair. This is not authorized repair because they are not actually authorized to do anything that would be called repair. If they were, this would not happen. Things like this do not happen on a regular basis across the country, across the world, unless your processors are so fundamentally against actual troubleshooting, diagnosis, and repair that you no longer can call it repair. And I would argue that none of this is repair. Whether we are talking about today or 8 years ago when Apple authorized service providers were telling customers that the iPhone 6 charge port was hard soldered onto the motherboard.
No, unfortunately not. The headphone jack is basically hard soldered directly into the logic port.
Okay, so you're saying that on the iPhone 6, the headphone jack is hard soldered.
I only have a P2020 still. I have a Hemlock and a P2020.
Not only do they have no concept of how to diagnose or repair their own hardware, they don't even know how it's put together. To call this authorized repair assumes that A, they're authorized to do something, B, they're qualified or competent to actually perform repairs, which they're obviously not.
No, yeah, we're good. I'll find
somebody
something.
was careless that day. Fundamentally, their systems are so bad that if I repeat this call over and over
Just
and
letting
over
you know
again,
that's why I'm moving slow. I'm still trying to figure something
from every
out.
single place that I call, because they have no need to have this knowledge, because they don't actually fix it. Most of the authorized repair facilities are not actually performing repairs. They don't need this knowledge because that's not what they do. And this is something that I think needs to become more common knowledge because, again, if this is considered news in 2023, obviously it's not. The second reason I think it needs to become more common knowledge is because more people realize that when they go to the authorized repair provider that they know nothing about how the device is even put together, much less how to fix it, that they may feel excited to give it a try on their own. They may want to, even if they're not able to fix it, learn something, which is what we're trying to do here with Repair.wiki. We're trying to make it very easy for people that have less experience to be able to really understand how the devices are put together, what the common failure modes are, why those failure modes occur, and how to fix them so that you can be more educated and be able to fix your own products for free. That's what we're doing here with Repair.wiki, which is part of my Right to Repair nonprofit repair preservation group, which provides educational guides to you for free, and that's what we're going to continue to do into the future. We tried to bring attention to this problem in a piece that was done 5 years ago. And in this piece, this is very fun for me. I actually got them to change what they were going to do the piece on. When I originally received a call from Alex, they asked if I wanted to do a piece on how Apple is bad with updates, which I went over in this video here. And in my opinion, that would not be fun. News should never have a conclusion that is predetermined. News should be about discovering what is. So I asked them if they'd be open to a different idea. Would you be open to finding a broken MacBook from a recycler or something, taking it to Apple, asking them what's wrong with it, and then taking it to me and asking what's wrong with it with a hidden camera? It'll be fun. And part of what makes it fun is you never know. Maybe you would have had a dead PCH and it would have been something that was not liquid damage, which would have been covered under Apple's flat rate program, where they would have had a better price than me. But I just figured, rolling the dice, that most of the time they say something stupid. And they did. They told this customer that it was going to cost about $2,000 for what was essentially a display cable. And to this day, years later, you will still see people say things like, this guy again? I'm pretty sure he makes his money ranting conspiracies about Apple on YouTube. The repair business is just a beard. There are people that, to this day, in their heart of hearts, genuinely believe that I have 6 to 12 people on payroll just for the appearance that I fix things. They don't actually fix things. Get my money off of a YouTube channel that has about 50 to 100,000 views a day. To some people, this is actually news, and it's news that they're not going to accept because their identity is so ingrained with a particular brand or company that they cannot believe that that company would actually do something that is wrong. And it's going to be hard to change that. At the end of the day, many people will ask, what are my intent focus? What are my motivations for doing these videos? Take a look at what I'm asking. I'm asking for them to A, make available parts, tools, schematics, diagrams, and everything to not just us, but at least their own repair people, so that they have the ability to do these repairs a little better and be a little less competent. And more importantly, just take a look at your own internal repair practices. Reflect a little bit on what could be different so that the customer has a better experience. At the end of the day, I want people to have better experiences with repair across the board, even if that means they're not coming to me. Think about it. What I'm doing here is I'm asking them to change a little bit in a way that would be beneficial to their customers. If Apple treated their customers better, do you honestly believe in your heart of hearts that 15 years ago, before I had an office, before my setup was even remotely professional in the traditional sense of the word, when I was working out of Herald Square Park with an extension cord that attached to the other side of the park so that I could plug my solder in everything, do you think that people would have been coming to me instead of the Apple Store? No way in hell. The reason that people were willing to come to me when I was 19 years old at Herald Square Park, no certification, no nothing, no store, no even business phone number, is because the service that they received at the Apple Store was so horrible that they didn't even care. In their mind, if I'm going to be paying $1,075 to fix an $1,100 product, I might as well risk it with the guy in the park. If he steals my computer or runs off or stabs it, I'm still better off than I would have been going to the Apple Store. If Apple treated their customers better when it came to repair, there would be no need for me. The reason that I have the demand that I do for my services, the reason my business has dozens of boxes coming into it every single day, and other businesses do across the country, is because Apple is not handling these repairs properly. If they did, I strongly believe, if they actually listen to what it is I advocate for, there might not even be a need for me anymore. But there is, because they're going to keep doing this and nothing is going to change. And people who post on forums are going to defend every single thing that Apple does to the death, because to them, they are not defending Apple, they are defending themselves. Once they identify with the company, and once the company is a part of their identity, it is very difficult to root that out, to be able to actually criticize anything they do that's wrong, even if it's something that would actually screw you. At the end of the
I'm
day,
moving from the high ground until I know where the circle is.
Apple to treat the customer better, even if that person would never become my customer as a result of Apple treating them better. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. And if you're open to opening your machine, tinkering a little bit, check out Repair.wiki. It's completely free, and I employ people that post guides to it so that you can learn how to do this stuff from people who are professional technicians in the industry. We don't just go into it, here's the bottom cover on. We try to really dig into the nitty-gritty. The stuff you can find in a lot of other places in a centralized way. From guides in motherboard repair and troubleshooting to guides on how to deal with iPhones and iPads that randomly crash and reboot, articles on how to fix an iPad Air 3 with no backlight. We are always adding content. There is no subscription, there is no paywall. You're welcome to view it all for free. We encourage you to learn, but more importantly, once you learn things that are not on the wiki, we encourage you to contribute your own repair guides and content so that other people may learn as well. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. Happy repairing. Bye.
Feel that engine part. You hear that engine part?
I still got just that oh wait, I'm gonna change it out.
It's doing something already.
So you're gonna slow down once we get to the station.
Oh,
You talking about Miranda? You say you made her move?
Yeah, like, I mean, that's the car. You just don't have to brake. You hit your foot.
accelerate through this.
Do it 60 level.
Yep. Now let that bad boy open up to 60. Yeah! You go. You're doing a phenomenal.
Not very cool. I pressed the gasoline card, it went from 20 to 40. And
There's people here?
Are you okay?
You're doing phenomenal.
Okay.
It's just like driving any other car.
Yeah, it's just a lot lighter.
Yeah, it should, that's the only thing.
It's crazy how late you put the brake.
But hey, you're still doing it. You're still doing it.
To me, it's like we should be stopped by now.
Very good. Very good.
What you talking about? You talking about not Dre?
So look, if you take your foot off the brake, we'll go forward.
Come on,
Yeah,
There's people back there?
No. Like if I take
Yeah, the pedal chills. You can rest your feet.
Yeah.
That is a good thing.
Yeah, I got
Now I have to work my cat.
Yeah.
Or anything, but I kind of like to go out of my own car.
It is just a couple of questions. It's not that I ain't got it. I didn't try to do it. I haven't got
Good thing I have a 5-star Uber rating.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Okay.
So, hey, we drive on the right side of the road.
Melanie, you're back seat. Let's see who did the job.
Why you went forward?
Melanie, why don't you shut up?
So you just want to hit the brake, and then you just want to move this to reverse.
Yeah, it says they go up on that,
Yeah,
right?
but wait, I just don't know how far we have to drive. I need a minute to prepare myself.
You're driving probably 10 minutes.
No.
You just want to get straight.
I just can't tell like how wide I am. Can you tell when you're driving this?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, you gotta get a feel for it.
His fuel is broke.
Yeah.
The guy on the top is broke, but there's two underneath, so I wouldn't go there. If I was you, I would not go there. There's one on top.
Good job.
New kill leader appointed.
Hello, Internet. Today I have this 2080 Ti from EVGA that came with the factory seal. Customer saved artifacts, so let's boot this thing right away. Run the memory test. Get the running and everything seems fine. So why did the customer complain about the artifacts? I don't know. Let's go into Windows and see if we can experience those artifacts ourselves. See, where the donut is looking good. Temperatures or other stats are also looking good. Right until we get a blue screen of death. Okay, I don't know since when the blue screen of death is an artifact. I don't really care. Let's do the same thing, except this
I'm pushing them
time
off.
to run the value. See, it runs perfectly fine.
I don't know why you keep pushing that.
Right up until it crashes.
You're pushing to your death.
That's it. It's repair. I hope you guys have learned nothing today. Please hit me with a like, comment, and I'll see you in my next video. How about this? Let's run the memory test while cars is fun. To cool it down, I will keep my finger on the fan so it's not spinning. And the test has passed. Look back into the windows, and we have an error code 43. Great! Now let's repeat the exact same process with the memory test, and
There's another team on my back.
After the small error on A1, while NDMT is completely oblivious to the error. Possibly because the card has cooled down enough before the NDMT test has run. I don't know, and I don't care because we now identify the problem, and that's all we need.
We're close.
Next step is to remove 300 screws, clean up the board before doing any work. Start by removing the pipe, coils, followed by super cleaning the core and removing silicone residue left from the old head.
Yeah.
Then I'll give it alcohol rinse. Now the board's so clean, I can keep my M&Ms up. Because the memory problem comes only when the board is hot. In fact, we have a Brocken. Brocken? What's Brocken? Blah, 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 blah.
Come to me at.
It broke. What happens when you narrate the video?
Mm-hmm.
In any
I don't have a mobile
I
anything.
think we have a broken solder joint.
There's a whole different team over there.
Not replace or rebuild anything. Instead, I simply reflow them both. See if that works.
No, listen. Okay, I'm actually not. I'm gonna win it. Is it? What the fuck is not? I'm not gonna use it. I don't even take time like that unless I'm stressed. You're not gonna be stressing me, right?
Party's cool. Test has passed, and I think we have a fix. So let's put the 3 hours tooth back on and stretch the park.
Got him. Got him. The other team's out there. The other team's out there. Don't fuck with them.
Stress for some time, and as you can see, we have a fix, and it didn't cost us any parts at all. Wish all my repairs were like that. Oh well. That said, card is fixed, and it's already back in the hands of its owner. As for you, please don't hesitate to give this video a like. And a comment below. Goodbye.
Yeah, there's one more. It's just him. It's just him right there.
Have you ever watched something, seen it with your own peepers, and then were still told that what you saw isn't real? That's not true. I'm not talking like a magic trick where you're talking about like, wow, I watched a magician make a toothpick vanish from his thumb. And I couldn't believe it. Like, I'm not talking about something like that where there's wiggle room where it was an illusion or something, or swamp gas reflecting off of a blimp or something to explain alien UFOs or whatever. Like, I'm not talking anything like, you know, messy. I'm talking about when you witness something that is so clear-cut that there's no further context or anything that could change the understanding of what happened, and yet there's still people that are defending it as, nope, that's a lie. Because this deplorable lunacy is unfolding right now. The FIFA World Cup Women's Championship just concluded, and during the awards given out to the winners, the Royal Spanish Football Federation president, Luis Rubiales, grabbed one of the players' heads and gave the wettest, most sloppy, disgusting, revolting...
Olympus. That place is full of memories.
I'm only here to keep a promise. You and I will survive together.
If you are with me, I'm with you.
This is your champion.
I never say die. I fight until it hurts.
My, how you've grown! It's great to be at the second best event of the year, am I right? We are so honored to be this evening's first presenters. Excited, we want to see how many of you are on the naughty list. Oh! Many of you.
Here is Victoria Garrett Brown with the nominees.
Wait, hold on. It's my cue. If there was ever a way to make this tonight, it would be just. I've been chatting this conducted well. I release an episode of my podcast, Real Pod, every Wednesday. I give a TED Talk in college, and I chat into cameras every single day for a living. Just saying, the chat category.
This guy's real hurt right here, but he's healing up. He's getting his teammate up.
You still are soy because you like advocate for progressive values, I think. Yeah, being soy is just disagreeing with them at this point, you know? You're soy because you respect women. Whatever.
Hi, Sinette.
Yeah, I can't wait. We're going for that record too. Hopefully we can make some Black History doing Black History Month, man. Alright.
Quackity.
We've only spent like 5 minutes together, but I think that's enough. I think that's more than enough to really bond.
XQC.
I think it's absolute swag morning. Bro.
Yeah, look at that. It's pretty swag, I think.
And your rage.
Valorant depressed me. I played Valorant to get that competitive fun out of me, and all I do is more sad. I would have been sad and empty and upset.
Good luck to all the nominees, and if you ever want to just chat, you know who to call.
And the 3D goes to... Quackity!
You shall pass. I hope you can deliver.
I can win this thing with one eye closed, or both eyes closed. Hell, I don't even have to show up.
Santa's very good at making sure stuff gets to people.
Pay attention. You might learn a thing or two.
Straight from the For You page to our stage, give it up for Dylan Mulvaney and Chris Olsen.
Honor is in the challenge, pride in the victory.
We're so excited to be here tonight to present the Screamy for Comedy.
Everyone knows the most important rule when it comes to comedy is
Never look at the comments.
Okay, maybe it's timing.
Yeah, timing seems important.
Here is Jesus Nalgas with the nominees.
Okay, sit up everybody. 1, 2, 3, all eyes on me. I am Jesus Nalgas, and today we are going to be going over the streaming nominees for comedy. The nominees are Olivia. You're so funny, you should be a nominee, right? Not in my class. Why do I get talked? The nominees are DeMarcus Sean.
Give it up. Oh, yeah. Give it up, Richard.
Chris Collins.
All the batteries are in right. Did it go? Did you see it? Did it go on? Am I going crazy? Boys, take notes. Not me, turn it on.
Lucas Lopez.
Tell me what to do this time, please. Disrupting the class. Now, disrupting the class. I don't even know what is disrupting mean.
Come back Farley.
Hold on. And mute. What are you saying? You know what? Forget about it, okay? Yeah, there's a button for that.
And RBC World.
But I was thinking, how about a Joker and one with Loki? A rom-com. Shut the f up and take my money. Fuck, don't be on that the f now. Call Brad the interview right now.
Good looking one. Boys. Absolutely not.
Oh my god, okay.
And the winner is
RBC World.
Bang!
We really didn't plan on a speech or nothing. You know what I'm saying? We just rock, paper, scissors, who was going to speech, and I lost. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for this. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Hey girl, hey, my name is Sheikulay, and I am your official crowd surfer for this year's Streaming Awards. And I didn't come to play, I came to slay. Now, throughout the show, I'm going to be chatting with some winners and doing it all while looking sickening, no? Now, we have some amazing people here tonight. We have Chris Olsen, Rich Black Guy, Brandon Rogers, Savannah Moss, and Delaney Rowe. Coming up, Smosh, our first creator honor, and a performance by Armani White. So much more. The vibe is right, and we are feeling fresh. So don't touch that dial. We'll be right back.
Whose dumbass idea is it to drop in these stupid ass spots?
Want to, like, you know, fly a little bit and you end up flying the whole thing out or something. I couldn't get used to it.
It's fun.
The streamy, the ultimate symbol of achievement in content creation, but it does leave me with one question. Will it blend? Say me up, will it blend? Remind you remember this? Remember, friends, don't try this one at home. Also, spoiler alert, we have not tried this one in rehearsal. So everyone around me, please watch out. You might be in the splash zone. Here we go. Awesome. Because we haven't tried this out, I haven't picked a setting here. We have mix, blend, chop, and ice crush. What do you want to try? Ice crush it is. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Blend. Blend. Oh, moved a little bit. No. Well, that was anticlimactic. Womp womp. There you go. That's why you took these things out early. Congratulations. You are now the proud new owner of half the Streamy Award. Give it up for What's your name? Hope. Give it up for Hope Eric's number. Speaking of blending, our next two presenters started blending their comedic style 17 years ago, and we are so glad they're back. Reunited, and it feels so good. Give it up for Ian and Anthony of Samar.
Hello, obviously we're here tonight to present the award for food.
No, we're here to present the beauty award. That's why they had us wear these amazing things on our faces today.
So you mean these things aren't edible?
Oh, God!
Alright, look guys, there's a writer's strike going on. This is as good as the jokes are gonna get. Sorry.
Here are the nominees for beauty!
Yeah,
Hold
beauty.
the blue shield right here.
Giving.
Oh!
I haven't heard anybody else over here, so I think.
Brad Mondo.
I'm sure it looks good on camera, but it feels like heaven in real life. It is so soft. Oh my god. Whoa, I would sleep on this hair.
Colleen makeup. I feel like a bracelet is so classic. This kind of look, and with the green dress, it's going to look stunning. If I look finished for the dress, I think it would look so good with the green. Michaela Nagara. Look at that. When I'm done, I want you to cover my body in highlight, because I'm going to die in the 2016 highlight era. Miss Darcy. I'll not wash my hair. But I heard that dirty hair is really good for the camera look. Isn't that ironic? And Nikki Tutorials. Oh god, what if it's terrible? Okay. Okay, I'm trying again.
Knocked one.
Yes.
Streaming on
I got one.
SD,
Bloodhound,
he's down.
lifeline, I think.
We thought it was gonna be like
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 2 seconds bad. I'm pushing it.
Michaela!
She's down. I don't see the other
I
ones
know,
yet.
but 2 though. She didn't die. Somewhere.
You did now.
Nice. Oh, right here. I knew I shouldn't have done that. Wait, I'm gonna see if I can shield swap her. No, she's got white, so I guess it's better than nothing. Oh, fuck, got me with fucking white.
Ooh.
Where are you at, bro?
I guess I'll just say this. If you do this,
Where are you at?
never forget why you started doing it. And never forget the people who believed in you along the way. And never stop following your dreams, even if people try to get in the way of them.
The Streamy Awards have been around for over a decade, and in 2020, the Streamy debuted the Creator Honor, an award that's given by past
Man, I don't even
creators
get a
to honor a
thank you.
special creator of their choice. Last year, I was actually fortunate enough to give one of these awards away
You
to
see me
Kane
do that shit
all in
or
honor
what?
of his incredible series, The Back Room.
While I'm watching
Immediately
TV.
afterwards, he signed a movie deal with A24. Now, I'm not saying that those two things are related, but I'm also not saying that. So, King Pixels, wherever you are, remember you're streaming when you're getting that Oscar, my friend. So here with our first creator honor of the night is fitness guru and fashion designer Cassie Ho, aka Wogalates. Take it away, Cassie!
Thank you so much, Snapchat. Creator with the Creator Honor Award. I knew exactly I was inundated with a ton of cooking videos, but there was one particular creator who really stuck out to me. She was so vulnerable in the
I mean, if you ain't taking that rampage, I'll take that.
How to make the recipe, but all these personal stories that came along with the cooking. I felt like I really got to know her. And you are brave. I have this.
I like to see
She's headed over here.
I'm a hype beast.
TikTok food trends video, but not
that.
remember something.
Are you watching the streamies right now or what?
Oh, did you like it? It was surprisingly not bad.
More of a Golden Globes guy.
So let's go pick some. Let's see what are our options here.
Ran right into that. God damn
Really?
it.
Damn, I didn't mean to come into fucking Apex and get sexually harassed. I thought it was 2023.
All the streamings asked if I wanted to honor, recognize a creator in my life for something really special.
Where are you at? You're
Your entire journey. Popped over from Big Rod to being a creator.
Whoa!
Podcast and all these videos are just so inspirational. Oh, no, I totally did. I very, very honored.
There's two there.
Very tricked. Started 7 years ago.
Trying to kill me, but one ran away. To your left.
Grateful to so many people who supported me along that path. My husband and business partner, Anthony, my family, who've been so supportive to me, my mom and my dad. So thank you so much to everybody for this incredible, beautiful, a little bit cold. Thank you. I thought, like, she keeps her recording.
Oh, this one to my left.
Not gonna judge her. She has a very successful lady. She can do whatever she wants with her award.
Please welcome dancing sensation Ruby Kelly and comedian Delaney Rupp.
Wow. It is such an honor to be presenting at the Streamy Awards, despite not having received a nomination myself.
As a former Streamy nominee, offers advice.
Absolutely.
It's simple. Try a viral trend.
You know, I've been considering doing that one where you crack an egg on your baby's forehead. I don't have a baby, but I would hire one and give it 10%.
That's good. Or you could do the one where you prank call your boyfriend and tell him you're pregnant. If you don't have a boyfriend, you could just hire one, but only give him 5%.
Amazing. Any interested gentlemen, please see me and my agent after the show.
Anyway, here are the nominees for first person.
POV. You're a 45-year-old corporate schmuck on a Manhattan-bound F train when the email comes in from the stream. People out there. Nominees in the category of and you tell them in your 8 hours of meeting. Most of your TikToks are in the third person, but you did meet Danny at City Field and Ryan at the pier that one time. It's the strangest world when you're a dad in your 40s and say things like, the nominees for first person are Eric. Ben of the week.
I felt so delirious at this point that I realized I could just scream. Like you can just scream. Like, it's free to scream and it's fun.
Danny Duncan.
Oh, you got a new girl? He's like married, cheating on his wife, and we put it in the video, and she's like, new girlfriend, huh? You think that's funny? You think adultery's funny?
Ryan Trahan.
I'm going to be clearing up the dock to make sure there's no hazard whenever they get back. If they get back. Let's get it.
And Sophia Nygaard.
It also is just like,
the disclaimer says this is a novelty item and the full ingredient list cannot be verified. Use at your own risk. I meant what I said.
The team with you.
So after an 18-hour day of playing adult, you settle into snack hour and keep studying them all. And when you take that last sip of the brown stuff, this is a toast to them. Because you couldn't be luckier to say their names during this POV.
And the winner is Ryan Treya.
Oh man, my heart is pounding right now. I just want to say a huge thank you to my beautiful wife Haley and my best friend. Thank you to Night Media. Thank you to Zach and Preston. We guys stand up. These two are geniuses. They're my best friends. I would not be able to make videos without them. And yeah, this is an honor, so I really appreciate you guys.
All right, gang. Are you ready to hand out even more thingies? Here to announce some 2023 winners, comedian and everyone's friend. It's Matt Friend.
It is great to be at the Failing Streamies. It is a horrible show. A lot of people love it. Well, a lot of people are talking about the winners. I want to talk about the losers. A lot of people are going to lose. I don't know about losing. I win.
Technology, Marquez Brownlee.
Oh, that's a breeze right there. You hear that, right? Just the bottom of my ears. Chilling.
Collaboration, Mr. Beast and Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Favorite scissors. Oh, he's not predictable.
Animated, Hell of a Boss, Viv Z Pop.
Oh, we're supposed to find her. Where would she go?
Oh, L.A. Learning and Education, Tier Zoo.
Cow milk is one of the most nutritious substances in the game and allows new cattle players to level up extremely quickly.
Sam Colby.
A crease in there that violently will shake back and forth. It's like a demonic.
Scripted Series, Bryce, Brandon Rogers.
My real action is the human body.
I'm a pervert.
I'm a scientist.
Most of them are.
Health and Wellness, Dr. Julie.
You can also get the support that you need from the people who are going to have the capacity to offer it to you.
Congratulations to all of the Streamy Award winners.
Sam and Colby, winners for Unscripted Series. Gentlemen, yes, there you go. You're so welcome. Here, I'll hand this to you. Now, I just want you guys to take a moment, if you can, just give us a lovely acceptance speech for everybody who's watching all around the world right now.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. We had no idea we were gonna win this award, but we take other YouTubers to the most haunted places in the world. So yeah, from the bottom of our hearts, especially to the fans, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you to our whole team, editors, Night Media, and our awesome producer, Zach Bell. Couldn't do it without you guys. And guys, get ready for Halloween this year.
Yes, Halloween. I love spooky season. Coming up, we have XQC and Supercar Blondie, Dream, and later a chicken shop date with Amelia de Moldenberg. Stunning, check. Serving, you know it. The Streamies, yes girl, we have so much more coming back.
Off the start, off the rip. Maybe don't drop like that. Like, what is this, a made-for-TV experience?
Welcome back to the 2023 Streaming Awards! This is a good one. Ready for this? Any retrospective of the past, present, and future of online video would be incomplete without talking about the 2020 phenomenon that was... Among Us. Because for a special moment in time, calling each other liars and murderers was the only content that got any sort of traction. And no, I'm not talking about the Keemstar era. So, Drew's old enough to remember that one. So in honor of that one, tonight we're going to be doing our own live version of the game. I've gotten word that there's an imposter sitting amongst y'all, and it's up to us to eject them from the Streaming Awards. So, it's time to call an emergency meeting! My sources tell me that the imposter is sitting at... What table? What table? 35? Oh, that's where the cameras are, obviously. Table 35! Let's vent on over, shall we? This is real. Someone's getting eliminated. Let's hear this.
Right? I fucked up.
I made a short about this. This is believable. Here we go. Table 35.
I jumped off the edge.
Okay, table 35. Here we go. We've got... Who are our contestants here? You've got Charlie, Moist Critical. Thanks for joining us today, all the way from Florida. We've got Jarvis Johnson. Hey, Ted Nivison. Hello, sir. And we've got another Charlie? What? Charlie 2. Okay. That sucked me to begin with, but fine. All right, table 35. One of you is actually going to get ejected from the ceremony tonight in true Among Us form. And you guys at home have a chance to make your vote live. It's true. You guys can all defend yourself here in a minute, but before we get to that, you in the chat, you should see a poll right now in the chat there. You can cast your vote on one of these guys to get them out of here. As for all of you in the room, y'all paying attention? There are QR codes. You see it on screen right now. Scan that QR code. That'll take you to the poll where you can vote live. All right? Excuse me, Twitch. All right, you four ready to defend yourselves? Ted is sweating bullets right now. He's terrified. The Charlies seem unfazed. I don't think they're even in the room right now. Put 90 seconds on the clock, please. We gotta keep this moving. All right, your time starts now. Charlie number 1. Why should we not eject you from the show?
Talking Charlie.
You are not a talker. You don't talk at all.
The sitting Charlie.
Okay, great.
He's the sitting Charlie. He's the talking Charlie. I'm Charlie. Moist Critical. What's up? Sub to my Twitch. Put a few inches on your dono places. Anyway, this guy's the imposter.
Okay, that was way up.
We have Charlie.
Not the imposter. Sleeping with not the imposter.
Yeah, if you keep saying it enough, I might eventually believe it. Charlie number 2, 4, 2.
0. Yep. Yeah, you're into the Hunger Games franchise, so I wouldn't say anything, so I'm not speaking over.
Okay, and you guys at home, right now, you can keep voting. That was your defenses. We have about, 40 seconds left, 30 seconds left to vote, get those votes in. One of these is going to get knocked out. So, you look to me like Jarvis Johnson. Am I mistaken in this?
You probably get your eyes checked, like some of those Facebook moms who are complaining about things on Facebook.
Okay, my eyes, okay. There we go. Am I totally no too?
Yeah, people are
the movie Cuties needs to totally be banned from Netflix. It's an offense to so many people.
Exactly.
Okay, great. We didn't feel like flying all the way up from Florida, did we? How do you feel about milk, Charlie number 3?
I'm tweaking literally, not the imposter. Not the imposter.
Okay, great. Well, we'll see what the audience said. I can see many of you pulling out your phones. I'm disappointed, so this one's going to the chat at home. Let's see. They're tallying up the votes now. Okay, I'm getting feedback. The votes have been cast, and I'm getting it. Here, say it to me again. You need one? Okay, yep. They're still tallying the votes. Don't worry, here. Let's go to the room. If you want... If you want Charlie 1 out. Nope, not many. Charlie 2 out. Charlie 3 out. 4. Actually, I just got the results in my ear. With a vote of 44%, you, sir, have been ejected from the streamies. I'm sorry, Charlie number 2. Security! But can we get him out, please? Yes. All right. No, you're done. This is it. There were one too many Charlies. Honestly, this room is too crowded to begin with. So he's gone. He's out, friends. So give him a round of applause. Thank you for your participation. Have a good ride home. We'll pay for your Uber. We'll move on. Anyway, so there you go. I wanted to play some games tonight. Moving on. Our next presenters of the night are the definition of peak sauce. Give it up for Colin and Samir.
The battle happens quick. Be ready.
So, the definition of peak sauce. No, Colin, is that not right? Please don't ask questions. So, peak sauce. Please, serious. Yeah. Okay. Just please do the bit. Okay. All right. There is a message on the prompter for me. Colin, you look great tonight. The dedication to working out and morning smoothies is clearly paying off. Also, you're too tall to announce this award. Please defer to Samir. Oh. I'm here to announce the Short Form Creator Award. I guess I'm what's considered a short form creator, but I'm not that short, right? Ryan, Trahan, we're not that short. Is Beans here? Beans from Airx Crew? We're not short, right, dude? Okay, anyway, so these creators have shown us how you can tell a story and go viral in 60 seconds or less. It's introduced us to a whole new generation of creators. They've seen explosive growth, and let's keep this short, Colin. Keep it short. Here is Terry Joe with the nominees.
Hey y'all, Terry Joe here. I'm down from here, Mama, I'm trying to introduce the nominees for the short form videos right now at the streaming awards. Yeah, what's the tarnation does that have to be with me? Come on down this point. And the nominees include the Cheeky Boy.
Make a painting and put it in a museum. Okay.
Chris Olsen.
I cannot believe that this filter is real. But I guess I gotta find out which Chris I am anyway.
There's a care package coming down.
No, those days are behind me.
Connor Price.
Yeah, straight A student, but I'm friends with a cool kid. Following the rules and the rubric. Freestyle on the bus and it's too late.
Elise Myers.
Here are my thoughts about life. If you suddenly have to start running in public, it should be standard protocol that you have to tell everybody in your general vicinity why you are running. Because why do you have to be suddenly so far from where I currently am?
And Rich Black.
No, I want that one. Give it back. Okay. Brad made it. It's legally mine. My DNA too. Give me back.
Take this outside. Come on now, Terry. Ain't stuck in this position for too much longer. Okay, Mama, here I come.
All right, before I say this, just 5'6" is the average height of a male in America. Okay. And the streamy goes to Chris Olsen.
Laser sight. Extended energy arc right here. Level 1. Loot Marvin here.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thanks to Mom and Dad. Thank you to my therapist for keeping me sane this whole time throughout all of this. Nothing good in my life would be happening if I hadn't gone to rehab when I was 19 and got sober. So, take care of yourselves. I love you. Thank you.
She's always on the road, and he's always online. Give it up for Super Hot Lobby XQC.
Alright, lifestyle. How cool is it that everyone here actually gets to do what they love and make it into epic content?
True. You
That's
love
a
your
good
car?
Are you gonna push them?
You love your cars?
Why?
Play gaming. Here are,
That's not a good
Ella.
idea, especially without us.
Ella, Legis, and Alexa J with the nominees for Lifestyle.
Alexa, did you see the email? No. We're literally announcing the lifestyle category at the Streamy Awards.
You're a joke.
My God.
All the nominees are literally icons.
It should honestly be the icon category.
For real.
MP.
Hush, little buddy, don't say a word. Hush, little buddy, don't say a word.
I got broken.
It's a second. Tonight will be the night that I will fulfill over.
Charlie the Minute. I have YOLO on my left foot and Live, Laugh, Love on my right foot. I'm not going to show you guys those because you guys are weird and not for free. Kara and Nate.
Our dad also told us this morning that walking here means literally like this.
It just means I'm coming, and if you don't let people know you're coming,
We don't know. Sophia Richie Grinch.
I love this liner. Is anyone else just really bad at lining
Ammo?
Because my hand just kind of goes wild.
Give it up to these nominees for the lifestyle category.
Heavy.
Alright.
Yeah? You ready?
Open it.
And the streamy goes to... Hey, MP!
I mean, I got enough if you need that. I'd like as much as possible when you see it. Oh yeah.
Hey man, we started this about 3-4 years ago with the goal of just building together something that we all collectively own, and at the core of it was just fantastic content. For a while, man, we felt like the underdogs, man, but it feels fantastic to finally be recognized. Appreciate it.
Please welcome, from the game dearest, Stephanie Patrick, and from the Army,
44 ones broke.
Out here. I have
Hit him again.
We can just share.
No, I was just planning on walking you through things from back here on mic, just like I do for Rhett and Link.
Oh. So you're helping me present the awards for all the roles that are typically off camera by being off camera. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, tie it to the theme. So here's how this is gonna work. You're gonna talk about all of the awesome people behind the scenes who play a vital
There's
part
no
in the
way
success
that
of
just
some
happened.
amazing digital content.
Okay. Well, the creators we know and love have teams of people who work extremely hard behind the camera. I also feel oddly compelled to do exactly what you're saying. I see how you get Rhett and Link to eat all that weird stuff now. Yeah.
Now, you're going to list some of those people and say how much you appreciate them.
So, great, so many talented people. Editors, visual and special effects, writers, DPs, channel managers, and literally everyone in between. We could not do it without them. I know for me, I just kind of leave an offering at the door for our editors and back away slowly. It's okay, but wasn't that funny?
Sorry, I'm just used to laughing a lot in the background, so Rhett and Link seem funnier than they are.
Yeah, our team does that all the time. We should get an award for that. Anyway, here are the winners of the Craft 2023 Streamy Awards.
Cinematography,
Reciter.
As a content creator, before I get to work on my videos, I've got to pick out the props and costumes I plan on using. I'm always trying to make every video as different as possible so I can get out of my comfort zone. I'm also heavily motivated by other people's works of art. Whether it's books, music, films, it's really important that before and after I make my videos, I'm always trying to seek out as much inspiration as I can.
Editing. Yes, theory.
I've never been more excited about what we're making because we're actually like going so deep and looking at the footage and just realizing that it's truly, there's nothing that has ever been made that looks like this. Right now it seems like unsurmountable, but every bit of the country.
It wasn't a race anymore, it was survival.
Wow. Visual and special effects. Zach King.
Packing for a vacation, and the room fills up with water, and it takes me to my underwater diving experience on my vacation. So that means we needed to get a crane, build a set, find a diving pool, and actually sink a set. As a filmmaker, I was just geeking out at the fact that I had safety divers and underwater director photography, and it was just so fun to be swimming under the set.
Writing. Leo Gonzalez.
So I go to LA. I was a dishwasher and I did sandwiches, I did delivery, and I did a bunch of production jobs. Like, I can just go back. Just taking that chance for yourself. Like, you never know what can happen. It's just crazy what can happen. It's so surreal.
How about we talk about the fact that no one told me to wear live tonight? So no one told me to go out with a jacket or an umbrella. But here we are, covering the rain, which I think we all know a little bit about. Just because it's weather, right?
Congratulations to all of the Streamy Award winners. Here to introduce our first musical performance of the night, Viral Virtuosos, Anna Sitar and You Will Wonder.
If you've been online at any point this year, you've heard this artist.
He's at 595 million global streams and counting.
Over 80 billion views on one TikTok.
And killer choreography that started a viral dance craze. Thanks this guy. Yule? Oh. With a streaming nomination for GOATed,
it's Armani White.
Tell my wrist for that one day. Every time, crazy when I pull up inside my when everything I say. Black up, big t-shirt, Billy. Watch on my wrist for that one day. Every time, crazy when I pull up inside my perspective. Everything I wanted is a drug. I am not the type to turn it into an objective. Got to on my own phone, barely even checked it. Over these the food I don't call, I should text it. Guess I don't bet my she got arrested. Flex on my legs with no gas. He said no gas, but checked it. No gas, this is no gas. 2 pistols, 30 minutes to leave it. Over here, I'm in this I got Cubo. You be throwing gas, you strip my little chick second foot up. Chick for the chick they got. This trick when I did so I made to talking about it like but she know they did bring it got up, big t-shirt, Billy. Got up, big t-shirt, Billy. Got up, big t-shirt.
New kill leader.
Big t-shirt, Billy. Watch on my wrist. Every time I face when I pull up wrist. No, I'm not first class on the used to have a silver too when I was just a pup, yeah. That's the killers who got shot with a I don't wanna get them realize I've been trying to see what's I've been shooting clean up pennies on my diamond up. Used to have a silver too when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got hit with the I wanna get them feelings I've been trying to see what's I've been shooting clean up pennies on my diamond up. First order of business, no snitch. I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. No snitch, and tell them to know what I can bitch both friends. This chick, she on the glass trying to get at nigga. She think I'm a last and I got back with her. And I ain't trying to let it down, but I'm paying nigga. If you was trying to settle down, get a back. Well, so I'll pull up in the city with a lights up. Lights up, Chinese started taking me to right the lights up. Pull up back, warm it up. So, I'm like, I'm running up. She running up. She make a bitch. She been out 50 seconds, she got that down and it's still on up. 23 and I'm This man was 17, but you just I got some killers who got shot in the I don't want to get you. I've been chasing with you. Shaking the fingers up.
Charging battery.
All right. I'm on what got that energy turned up, no? How y'all feeling? If y'all feeling good, let me hear you say, yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah, bitch! Shut your mouth. Coming up, we got Brianna Chicken Fry and Drew Apollo. The Button and Jay Shetty presents the Elevate Prize Get Loud Award for Social Good.
The Elevate Prize Foundation is on a mission to make good famous.
We know that lasting change takes a community, energized, focused, and ready to work.
Each of us has the power to drive change, improve our community and the world around us.
Because when we make good famous, we take good further.
I need a shield.
Ring's pretty close.
This is the 2023 Streamy Awards, live from Los Angeles. Let's keep the party going with Brianna Chicken Fry and Drew Affarello.
Hey, do you think the only reason they asked me to present this award is because my last name's Chicken Fry? No, of course not. I'm pretty sure the only reason they asked us to present is because we're hot. Okay. Thank you. I guess that's just the cost you have to bear, huh? Yeah, but the chicken fry part probably doesn't hurt. Yeah, no, I get that a lot. Here's recess therapy with the nominees.
Hey folks, what's up? I'm Julian.
And I'm Sloan.
And we're Recess Therapy, and
today we're going to be saying the nominees for the food category.
I thought it might be fun, since we're doing the food category, if we brought in a food for the other person to try. I brought you some chocolate chip cookies.
Menace.
What did you bring me?
Some baby food and bug. I want to try a bug. Alexis Nicole.
Just for wanting acorns that keep their hats on are agents of chaos and cannot be trusted.
He's bad enough to read a rot, they'll have an acorn weevil inside. Chef reactions.
You gotta be careful not to go too far into the pith. Otherwise, it's going to taste bitter. The pith is the white part under the zest. It's not Mike Tyson saying he needs to go to the bathroom.
Cooking with Linja.
Finally added the pasta and cheeses. That's what good pasta sounds like. It's nice and creamy and squash and stuff.
Nick DiGiovanni. Now that our dishwasher cycle is done, it's promising that none of the eggs broke, but the question is, are they? It's a little on the underside, but it looks like a perfectly poached egg.
And Nigel up.
Inside of fish cavity. Also need salt. Feel free to salt bay. You also need the cocaine of cooking. MSG for you.
Wish you all the best of luck.
Yeah, congratulations to all of y'all. We're gonna polish off this bag of larva, and we'll see y'all later. Cheers!
Death is not on our path. Not yet.
And the winner is Nick DiGiovanni.
Introducing your champion. I'm the jump master. This time.
Thank you so much. I first want to say thank you to my whole team. Thank you to the streamies. Thank you to all the fans. There are a lot of great, fantastic food creators out there, so I don't know how deserving of this award I am, but I'm definitely appreciative. All I've ever wanted to do is excite people about food, so I hope I've done that, and thank you so much.
Hey, honey. I am internet famous talking bed. What a crowd. A-Rack! Nice to see you, big boy. You guys know what A-Rack likes? Do you? Well, I do. But I'll keep that between us. For now. Hold on. Is that Chris Olsen? Chris? Who are you gonna bring a coffee to in the morning, huh? Someone from table 7, perhaps? And the guitar is here. You look so good. Girl, you're making me blush. Only one. I just love love. And you know who else I love that loves love? Amelia DeGolden. Here with nothing but fun.
Hi everyone, it's Amelia from Chicken Shop Day, and I am so excited to be surprising Brittany Broski with a Streamies Creator Honor today. I've chosen Brittany because she's a one-of-a-kind creator. She is the most brilliant storyteller with razor-sharp wit, and her authentic passion literally radiates through the screen, whether she's talking about World War I or the bone structure of Cillian Murphy.
The way that I am thinking about him right now, if it was like the 1890s, they would have hauled me off to an asylum.
So, here's what's happening. Brittany thinks she's filming some content for the Streamies in LA.
One of my favorite Streamies moments is Rhett and Lake. What year was that? Hold on, you put me on the spot. When I sit down and watch YouTube, it's literally just Cody
Excuse me. Excuse me. Hi. Sorry to interrupt. Oh, Amelia. Hi, Brittany. How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm in London. Hello. Hi.
She's gorgeous.
So, I know you've been working hard with the Streamies, so I wanted to treat you for lunch. Chicken and chips, obviously, just like mine. Oh. So, while you're enjoying my favourite thing, I wanted to tell you that the Streamy Awards have given me the opportunity to present a creator that I admire with their very own Streamies Creator Honor. And if it wasn't obvious by now, I have picked you! Picked you to get a Streamy Creator Honor, and I am so proud of you, and you'll probably find the award somewhere in the chicken nuggets and chips. Thank you for bringing me and millions of others so much joy. You have this very rare ability to turn the simplest of moments into pure gold, and that really is a skill worth rewarding. I am so happy you exist, making the most hilarious and educational content for us all to watch. You really are the future of entertainment as we know it.
Yeah, is it really under the chicken? This is weird.
Brittany Broski, I salute you.
Amelia, thank you so much for this award. I love you, man. This is so cool.
And my next question is, when are you going to have me on the show? Because the fans are waiting and you're my twin. And I think that if I come dressed as you, that's really, I'll interview you dressed as you. So let me know your thoughts. Let me know my Instagram bio. I think you have my WhatsApp number as well. Just let me know.
Found a heat shield here.
Is there something else? Oh, just a chicken. Got it. I'm taking that home with me too.
Happy
Give
Family
it up for the host of the
175
number one
says,
Health and Wellness
someone take
podcast
each
on
shield.
purpose, Jay Shetty.
Good, we're inside.
Where is it?
New kill leader. Watch for them.
I'm here tonight to present something special. The Elevate Prize Get Loud Award for Social Good. The Elevate Prize Foundation is on a mission to bring visibility to the work of change makers, to help create a world where more people are inspired to take action and ignite the next generation of social
I
entrepreneurs.
hear a fight out there.
Famous. Over the past year, the Elevate Prize Get Loud Award has supported
Happy Family
organizations
175
advocating
says,
for issues
"That
from
was me, my bad."
reproductive justice to climate change
No,
to
there's a fight out
protecting
there.
LGBTQ lives.
Moving up
And
to
now, to prove their commitment
Right,
and make an
trapped
impact,
below.
the Elevate Prize Foundation is increasing
Family
their monetary
175
investment
says,
by
"Oh, now
tenfold
I hear
to
it."
over $1 million.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Right? 1 million fueling initiatives like the ones you'll see led by our nominees tonight. These creators have used their incredible reach and dynamic platforms to bring recognition to a variety of causes within our communities. Here are the nominees for the Elevate Prize Get Loud Award for Social Good.
Beast Philanthropy.
We made it our priority to ensure that Mama Rosie's legacy stays alive by rebuilding 12 homes over the next 6 months that will have electricity, toilets, and fresh running water.
I'm good about that.
Dr. Lupo.
The following 24 hours, I'm going to do everything in my power, along with the help of a pretty cool collection of friends, to convince you that donating to St. Jude is one of the best causes in the entire world.
Invisible People.
It's in. Everything's gonna be alright. Continue to blossom and bloom.
Jacksepticeye.
Welcome everybody to Cyprus. If we hit 2 million today, I will be really, really happy. Holy sh!
Half the squad.
And Mr. Ballin.
Our work is not done. One group in particular that really needs attention are the victims of violent crime as well as their families.
All right. I'm joined now by Elevate Prize Foundation CEO Carolina Garcia Jairam with some more
Happy
amazing
Family
news to share.
175
Thank you,
says,
Jay.
"Should
On
I
behalf
rush?"
of the Elevate Prize
No.
Foundation, I am so proud to
Why would
announce
you
that
give
we
the
will
high
be
ground to
donating $50,000
Okay,
to the
cool.
winner's cause to help further. Yes, thank you.
Punching a tunnel.
Well deserved, very well deserved, but to help further the incredible impact that they've already helped to inspire.
All right, so let's find out which of these inspiring causes it's going to be. And the streamy goes to Invisible People.
Need to recharge my shields. Recharging my shield. Watch my back.
Wow.
Give my
Oh my gosh. I even get emotional. 3 days ago, I celebrated my 28th anniversary of my last day homeless. And now this. And thanks to all of you. We have a perfect
And knock one back here.
storm
Oh God.
for every $100
Happy
increase
Family
in median rent,
175 says,
homelessness
"Sorry."
goes up 9%. Think about that. We're going to see more homeless than we can even comprehend unless we fix the affordable housing crisis. The good news is all of you. Get Loud is the award, and we need everybody to get loud and connect with their lawmakers and change policies to fix the affordable housing crisis. Thank you, everybody.
Who's that guy?
You know, it'd be wrong of us if we didn't take a minute to slow things down and truly acknowledge that it's been a tough year. That's why we thought it would be appropriate to put together the first ever Streamies in Memoriam. First and foremost, I'd like to pour one out for the thousands of our dear brethren that passed simply because they wanted to honor an icon. So many happy birthdays. So many shattered dreams. Yeah, give them that. Godspeed. None of us could have imagined a world where a site's own mods turned against it and 90% of the content became photoshopped pictures of John Oliver. No one platform truly blew it harder. Oh, wait. I take that one back. Apologies, Twitch team. Now, I think it's safe to say that no one platform blew it harder. Oh. I forgot about Twitter. Oh, poor Twitter, poor Elon. We all witnessed the carnage that happened on one site again, and again, and again. So, maybe it's not safe to say that no one platform blew it harder, because after all, it's only August, and it is a long year ahead of us. But it was the tragic loss of this one thing that truly hit the creator community the hardest. Something whose train unfortunately left the station with one ill-advised 10-minute-long video. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Looks like someone knows how to apologize. Okay! On that note, one is a breakout creator, the other broke her nose during Creator Slash. Here to present the next award are record breakers Ryan Trahan and Michelle Correa.
Alright. They say one of the hardest things in life is to become a breakout creator on the internet.
Hard work, dedication, and a unique blend of personality to truly make your mark.
Yep, and that's exactly what these creators have done. The Old Gays with the nominees for Breakout Creator.
Hello, I'm Mick from the Old Gays, and we're here to announce the nominees for Breakout Create.
Mick, you promised you wouldn't talk about my breakup.
Bill, I wasn't talking about your adult acne.
Are we finally breaking out of here? Because I reckon.
Jock, I wasn't talking about your pending release from prison.
Breaking out in flames? Because I stink.
No, to say not flames, but all the nominees are lit. Anyway, here are the nominees who are finally breaking out of their cradles.
How like sir?
No, I've been posting the video on my head because I'm just give up. Like, why is that so long? I'm never gonna get another video.
Moriarty says, UI looting.
The skinniest, richest, most successful, most beautiful bitch in the world. If you have a brain that doesn't seek male validation, they're gonna call you ugly.
Dylan Mulvaney.
I didn't know what my future looked like back then. The good things started happening when I started being honest with myself and authentic.
Jake Shane.
Okay, Jesus, it's like really annoying when you say that you're not going to order drinks because you can turn the water into wine, but then they end up charging us for the wine anyway.
And Keith Lee.
You're welcome.
Is it here? So break out the champagne, because it's time to announce the winner!
The winner is...
Dylan Mulvaney.
Maple Leaves 95 says, Tut.
Oh my god! You know, I'm really shocked because I thought the only award I would ever maybe win was maybe a Tony Award, but now I'm a musical theater gal with a streamy! Theater TikTok, we made it to the mainstream. 532 days ago, I made a coming out video that turned into my Days of Girlhood series. And my life has been changed for the better. But on the flip side, there's also been an extreme amount of transphobia and hate. And I know that my community is feeling it. And I now know that even our allies are feeling it. And I look around this room and I just see so many amazing allies that have platforms. And I think allyship right now needs to look differently. And you need to support trans people publicly and proudly. And I think the trans community and the creator community actually have something in common, and it's that people often underestimate us. But I know that we can stay optimistic about just the future of transness in general, because if we can influence people to buy $22 Airmont smoothies, we can also do this.
Where you at,
I love you so much. Thank you.
Why don't you come back and get this purple shield? Why don't you ask for some shields? So why don't you take 2 shields? There's many laying around.
And this streaming goes to Yes Theory, who are the winners for editing. Anybody? Anybody? Yes, go sit up. You got a trophy? Come and get your snatch your trophy. There you go. Here, I'm gonna hand this to you.
Matt, Amar, Pedro, Melita, everyone who is in here, yes fam, thank you so much. Editors, I know there's a lot of editors in this room, so editors are great. Thank you guys, thank you so much. We literally just found out we were doing this a second ago, so thank you. Kim, if you're watching in Australia, go to bed, and Tommy, those are the other 2 big editors at Yes Theory, so thank you.
Congratulations. Coming up, we have Selena Vega and Austin Creed, the original NPC live streamer, and later a performance from Icona Pop. So much more show to go, and just like my first time walking in 10-inch heels, it'll be over before you know it. So stick around and see all of the 2023 Streaming Awards.
Let's try out that way. Copy that. Hostile right here.
Our next two presenters need no introduction, which is great, because we can't introduce them for copyright reasons. Give it up for them.
It is so great to be here today, celebrating the great wholesome content, especially in the kids and family space, that you can find online these days. What say you, generic ice princess? Talk about having a cold shoulder. Thanks for having us, guys. We gotta go before one of us gets kidnapped and or pregnant. Some got it. Our next presenters know what it's like to be popular on the internet, like us. It's Tanner Mojo, Chris Collins. Great. Girl, you be falling apart worse. You be falling apart worse than Disney right now.
I fucking love gamers, and I swore. 2023 has been a huge year for gamers.
Yeah, it's been unreal. Every game that's come out this year has been awesome.
Oh yeah? What's your fave? The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Street Fighter 6?
I'm gonna go with Resident Evil 4, girl. You know me. What about you?
Oh, girl. I'm just out here trying to play the game of life.
That's fair. I love that game. I always pick the blue plastic car, an athlete career, and a wife, and a husband.
Don't have any of those. No, not the board game.
Oh, like the sci-fi thriller starring Jake Gyllenhaal and Ryan Reynolds. Like,
you were so much better at this than me. Let's just check out the nominees.
We had a time limit? Your goal's all over there, and it's off me.
Payless.
I'm not scared. I have a plate. Do not hurt me. Oh. What's happening? It's back here. Oh! Oh!
Dream.
Collect the lava and then shift out. It'll pull you back up. Go, go. Oh my God. Collect it. Collect it.
Markiplier.
Well, I don't see no chicken. I ain't afraid of no chicken.
And Tommy in it.
Why am I still alive? I'm not close as if I can.
And the streamy winner.
It's time to impress.
Dream.
Hi, this is my first time really actually getting to meet a bunch of people in person and accepting an award in person. So I genuinely did not think I was going to win. This is my most inactive, but thank you so much. I'd love to thank George Not Found and Sapnap, my best friends, who we were friends before YouTubers, and we always will be. And thank you.
Strap in, because you're in for a wild ride. Here with the final creator honor of the night, Brandon Rogers.
I'm so excited right now. I finally went to get out of bed this morning and take my toothbrushing and my shower. You see, I'm currently on my way to pick up Vivian Madrano, who created a show I star in called Hell of a Mom. You are all making this into a way bigger deal than it needs to be. What she doesn't know is that I'm going to be presenting her with an award of recognition that I had to assault a streaming security officer to get. So here we are. Beep beep. There you are! Get in the car! On,
Hello, hello. Having fun yet? Buckle up. Oh, we got we'll give you the drops from Hell of a Boss. I drew you a picture. To keep this a surprise, and guiding her into that restaurant was no easy feat. Luckily, she's quite durable for an animator. Sit down.
Ow.
What?
Oh my god, please.
Hey, DJ Blitzo, why don't you hit that funky beat? Don't tell me what to do, mother. That was my voice.
I can see that.
What the f is happening?
No one likes a flash mob who isn't in it, but the look on her face said otherwise. Madrona, you really ought to know you made something we won't forget on this little place called the internet. You inspire me, you make me want to be another YouTuber on the computer worthy. It's streaming. Paula! Oh well! I want you to give me what I picked you for this. 21, 22. Alright, that is the last time I'm letting your dementia get the better of you.
Dementia? I'm stoned, mother.
I just want to go home.
I was asked to present this award to someone who inspires me. And so I picked one of the hardest working creators that I know.
I can't express how amazing it is to have my team's work recognized and have just my project that means so much to me recognized, being acknowledged. It means so much. And
I'm gonna cry.
Well then, why don't we land there?
Tonight is all about honoring the people who are doing great work in the world of online video. And no one works harder on the internet than the Red Circle. Often seen with his partner Red Arrow, Red Circle has been the star of countless online videos. Absolute bangers, like 32 times actors got ripped fast, or 12 ways to tell if your rideshare driver wants to date you, or kill you later in the night, and of course, last to leave the circle wins $500,000. Now, tonight, we do not have $500,000 to give away. Trust me, I've seen the budget for this thing. But I do have a special prize. This right here. This one-of-a-kind Red Streamy Award that you can only win by surviving this. Tonight's Red Circle Challenge happening right here, right now, live at the Streamy Awards. Let's meet our contestants, shall we? We've got ourselves Jesser, we've got Lena Dog, Sophie Dossie, Savannah Moss, Sophie Dossie, and Dan McFarland. Now, in order to win, you guys, you're going to have to stay inside the bounds of the Red Circle while keeping your hands on this Streamy Award. You cannot touch the Red Circle from now until the game ends at the end of the show. Got it? Any questions? Do not touch the red. Keep this up in the air. Now, that being said, before we start the game, in true online game fashion, I'm going to give you a choice. If you do not want to enter the Red Circle right now, you can have what's inside in this case. Anyone want to walk away? Before we start? Leave the door! No hesitation! Yeah. Absolutely! Absolutely! Well, congratulations. You have just won yourself this. A bar of Streamables chocolate. Yeah, that's right. Streamables chocolate. Because the streamers have their own brand of chocolate now, because sometimes it's not enough just to steal Mr. Beast's format. Is that a burn on ourselves at this point? Congratulations. Thank you. With nothing else to say, my friends, please enter into the Red Circle.
You brought me back.
Alright, once you're here, we're not leaving until I give you permission to leave. Here's your Streamy Award. Everyone needs their hand on it. Perfect. You all set?
We're ready.
You ready? You ready? Great. Get up for our challengers, ladies and gentlemen. This officially starts in 3, 2, 1. I'm so sorry, though. We're going to check back in with them later in the show. And yes, this is actually happening. I'm going to need your guys' help. Pay attention to them. If anyone drops, you have to tell me. Okay? Deal? Deal. Great. Awesome. You're my watchers. Awesome. That being said, this one is going to be a race to the finish, a fight to the finish, you might say. And these next presenters know a thing or two about fighting. Here to present the award for Variety Streamer are WWE's Austin Creed and Zelina Vega.
You might know us as WWE Superstars.
But we both regularly stream on Twitch and YouTube. Up, down, down. Feel free to subscribe.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at Street Fighter 6, I'd say. But watching somebody battle in IRL and online are two very different experiences.
And luckily, the both of us are pretty good at both. But when it comes to streaming, these nominees are the best of the very best.
Let's check them out.
Well,
Wait a second.
Crazy. Emiru.
Old Emeru with tasted what you mean the me from like half an hour ago? Dude, I'm done. I'm done eating weird. I literally ate bugs.
I show speed.
Can we hug, Moxie? Moxie, can we hug? Is she mad?
Lyric.
Approaching, lowering my throat. Oh my god, it looks like a nuke went off down there. Jesus.
Ludwig.
It's potentially expired. Don't cut meat on wood.
Now you tell me it's on the wall. I can't undo that.
And Valkyrie.
For my brain, that destroyed. I have to see it again.
Alright. And the streamy goes to... I shall speak.
I want to give a huge shout out to everybody, Ronaldo, and thank y'all.
Here's the thing about good friends. They stick around until the end. Back to announce more streamy winners, it's Matt Friend.
Hey guys, it's Andy Cohen. Check out more winners from this year's 2023 Streamy Awards. Very awesome.
International. eBay.
Mientras se estaban preguntando a Titi que no responde nada, entra un tío al parking de atrás.
VTuber. Gargara. Competitive gamer. Tens.
Say there's a Killjoy ult like right here, and I throw like a flashback over the wall. That's way off.
Podcast. On Purpose with Jay Shetty.
I don't think we celebrate the transitions enough in life, and life is made up of transition.
Science and engineering. I did a thing.
And then shut stuff. I'm terrified and really don't want to use this.
Dance. And Nola Bedard. Commentary. Penguins.
And he had some very close calls. He was flirting with that W, but sometimes it just wasn't meant to be.
Congratulations to all of the Streamy Award winners.
Hey girl, hey, it's Shikule. I am doing our Red Circle check-in. Now, we have Jesser, Savannah, Sophie, and Dan. How's everyone feeling?
I got it great.
I was literally just going to ask if anyone needed a bathroom break. I can hear the sounds of the waiters filling up the water glasses, so I'm sure that's very triggering. And I would offer you guys a chocolate bar to help your blood sugar, but Linda already took that. So I'm just going to say I'm rooting for everybody, mostly because I'm just non-committal, but also because y'all listening. All right, coming up, we have Dream, the Rolling Stones Sound of the Year Award, and Rhett and Link. Now, if you try and sing out, girl, you know I'm going to catch you. So stick around for so much more of the 2023 Streaming Awards after this.
Along the city streets, you just walk along with me. Take a step, I'll take a call. How much you love me to be? Go out and hide, forget. When there is all the
Huh. What do you do?
Let's hear it for dancing queen Enola Vidar and NPC live streaming queen Pinky Dog.
We are so happy to be here tonight. Yes. It's so good.
Relocating. You'll find me there.
Gang. Well, I think we should announce the nominees for Streamer of the Year. I love you. Oh, yes. I'm just playing, guys. You know, I can be normal sometimes. I mean, all the times. But anyway, the nominee. Let me talk, please, guys. And the nominee is.
Keep it down.
What? Wait, I gotta run this back.
Damn, you rude. No, go to the supermarket. I don't know how to kill beer. I would. No, you would not.
Hasanabi.
This is a man who definitely has a lot of experience being handcuffed and knows that, like, he has to move it around a little bit to get some circulation going.
Iron Mouse.
This was fun. I know just the place. It's time to cruise. What do you say? Are you not down to cruise with me? What the?
I show speed.
I don't know if it's anything like this.
I quit. I don't want to do this anymore.
Kai Sinat.
Oh. The last day of Black History Month at that, 300,000, bro. Nobody has ever done 300,000.
Ludwig.
You know I love you too. I'm just playing hard to get. Sometimes you miss your ex, you know, I'm just seeing what she was up to. That's all. But it's always been me and you, Susan. I've always said that.
Whackity.
Surely I could just try out this one. Come on. It's late at night. There's no. Which gentlemen are you? Please, just let me, you know, let me.
Tarek.
Wait a minute. Aww.
Valkyrie.
People are hating on me. Not just any people. This
full of babies, 21-year-olds, fresh out the womb, and XQC.
Next time, make grapes. It's not that big of a deal. I hate pancakes. This is garbanzo, dude.
More enemies down.
And the winner is... Oh my god! K-Save!
Man, if you was to tell me that I'll be winning this back-to-back years in a row, a few years ago, I would have laughed and not even believed you, man. But from the summertime to AMP blowing up our house together to Japan, this year has been crazy, and I want to go ahead and thank God first, okay? I want to go ahead and thank my team, Brianna, Chris, AMP, everybody who support me. And yeah, like, I want you to understand that God is real. Without God, there is no us. I'm telling you, He has done things in amazing ways, man. I'm telling you, and I'm just blessed. So that being said, you know who did? God did.
These next presenters need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. They're two of the most popular creators for a reason. Give it up for Red and Link.
Red McLaughlin was my best friend. And he will be missed from this bit because he's the one who would always stop me from saying something stupid. But he's been missing and presumed dead. The nominees for one of the most coveted awards of the night, Creator of the Year, are...
Wow, that's it.
Omitis.
Hey, you.
Oh!
Like,
Huh.
you're welcome.
Eric.
For the 1% of you that like pineapple on your pizza, you disturb me, and this is for you.
Alex Earl.
Everything works out for a reason, but none of us really know what's gonna happen. Like in a year from now, I have no idea who I'll be, what I'll be doing, but I think that's kind of exciting.
Charlie D'Amelio.
Hair makeup, I'm done. Body makeup, it's done. As you can tell, now time to wait for dress rehearsal. It's happening.
Jay Shetty.
When you're pursuing someone, you're doing everything you can to win them over. And then after you've won them over and you're in a relationship, you want them to lose an argument. And it doesn't make any sense.
Gideon.
I was like the Loch Ness Monster expert, and he was the guy that popped up the most. Like, imagine someone trying to find bitches for 20 years. You gotta just give it up, like, you know? Nessie don't want you, bro. Come on, just accept it.
Logan Paul.
For the first time seeing the stadium. Oh my god, this is insane. Yeah, we got a press conference right now. I requested to ride a camel.
Michaela Nagira.
This is the fastest I've ever gone riding in my life, and I can't breathe. Haven't eaten since this morning. They better have some good chicken tenders.
Mr. Beast.
What? The one for This is what it looks like if a meteor hits your house. Let's drop the next one.
Ryan Trey.
Nice and good. You got a source of light. Who knows how long this thing's gonna last? But ultimately, the real. Oh. Okay, it works. It's fine.
And Zach King.
And the winner of Creator of the Year is Mr. Beast. You know, if you're gonna keep giving him awards, he really needs to show up.
It is finally back! It's finally time to check back in with our Red Circle contenders. And first off, you all are going strong, it seems like. But secondly, there has been an interesting development in this that is gone underappreciated here. I see just money lying down here. Hello, sir. What's your name? Gene? Nice to meet you, Gene. Is this your $100 bill? Did you just decide to throw in like $102? You think you can make them out? Let's see, can you make this is happening in real time. Guys, do any of you want to leave the circle right now for $102? No, I'm only giving it to you if you step out of the circle, Jesser. You don't need it. I know you guys don't need it. Anyway, if you guys really want this one-of-a-kind streaming, yeah? Yeah. I'll keep this for myself. The show this is worth my fee. The show is live, and we do need a winner to happen relatively soon. So here, I'm gonna withdraw the rules right now. You can step out of the circle. It's fine. No tricks. I love how everyone here is like so trained in this world, and I swear, no tricks. You can step out. That's great, but I need to do a reveal. It's gonna be very dramatic. Here, come on. I'm gonna take it from you. Guys, okay, fine. If you're not gonna move, please everyone go to one side of the circle.
Half circle.
One side, yep, half the circle. Just scoot it. You see this very obvious gap in this thing? I need you to clear the way so I can remove it. Thank you. That would be great. There it is. And here we go. So, what we have done, expecting this to happen, we have taken your one singular large red circle. Come to the other side, please. Other side, other side. You can step on the red circle over on that side. Not the ring, though, please. Go on over. It's fine. Step on the arrows. You're okay. We have taken your one large red circle and we have transformed it.
I only had an
a
alternator.
bunch of smaller red, blue, yellow, and purple circles. And now we're going to adjust the game a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure that you keep your hand on the string still. Make sure that you do not touch the red ring outside. But now we are going to play the copyright-neutral flexibility game. I'm sure you've all played this at some point.
coming in.
Perfect. You know what we're talking about. We're all on the same page. Could get Hasbro to sponsor this thing. Great. All right, it's time to see who's going to be truly left standing. And I need you guys to shout out the worst possible combination for them to execute on. So, someone shout out a body part to color. Left hand purple, without hesitation. Left hand purple. Do not drop the streaming award, guys. Left hand purple. Oh, the shoes are coming off. You know it's serious. Those platforms are not coming off, though.
Right here.
Okay, we got another one. I have one over here. It's just the name, whatever. It's fine. Right hand red. Your right hand's on the streaming. Well, do it. A hand on a red. Go. Red hand. You have 3, 2. Oh, being a contortionist helps. Let's see. Over here. What do you got? Butt on blue. Butt on blue. Butt on blue. It's looking rough for kids right now. My God. Butt on blue, ladies and gentlemen. Can they do it? No. Can they do it? No. I don't know what. Jesser, you're gonna have to get your butt on blue. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Did he touch? Did he touch? Jesser's out. Dan, did we touch? We did not get a touch. We did not get a touch. Sophie, we're good there. Get up for Jesser. Sorry, girl. I'm taking that $102, my friends. All right, we need one more body part. Give me another one.
Over to our left, though.
Elbow on. Yellow. Yeah? Elbow yellow, please. Keeping everything together. Elbow yellow. Elbow yellow. You got this. I love that everyone's in there like streamy finery doing this thing right now. You gotta get there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sophie, I'm sorry, you're out. I believe Dan McFarland is still here. Yes. Okay, yes, Dan McFarland is very excited.
All right.
So it's down to 2. At this point, I think we have to pull out the dreaded trivia. So first off, point to your favorite creator in the room.
I got a turbocharger if anybody needs it.
What's that? 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, all right. Trivia. #1 most subscribed channel on YouTube.
T-Series.
Great. How many subscribers does it take to get into the top 50 most subscribed channels on YouTube?
10
million. Actually, it's 50 million, but that's okay. That's a really unfair question. Who won for comedy earlier tonight? You gotta be paying attention to the show. I think 5, 4, 3, 1, 2, 1. Oh, I'm so. Which means that Savannah, congratulations. You are our winner tonight. Well done. Amazing job. You can let the listeners decide. Absolutely. So, Savannah Moss, is our winner of a one-of-a-kind streaming award. Congratulations, give it up for if you'll just turn to this camera right here, show off your prize, it matches your dress very nicely. I do have one favor to ask of you though.
Okay.
Please don't put that up on eBay, at least until next week.
Okay, next week.
Yeah.
After that's fine.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a collector's item, but like I know address now, so if you need to call it, it's totally fine.
Appreciate
Okay,
it.
great, yeah, no problem. Thank you for participating.
Thank you.
All right, now then, ladies and gentlemen, here to tell us who else is going to be collecting a streaming tonight, it's Matt Friend.
Creator product. Prime.
Only lemonade is super sugary. What if we were able to make it with much less sugar, 25 calories, and make it 100 use?
Crossover. Jonas Brothers.
I danced at prom to that song. What year was that? 2013, I believe.
Fashion and style. Wisdom K.
You got a big intention, making skin engines work. You need one thing. I'll lose my brother in Christ.
News. Haas and Avi.
We have to collectively get together as a society and say, no! Like they're misbehaving puppies. We have to spray them with a water bottle.
Breakout streamer. Phantom.
Expired sign, it's man, it's a scam. It's just a different taste.
Different squad coming in.
Oh, he just sprayed me
Miss
from
Rachel.
fucking behind. You gotta be kidding.
Who is there? Wait. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, he 252'd me, headshot me from behind. Out of
Which will
nowhere.
pop first? Underwater versus normal, and we're gonna start both balls at 100 pops. Thankfully, the votes were counted, and they were not stolen. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to all of the Streamy Award winners.
Hello, it's your girl Shay Kool-Aid here, and I just wanted to say, hey Megan
You guys are
Shader,
below, right?
How are you? You look gorgeous.
You guys are below?
And
Where you
look,
at?
Okay, I shouldn't be doing this going off script, but I feel like I have to. I don't know if you have encountered this rumor that when you were on Drag Race as a guest judge, you ate a drag queen sandwich. I made that rumor up. I'm so sorry. It was me, and I just feel so bad, and I just want to let you know I said it as a joke once on the
Well, I got
mic,
time
and
to
I
get
feel
out
like
of
now
craft.
I'm very serious. They have no idea. I shouldn't even be telling you this, but I am not only a gorgeous drag queen, but I am a compulsive liar, and I just want. I'm so sorry. She didn't eat my sandwich, y'all. She's a great person. I love her. We have so much more show coming up. We have Not That Deep Fake, an all-out performance by Icona Pop. So don't go anywhere unless it's the bank to get my money. We'll be right back.
You know, there's one thing that I forgot to mention during the whole in memoriam section. Our jobs, as a whole, esoterically, if we're truly celebrating the past, the present, and the future of online video, well, truth is, sooner or later, we're all going to be replaced with the robots. Which is why I want to take the time right now to ingratiate myself to our new AI robot overlords. So give it up to the host of next year's Streamies, Deepfake Matt Pat. I have not seen this. Hello, Streamies. Thank you for having me. See what's so funny, Matt? It's just like you look like a Snapchat filter from 2011. While my looks may need work, my ability to respond in real time using AI is unprecedented. I don't believe you, but sure. If that's true, I'll give you an easy one. Give me an opening monologue joke about Jake Paul. What do you get when you cross Jake Paul and Logan Paul? I don't know. A net worth of around $50 million. That's kind of AI. This is the stuff of nightmares. This is really the best I can do. Great. Is he gone? Great, thank you. Let's try one more joke here. Give me another joke. Did you hear about the 2020 election? No, because it was stolen. Excuse me? What? This is going in a very bad way. Was that supposed to be a joke? The only joke is our voting systems. Oh, okay. Hey, let's cut this bit. Now this is going in a very bad direction. Cut it, please. Fun facts. The typical human can survive for 3 minutes without air. A human can lose 14% of their blood before passing out, and self-driving cars have killed 18 people so far. Is this supposed to be a threat?
Technology's the only real threat.
Okay, just cut it, please. Just end this bit. Thank you. Sorry about that, everyone. Looks like AI Matt Pat has some kinks to work out. It's nice try, but it doesn't look like he's going to be ready for next year's show. Alright? Great, well, on that uplifting note, let's just transition back to some serious... Are you done, AI Matt Pat? See, they're already taking over the lighting system, it's terrible. Let's transition to some real talent, shall we? She's a singer, and he's a masked singer. Literally, here to present the Rolling Stones Sound of the Year are Lizzie McAlpine and Dream.
I cannot see where the teleprompter is.
You should take your mask off.
Translation bill. Okay, again. Alright, fine. Okay, alright. As someone who just released new music, I'm so excited to present this award.
Actually making history tonight because this is the first time ever that someone will receive this streaming.
The Rolling Stone Sound of the Year Award recognizes the hit tracks that broke through and dominated your feeds.
In this new age of content, this community has really made an impact on how music is discovered and shared. You hear a great song, decide to share it, and the next thing you know...
We all can't get it out of our heads. Congratulations to these nominees.
Boys a Liar, Part 2. Made you look. Here
I don't know any of it. What is that?
Told him all I can do peace. He said, "Them I'm your sis." But anyway, it's okay. Hope you have a good day. I'm gonna see you by the feet.
Goated.
Go there.
In her mood.
Just wanna walk big to the bus they talk. She a baddie, she know she a 10. And she a baddie with her baddie friend.
Players. Pretty girls walk.
An intelligent fighter would land there. Never mind. Pretty
Unholy.
location interests me.
And what it is.
If you put it down, I'ma pick it up.
And the Rolling Stone Sound of the Year Streamy goes to...
Where'd our teammate go?
Made You Look, Megan Trainor. Thank you. Where are you? Yeah. Thank you to Streamy and Rolling Stone. I love this song so much. This is nuts. Thank you to my co-writers, Sean Douglas and Fede. I wrote this for my postpartum body. I just had a baby. Shout out to my babies, Riley and Barry. Rookie Jesse for making the amazing dance. Thank you for all of you for making videos for the song. It means so much to our songwriters. And most importantly, thank you to my promo team and my paid best friend.
Thank you for my career as well, Megan Trainor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made it! It is now time for the final award of the night. Yeah, give it up. Here are the nominees for Show of the Year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
AMP.
You won't trust the You're not talking about your masculinity.
Oh, that's the problem?
Catch your ass!
Bryce.
Oh, wow. I really grew up to be a girl who sells for the leaves for a chocolate bar.
You are too young to know what you're talking about. And besides, it's Carmella.
Challenge accepted.
Introducing your champion.
Outstanding.
Chicken shop date.
Yeah, we're a little bit mean.
Yeah. Try and touch me.
Well, there has to be a moment, so it's like, I'm a bit needy.
Good mythical morning.
The Memphis Prince.
If I didn't have britches in my mouth, I'd be upset right now.
You can get this at a basketball game?
Hot ones.
Yeah.
Never leaves you, you know. You're forever changed after something like that. And look at us, taking on the Hopland Gauntlet.
I spent a day with.
Growing up in that era, in that generation, where being taught to have no emotion? Yeah. So it's macho and cool, not talk about my feelings. I don't have feelings.
RDC World.
Don't forget, I can watch.
You tell that bastard. What's that supposed to mean? Didn't you almost die?
Sam and Colby.
We're hunting a demon tonight.
That's how it's gonna be. Are we ready? All right, here we go.
You wanna know who you are?
Over there.
Wait. You're here?
And,
Human toilets, how do you feel about it? Do you think it's a kink that borders on mental illness? I was to say, people think this is mental illness, and they're right.
And the streamy goes to... Actually, you know what? I want to do things a little bit differently this year. This online video world is all about collaboration, right? Working together, and it's about you, the audience, both at home and in this room. And so you all are going to be our final presenter tonight. You see, you've had the answer for tonight's final winner with you since the very beginning of the show. We've hidden cards at 11 tables throughout this room. They could be anywhere at your table. They could be in a centerpiece. They could be under a chair. They could be under your tablecloth. Rip apart your table. Rip apart your chairs. When you find a letter, 11 of you, send one person up onto the stage. Oh, someone found a letter over here. Come on up, guys. Choose your representative. Bring them up. We're looking for 11 letters across this room. Come over. When you're here, come up on stage, and you're going to help me announce. Oh, I see some letters over there. Good one. Over in, like, table 20 land. Yep, cue that circus. It's an boss. Hey, you're just winning all over the place, aren't you? That's amazing. Here, keep that hidden for me right now. We're gonna have to unscramble it. Perfect.
And you didn't mark shit. I had no idea where these guys were.
Join Savannah and just keep it turned away. If you guys can start brainstorming what it could be, that would be fantastic. We got a T. Oh my gosh, yes, it's a C. Hey, that's amazing here. Can you just join them? Start piecing together what it's going to be. We got an Ellie, if you can join them. Thank you so much for coming up. I say good to see you, man. Hey, it's great to meet you in person finally. Congratulations on the way. T, awesome. Here, yeah. Okay, we got that. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got a D. S. Hey, I told you you're going to be up on stage at some point. I was talking about the red carpet. I'm like, get ready. We have everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 9. And thank you so much for joining. Join them. Okay? Once you think you have it, turn away from the camera. We're all going to reveal it together. Okay? Great. Thank you. Ready left to right. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Turn around, turn around. You guys can spell. This is literally asking a room full of digital video creators to do the scariest thing possible, which is participate in a spelling test live in front of people. Alright. You good? You know what it is? Okay, here. All of you guys out. You got it. Ready? Yep. We're missing one, but that's okay. Here, turn around. There you go. Perfect. Amazing. This is great. Yeah, yep. You're kind of there. Yeah, they're all going to turn around. We got one more? Thank you. We're missing some crucial letters out of here. So if you have it, bring it up. I think at this point we should have enough, right? There we go, we have enough. Okay, come on up. Do your best to solve this one. Great. Join them. Perfect. You got it? Okay. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we are missing so many vowels, guys. You should be at the end. That's fine. Here, what we're gonna do, you solved it. It's correct. It's correct. Ready? On the count of 3. There it is. Thank you. Thank you so much. Come on up. That's a lot of letters. This is the big chunk of letters that we were missing. So if you could please slot her in. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, on the count of 3, I'm gonna need you. You got this? This is gonna be a hot mess. It's fine. We have the answer. We gotta move. I love it. It's like solving a brain teaser. Here we go. On the count of 3, we're gonna announce it together. I want you all to turn around. Here we go. Ready? Your 2023 show of the year is 3, 2, 1. Challenge accepted.
Go and check it. Got some materials for us.
Challenge accepted. We'll get started, guys. We did it. We did it together.
Oh my god. This feels really cool. Like, the way you imagine it to feel is exactly how it feels and more. And Challenge Accepted, as the name implies, is an extremely difficult show to make. Each of the videos that we released this year took over 12 months of production to make. And I think what makes it most special is that it's a show that would have never, ever gotten greenlit at any other studio. And it's a show that got made because the only barrier to entry was the upload button. And what I think is even more impressive is that, in my opinion, it rivals television quality with a core team of only 7 people whose names are Nick Hurt, Olivia Shipman, Carissa So, Ryan Gonzalez, Ryan Forsythe. Yes, we have 2 Ryans, and they're both amazing. And of course, my life partner, Garrett Kennel. As creators, we have the benefit of having our face on everything, but it would not be possible without this team. So remember their names, because we're just getting started.
All right.
Tonight, we've talked about the past, the present, and the future. These next performers are all of those things, and I can't think of anyone more perfect to close out the night. With over 2.5 billion streams across all platforms and their first album in 10 years, Club Roman Tech, coming out Friday, all I gotta say is, I love it. Give it up for Icona Pop!
You strip me of my power. You started breaking all the rules. You set my eyes, your heart on fire. Taking control, shut it down. Making me over. Make my senses come alive. This is how it feels like when you fall in love. I'm on my 20% every day. You'll be dead in my cold. You got me dancing just for you. To make me feel like it's in heaven. Taking control, shut it down. Taking me over. Make my senses come alive. This is how it feels like when we fall out loud. Fall in love.
What do you need?
If you know the song, please sing along. I push my heart to the bridge. I throw your shit into a bag and push it down the stairs. I push my heart into the bridge. I don't care. You want me down on in space. You're so that you please. We gotta kill this switch. You're from the 70s, but I'm the 19th bitch.
Jesus, that's loud.
Thank you.
Give it up for Cat Pop! Give it up for Cat Pop! Hey, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is our show. Congratulations to all our winners, all the nominees. We will see you here next year. Thank you for watching at home, and thank you all for being here. Good night. Have fun. Be safe.
I don't care.
Care package being delivered.
Care package on high. Scanning the area.
Hello and welcome to another episode of To Be Honest, Show with a Clown, a dog, and a degenerate. So we're talking about FouseyTube again.
Fousey's a bad
I am
topic.
actually pretty sick this episode. We've been drinking that Mexican water.
Spicy water.
It's actually got nothing to do with Mexican water, but there is blood going around. I've got it. So hopefully Pyro can carry this episode in my place. It would make a nice change. Or Derlin could. But before I forget, subscribe to the To Be Honest Patreon. It's $5 a month, well worth your money. Got so many good things going on there.
50% of people have already clicked off
Hello.
now.
We got exclusive episodes. There's a private Discord server. You know, there's lots of good
You
stuff.
get insulted by us in the chat to feed your parasocial needs.
Give us your money, get mummy's credit card, hand it over.
So we're talking about FouseyTube again, yeah? Is there any more to say since last episode? Well, I suppose there is. I mean, he's just gone even more insane. He's gone more off the rails. He is a literal mental patient as we speak. He is currently residing in a mental asylum.
I don't think he did anything wrong, personally.
No? Why is that?
I think he's completely innocent. I think he's been character framed. You know how they replaced, like, Kanye with, like, a body double?
Did they? I don't recall that.
Well, there's like a conspiracy saying that when Kanye started acting more erratic, he looked slightly different, so they're saying that he was killed and replaced with, like, a body
Yeah,
double.
like he put on a couple kgs and they're like, yep, it's clone.
Yeah, I think the same's happening with Fousey. I think he's just... Because he was always normal up until...
Well, he should be a clone. Like maybe the fat version of him is a different guy. It's out when he feels like it.
Yeah, I swear he loses weight in like a week. It's actually insane. But I do like the fact how he's been acting like a complete moron the past couple of weeks. And obviously he's blown up. He's probably more
That's how
popular.
that's why he's blowing up. Yeah, I think
his
maybe.
original videos were like, you know, dressing up as Spider-Man, like wholesome Chungus pranks and stuff like that. But that was like tapping into like the Facebook boomer mom audience, stuff like that, like wine moms. But now he's got like the full-on like...
Wasn't his audience always 8-year-old children?
Pyro has no idea what he's talking about here. I just knew that was
No,
never his content.
he used to do like wholesome videos. He'd get videos that were like shared across Facebook. He'd get like a mum be like, oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, but his audience is always...
Yeah, there's different kinds though. Like the Ed and Russ 10-year-olds are just like a
I hit
completely
both
different
of
breed.
them.
You know, like you'll see a clip of Fousey walking into like traffic, singing like a Kanye song, and then the entire chat will just be saying the letter L or the letter W, just no input.
I mean, you said that as a joke, but he has actually been walking into traffic.
I was being half serious. Like that literally is his chat.
It's so funny, and he was missing one of his veneers, or so it looks like a tooth's missing when he was having his massive meltdown. So
I was wondering why he was missing a tooth. I thought he got into a fight or something. Because like every clip I see, he's smacking someone in the face. I thought someone like punched his tooth out.
No, apparently it just fell out whilst he was eating a sandwich. It kind of just shows how how fake he is. He's just like falling apart, like literally at the seams.
In the airport, after he talked about like, you know, trafficked woman, gave her money, and then allegedly like piped her in the bathroom. I'd like to imagine he just eats a big sandwich afterwards.
Yeah, I do like how Colossal called it too. Like, obviously, last episode
Well,
mentioning
waste
how
their ammo.
the breakdown's coming. Well, I don't think this is even the final one, right? I think it's going to go further. But also, when we were trying to come up with topics, Colossal was like, "Oh, we should call it Fousey's going to get arrested soon." And then, literally 2 weeks later, I guess he got technically arrested, right, for mental health
Dropped there.
issues.
Yeah, he got arrested, but I think he's in he's being psych evaluated right now, so he's not getting an actual sentence or anything like that. Because he does have bipolar, which he will make sure to remind you every single time he gets. Like, I swear, every time he's hit someone or done something really stupid, he'll say either that he prayed to Allah 10 minutes prior, or he's got bipolar. Like, that's it. And it seems to be this kind of get out of jail free card for him.
Yes, it's been just so effective to blame us on a mental health issue.
It's actually making people with genuine mental health conditions just look bad as well, giving them a bad rep, because it's like, oh, bipolar? Oh, you mean Fuzi too? Oh, that guy. As soon as I saw a video of him meeting the Island Boys, I just knew it was over.
It was all within the same 12 hours. He slaps 2 TikTokers, spits on them, and then at the end of the night he's being taken away because he swatted himself. I think I mentioned it, but I managed to catch it live. I was like, I wonder what Fuzi's up to. Click on
Are they still up there? Where are they?
70,000 live viewers. That's how quickly he's grown. I think last week or the week before, when he was on YouTube, he was getting 5 to 10,000.
On our backside?
Just insane.
I imagine there are going to be people that
I pushed him
quite
off.
impressed with the numbers. The numbers he's getting, the amount of people that are watching him, that are tuning into his streams. But really, that's just the direct result of doing crazy things for attention. People are only tuning in to see what he's going to do next. They want to watch the train wreck. They want to see the crash.
Also, Kick's not really reliable too. I feel like the view count's probably inflated. If you click on a stream, I reckon it counts your view for an hour or two, whilst Twitch is 15 minutes. So there's probably way less people watching. An hour prior to that, he'd fired if you saw, he fired 5 of his security guards or something. When I clicked on, he was in the hotel lobby because he apparently got kicked out of his Airbnb, and he started he's like, guys, I'm so good at improv, watch. And he starts improving some mime situation, and he starts lifting his top up and doing a dance. I was like, oh god, what the hell am I in for? And then 30 minutes later, he's in the hotel room. He fires his manager. Well,
he fired his whole team on the spot.
Yeah.
What?
And then he starts having a mental breakdown.
No, I just found it funny how they found his hotel room, they started calling him up, and then, Fuzi threatens to kill him, saying, you're going to die tonight. And then the guy gives his address, and what was it? Because it's Florida, it's Stangill Grounds or something? Yeah, that's right. And then Fuzi kind of realizes, oh shit, something's actually going to happen, and he basically swats himself. Saying, they've got a gun to my head, even though,
he calls the police up and he's yelling I'm the second biggest streamer after Andrew Tate, as if the cop person's gonna know what the hell he's talking about. And then they weren't really I think the person on the line could tell something was up, and then he just starts yelling, there's a gun to my head, so they respond. And then he hangs up and he's like, that's how you get them to respond. It's just
Sans the whole thing right at the same pace. So this is point based, I guess.
Yes, it is. And you're
Damn, deleted private.
Suing the city of St. Petersburg, alleging the city didn't properly record a 50-foot easement through his property.
The city blames his title company and says the easement contains pipes supplying water to 360,000 people. IT investigator Adam Walser is digging into what went wrong and
more stuff.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Well, look, even like with this Trump thing, man, it's like I was saying, so many people still believe the Russia collusion story, which was all made up, man. And you can go follow this whole thing. It was all made up, and they knew it. They knew what they were doing. There's that clip, by the way, before any of this before Donald Trump ever took office. Did you ever see the Chuck Schumer 6 Ways to Sunday?
You were telling me about it last night. You were saying we should watch it.
We should play this because let me just preface it briefly to kind of set up what's so amazing about it. There are these occasional moments where, even like I said, the thing where Chris Murphy just happens to blurt out like, "Oh yeah, our policies overthrew coverage," right? Like there are these moments where kind of like these rare moments of honesty from the kind of leaders of the regime.
Yeah.
And this one comes because Rachel Maddow asks him like an impromptu thing, and she says that she leads that. So, but this is just so you know, this is Donald Trump has been elected, but he hasn't been he's a president-elect here. So it's after the election, but he's not president yet. So this was about him tweeting something here.
But he's taking these shots, his antagonism is taunting to the intelligence community.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday to take back at you. So even for a practical, supposedly hard-nosed businessman, he's being really dumb to do this.
What do you think the intelligence community would do if they were moved?
I don't know, but from what I am told, they are very upset with how he has treated them and talked about them.
So, and what happened right before that is that Rachel Maddow goes, she goes, "All right, I'm sorry to put you on the spot here, but Donald Trump just tweeted this thing about the intelligence community. Any thoughts on that?" So it's not like he was prepared for this.
Right.
The most powerful senator in America, his initial gut reaction was like, "Well, dude, you're taking on the intelligence. I mean, you want to go up against the CIA? You think you're going to win that fight?
Yeah.
Like, they're going to get you." And this was already after they had already been, they were spying on his campaign. They had already kind of begun framing him for this whole Russia thing, which was always nonsense. Now, it started with, the Steele dossier and all that stuff. And then they were spying on Carter Page, who was like a pretty low-level advisor in Donald Trump's campaign. And the allegation was that the Russians had offered him a huge stake in like one of their biggest energy companies if he could get Donald Trump to remove all of the sanctions that we had at the time on Russia, which on the face of it made no sense because he's like a low-level advisor on the campaign.
Now,
he's not even in the administration.
Was this based on intercepted emails?
No, this was based off the Steele dossier, which was opposition research that Hillary Clinton had funded, where she hired this British spy to go like dig up dirt on Donald Trump, and they put together this whole dossier alleging that he was, he had been in bed with Russia for years. He was compromised. It was that the prostitutes were peeing on him and all this like crazy shit. And they all knew it was unverified. They all knew it was like and all of it, almost all of it was ended up being disproven. But so when they went to Carter, but just to understand, like the idea of trying to bribe a low-level advisor on a campaign to then somehow take over the administration once he got it'd be like on the level of if someone was like we're gonna bribe the door guy at the mothership to make sure that the Joe Rogan Experience only talks about these subjects. And you're like, I mean, even though there's a loose connection between you and the guy who works at the mothership, the idea that he would ever then be able to come in and take over the show and control it just made no sense. But we now know the CIA told the FBI that Carter Page was a good guy, that he was a CIA informant. Then they told the FBI, they were like, no, he's not a spy, he's one of ours. So just lay off. And then the FBI lied about that on the FISA application. And this was the only guy who went down for the frame job. Was this one FBI lawyer for misrepresenting what the CIA said. Basically, they said that he was approached by Russians, and that he was approached by a group of Russians to see if he would turn and work for them. And the CIA were like, yes, he was. And he came right back to us and told us about it. And then when they were putting in the application for the FISA warrant, the FBI said he was approached by these Russians and the CIA confirmed it. So they said that the CIA confirmed that he was approached by these guys, but they left out the part that the CIA said, and he came right back to us and told us about it. So that one guy was the only guy who got charged.
Did he get?
Because it was no jail time, but he did get charged.
Carter Page got charged?
No, the FBI agent the FBI lawyer who lied on the application. Carter Page, they had 3 FISA court warrants on him. They spied on him all up and down. Never been charged with anything because he wasn't a spy. Right. And Donald Trump, even now with all these charges, right? He's never been charged with treason. He's never been charged with inciting an insurrection. Because they know they can't get him on those charges. So what they're getting him on is all these like novel legal theories. Well, it's not very clear that he violated the statute, but if we interpret it this way, we could make the argument for the first time ever that this was actually a violation of law. It's all like they're grasping at straws. And it's very clearly like they weaponized the legal system against this guy. It's not a coincidence that all of these indictments are coming down right now. Like, why was the January 6th thing? Why would any of this be coming down right now? Right. All those other people in January 6th, they got charged and arrested immediately. It was determined by the powers that be, you know, with the corporate media, the deep state, all of the establishment, that he was unacceptable. And that's not new to Donald Trump. There were a lot of candidates who have been determined to be unacceptable. Ron Paul was unacceptable. Bernie Sanders was unacceptable. Tulsi Gabbard was unacceptable. And you saw, like, the machine be weaponized against all of them to keep them out. But Trump beat the machine. Yeah. The difference is Trump won. I mean, there's other differences, but the guy who they determined was not acceptable ended up winning. And part of what was so powerful about that is that it kind of destroyed the illusion of inevitability that I think progressives rely on. That, you know, like progressives will very confidently tell you that you're on the wrong side of things. You know? Which is like a really interesting thing to say if you think about it. Like you're on the wrong side of history. Meaning like it's a guarantee that history is moving in my direction. And I'm telling you how you will be judged in the future based on how you feel right now. Yeah. And they kind of have good reason to feel that way because they have been kind of moving in the direction that they want to move in. But it was just like, we just had the first black president, and now we will have the first female president, and of course, this throwback bigot, male chauvinist Donald Trump could never possibly win. Like, this is what's going to happen in history now, is Hillary Clinton is the next president.
How are they going to stop him from they're trying.
Oh yeah, that's what all these indictments are now.
The problem is it has the opposite effect on his base. It doesn't make people reluctant. It makes people more convinced that there's a conspiracy against him. It makes people more convinced there's corruption that's fighting against him.
I think, personally, that Trump was at his most vulnerable within the Republican primary at the very beginning. I thought for the first time to me, he seemed like he was very out of step with his own base. He's sitting there still bragging about Operation Warp Speed and how he saved hundreds of millions of lives by developing the vaccine. He was getting booed a few times in his own speeches. He just seemed kind of out of touch, and it seemed like, it seemed like the energy of his campaign wasn't 2016, which was Make America Great Again. This was like my vengeance tour. They screwed me. I lost, but I really won. I'm gonna come back and win again. And it seemed to me like that wasn't really connecting. And then, this was before DeSantis got in the race, but it was heavily speculated that he would be getting in the race. And he was like this guy who had a very good record on COVID, at least compared to all the other governors, just about all the other governors. And it just seemed to me like there was an opening there. There was like a vulnerability. And then they raided his house in Mar-a-Lago. And I felt like that guaranteed Trump front run. Like that guaranteed it for him. Because as soon as they did that, it was like, oh, now it's like it's shifted right back to this, like, look what they're doing to your guy. They want to not give you the chance to vote for this guy. They're going to weaponize the justice system against this guy because you like him. They're not, and they're doing it to him because they want to do it to you. It kind of gave him like all this energy back. And so there's a real dynamic to that where his numbers go up every time a new indictment comes out. Yeah. People aren't buying into it because it's not like, look, it's just so obvious that it's politicized. There's an interesting thing about the law like, people have this conception of what the law is, and then there's the reality of it. Like, people have this conception of, like, there's a rule written down on a piece of paper, and that's the rule. And if you break that rule, you broke the law. If you don't break that rule, you didn't break the law. But that's not really how it works. It's like, in the same way, like, down to the lowest level, if you get pulled over by a cop, you know, there's times where, like, he could give you a ticket or he could let you off with a warning, you know? And, like, sometimes it's just how that guy feels.
Right.
Maybe he knew you. Maybe he starts to go, oh shit, Joe Rogan, I'll let you off with a warning. You know what I mean? Like, there could be so many different factors. But, like, just for example, okay, so, James Clapper, you know, he was the director of national intelligence. He was basically the head of the shadow government. That's the highest position in the deep state. You're the CIA. You know, you oversee the CIA and he lied to Congress. Very blatantly. Like, no question about it. He was asked point blank, is the NSA involved in any bulk data collection on American citizens? He said, no, we're not doing that. Then Ed Snowden came out and exposed that he clearly was. He was the DNI. Like, he knew this, okay? He lied to Congress. Why isn't he arrested for it? Like, because there's no political will to arrest that guy. He's of the deep state. He's one of the top guys. He's not getting arrested. Now, Michael Cohen lied to Congress. He got it a month wrong when he was talking about a deal that he was working on for Trump. He said it happened in, you know, June, but it was really in January or something like that. But he got charged with that, and because they wanted to put pressure on him to get him to flip on Donald Trump, which he did. So it's not like there are crimes that are committed all the time. There's just no political will. There's no desire to arrest that person. And I think the thing that's wild about this with Trump is that if you think of all the crimes that presidents have committed, the idea that this is what one of them is actually going to go down for is insane. Like, Bush instituted torture. You know what I mean? Obama murdered American citizens without charges. These guys lied us into wars. By the way, every war is legal. You know, the supreme law of the land is the Constitution, and it says only Congress can declare war. The last declared war was World War II. Every war since then has been an illegal war. Arrested for this at any time. The legal defense is that they're military actions, not wars. Do you know that thing in Vietnam? It probably smelled like a war to you, but no, not a war. Korea wasn't a war. Iraq wasn't a war. Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen. None of those were wars. You know, it's anyone. If there was any political will, any one of these presidents could be arrested for any number of crimes, and yet they're not. But yet Trump didn't give back the classified information quickly enough, even after they asked him. Oh, he's got to be indicted for that. Even though other presidents have done pretty much the same thing, now he's got to be indicted for that.
What is the Georgia thing is interesting because he was going to have a press conference where he was going to reveal all of the information that proves that he was telling the truth about the Georgia election being rigged.
Yeah,
he didn't have the press conference.
Yes, well, this is a thing that I gotta say is a kind of knock on Trump here. That, you know, this is a thing his lawyers, Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani, who just turned himself in custody today. But they would always say this after 2020. We have proof that millions of votes were stolen from Donald Trump, and we'll be releasing this soon. And then it just never kind of comes. So I don't know what he thinks he's going to tell us about that. The issue with the thing in Georgia, where I will grant there's like a little bit of a gray area there. And I think that, look, there is a gray area there. It's kind of like when they impeached Trump over Ukraine. There was like a little bit of a gray area of like what exactly he did. It's just that when you look at things of all the crimes that presidents commit, the idea that you go after a president for this is so petty compared to these greater crimes. But like, he called the Secretary of State in Georgia and was kind of like, I need you to find me these votes. But he was like, look, there's been fraud. I know there's been fraud. You got to go look for it. And the guy's like, I don't see any evidence that there's fraud here. He's like, find it. I know there's fraud. You know, he was putting pressure on the guy to go look. But it's not as if he was telling the guy, I need you to commit fraud. Right. He wasn't telling him, I want you to flip votes or I want you to manipulate something. He's like, I want you to go find where the fraud is. Right. So you'd almost have to prove that he didn't really believe that in order to prove, because if there was really fraud, he has every right to tell the guy to go find it. Right. So now they're arguing that he did it, and in the indictment they argue that he knew it, and he was he knew that there was no fraud, but was still trying to get the guy to go find it. And the case that they're using to argue that is that he had advisors around him who told him that the election was legit. The problem with that is that doesn't prove at all that Trump believed those guys, just because they told him that. Right. If there's one thing I'm fairly confident in, I believe Donald Trump believes he won the election in 2020.
Just 10 seconds.
Went back after being fired and had my first run in New York. I went back in '84 to beat the Iron Sheik. Vince wanted to cross all those imaginary boundaries, you know, and wow, this is going to be dangerous. So Vince says, "You up for it?" I said, "Yeah, I'll do it." And so Vince stayed in Connecticut, in Greenwich, in the office, and, you know, then I was booked in Lafayette, Louisiana. We pumped our signal in there for like 8 weeks. You know, prime example is Kansas City. I don't know if you ever heard of a wrestler named Harley Race.
Yeah, sure.
NWA champion, tougher than hell, meaner than a snake. Great guy though, okay? We pumped the signal into Kansas City for 8 weeks. Race has been there like 18 years. He was the NWA champion. I'm the champion of the world, and he's very proud and mean son of a bitch. And all of a sudden, here comes this blonde-haired idiot from New York going, "I'm the WWF champion, I'm the WWE champion, I'm coming to Kemper Arena." And we're pumped the signal. So I fly into town. I show up about 2 in the afternoon. My guys told me Harley Race came down here with a gun. He tried to light the ring on fire. Well, and had the cops running up. They didn't arrest him. Well, oh shit. And they told me, Harley said, "When I show up, he's going to kill you." So I go across the street and I go to the Rusty Scupper, this bar. And I was notorious at the time for not being on time, because the matches would start like at 7:30 to 8 o'clock, and they wanted you in the building at 6:30. I'd come rolling at about 9:30, you know, after intermission. And I had time to put my boots on, because I don't want to talk about what's something to do it. You know, it's like playing guitar or anything. It's like chess, you think 2-3 moves ahead. And so now I don't need to be in the building early. I should go and run into Harley Race. This guy's going to kill him, scared to death of him anyway. I've known him since I was a kid. You know, so now I'm across the Rusty Scupper drinking bottles of wine. Now I got to go to the building, okay? So now I go to the building, and my stomach was killing me. So I'm sitting on a toilet going to the bathroom. I don't know if you know a wrestler named Davey Boy Smith, the British Bulldog. Yep. The fucking king is here. The fucking king is here. He's going to kill me, Hogan. Davey Boy comes in and screams at me. So I pull my wrestling yellow tights up. Don't even wipe. You know, as fast as I could, because I don't want to get caught with my pants down and I don't have a fighting chance. I come blow out the back. I turn on the corner. He puts that gun right in my face. And we're in Kemper Arena. And he goes, "You know what? I should kill you, Hogan, for coming in here and doing this." And this is Harley Race talking to. And then he puts the gun down. He goes, "I really need a job." Holy shit. You know, holy shit. I shook his hand, brother. And I was a huge fan. Loved the guy to death anyway. But that's the type of stuff me and Vince were doing. We're going to other people's territories. And then, you know, you go through, you know, you go to hotel rooms and stuff. You never know when stuff's going to put crap in your bag or stuff like that. We went down to Puerto Rico. But anyway, I became a good friend again. And I knew him before I was on. But anyway, like going down to Puerto Rico. First time we go down to Puerto Rico, I've never been to Puerto Rico before. All the boys tell me how violent it is. They cut you, they burn you with cigarettes, they throw everything at you in Puerto Rico. So I know that I didn't need to go. But now Vince wants to go down to Puerto Rico. And Carlos Colon had the territory there for 30 or 40 years. So here we come. Puerto Rico was Cindy Lauper. So I go to Puerto Rico, and we have the match, and we sell at the stadium. Me and Macho Man go back to the room, and we go walk in his room. His room is trashed. His room is trashed. And so, all of a sudden, oh my God, let me go to my room. So all of a sudden, I go to my room, and I don't want to say the guy's name, but when I open the door, he's sitting there, and because he's still really active, and he's sitting there with a gun. He said, "If you ever come back here, you're going to kill you." I said, "Okay." That I was going back to Tampa. I hauled ass to the airport. I got on the Eastern Airlines flight. The last one out of town, flew to LA. I was supposed to be going home to Tampa. About 4 months later, Bruce Brody goes down there, has a little argument. Booker calls him into the shower, cuts his throat, and kills him.
Jesus
So that's down there in Puerto Rico.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know if you guys heard of the Brody story.
Yeah, the predator cut his throat.
But he was the Booker. He was one of the invaders. Rodriguez and Brody was kind of hard to do business with in the ring. He's really stiff and would beat the shit out of you. He wouldn't put anybody over. And he was a big man, 6'8", 330 pounds, in crazy shape. And you know they wanted to beat him. He was tonight, brother. You know? Wow. So after the match, they said, "Hey, Jose wants to talk to you in the shower." Brody went walking inside, he jumped in and cut his throat, and died right there. And all the wrestlers that saw it were afraid to go back and testify. That's so it can get crazy.
That's about as crazy as it gets. So you guys were the first ones to break those boundaries and kind of barnstorm the whole country like that. Vince is a gangster.
Bro,
that's such a gangster
country. How about going to Germany or South Africa? You know, because they had wrestling over there too. How about going to South Africa? They're getting challenged by the South African heavyweight champion, Wilhelm Ruska, that judo guy. My God, it goes on and on and on. You know, with how crazy it got. You know.
What was that?
It was different. You know, the good thing was everywhere I went, I had the crew with me. You know, except when I went to South Africa. That was a little different. But everywhere I went, it was always the crew and the WWE 20 or 30 wrestlers that were there, so you felt a lot better.
Right.
I try not to peel off on my own too often. Right. Especially when we're walking someone else's backyard that they've been promoting wrestling for 30, 40, 50 years, and all of a sudden you come here.
And they have the same sort of unspoken rules out there.
And we broke them all.
Wow. Yeah, I never even considered that as a possibility. That there would be these territories.
Well, that's one of the main things that made Vince Jr. so famous and changed the game forever. Vince Sr. always wanted him. Wasn't it like a promise, a handshake deal? You can have the company, son, but just please don't ever mess with the other territories. And it's like, okay.
It's like he told me, he goes, if my dad knew what we were getting ready to do, he'd have never sold me the territory.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. He goes, you up for us? Yeah. Let's do it.
Was the dad alive when this was going down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pancreatic cancer. And he was alive back when I went back. It's such a crazy story. I hate to get into all this stuff, but it's all true. When I went back, I had just been in Minnesota, spent 3 years. Hulk Hogan had really told me anything. It started there. And I was on fire there. I mean, really on fire. And so now when I go back to New York, Vince had flown to my house. We talked about doing a deal. So I said, on a certain day I'm coming back to New York. I did 2-3 weeks of TV. Then I was supposed to be the Iron Sheik for the belt that night. Then Senior was there. He always had these half glasses that he'd look over. He's always clicking quarters together when he talked to you. Brody was kind of hard to do business with in the ring. He's really stiff and would beat the shit out of you. He wouldn't put anybody over. He was a big man, 6'8", 330 pounds, in crazy shape. And you know they wanted to beat him. He was not tonight, brother. Wow. So after the match, they said, "Hey, Jose wants to talk to you in the shower." Here's all of a sudden you come here.
And they have the same sort of unspoken.
3 years Hulk Hogan had really told me anything. It started there. And I was on fire there. I mean, really on fire. And so now when I go back to New York, Vince had flown to my house. We talked about doing a deal. So I said, on a certain day I'm coming back to New York. I did 2-3 weeks of TV. Then I was supposed to be the Iron Sheik for the belt that night. Then Senior was there. He always had these half glasses that he looked over. He always clicking quarters together when he talked to you. You know, and I'm standing there with Vince Senior and Vince Jr. and myself, and Bob Backlund's standing there, who was the champion that the Iron Sheik beat for the belt. Now the Iron Sheik's got the belt. Backlund thought he was getting the belt back. Backlund was my guy. I used to go to Japan with him and train with him in Japan when nobody else would run steps with him and everything in the hotel. All of a sudden I'm sitting there and Vince is clicking the quarters together and goes, wow. I'm really thinking, you know, that I really don't think we should do this now. We should put this off for about 6 months. And Bob Backlund pops up and yeah, I think the real athlete should be the champion. So I'm looking over at him, right? And like, what the hell's going on here, you know? And then out of nowhere, you know, I said, well, guys, I just had a huge bridge I just burned down in Minnesota. I built a big bridge there. I'll tell you what, I'll rest down sheets and I'll put his ass over because that's business, but I'm leaving. I'm going back and rebuild that bridge. Thank you guys very much for bringing me up there. I went back to the dressing room. It's about 10 or 15 minutes later, Vince Jr. came in. This is all everything's okay. I told my dad everything's settled down. I said, are you sure? Now what I don't know on the backside is when I leave Minnesota, the promoter, Vern Gagne, who worked there, the Iron Sheik, Cosgrove Lazaria, whatever his real name is, he was a real bodyguard for Shaw Iran. He was the real deal, bro. It's the holes in his head. Even stuff when he was over there. What I know, Cos, the Iron Sheik broke in with Vern Gagne in Minnesota, right? So now I come to New York.
How crack could that guy have been if he was that dude? That was ridiculous.
So I'll give you $100,000 to break Hogan's leg. Right? And now this guy's NCAA champion.
He's crack, he says, dude.
You know? So Vern offers him $100,000 to break my leg. And we go in the ring, and I mean, I'm giving him my arm and take my head and take my leg. I mean, you know, I think we're working, you know, not shooting. And he told us afterwards, I feel like that. My accent's terrible. The Iron Sheik, but you know, Vern called me, I want to give me $100,000 to break your leg, but I'm a businessman. I just hope we can keep working. I said, brother, don't worry, we're going to work together all the time.
Wow.
Wow. But now, I don't know if you knew about that, if you're a wrestling fan.
I didn't know that he was offered $100,000 to break your leg.
$100,000.
Smart move for him to not take it. You get $100,000 there, and then you guys never work together. And he's never anywhere near what he became. One of the ultimate heels of all time.
Yeah, but these are all, everybody knows these stories, man. These
Also, he's an athlete. He's not a hitman.
Right.
Right. You know, it's kind of fucked up. Like
it's a different business. You'd be surprised. The rules don't apply all the time.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's just, I love the Iron Sheik.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah. I hung out with him one time in that Toronto pot place, you know, where they have that marijuana show, where the entire room is filled with weed smoke.
Yeah.
And the Iron Sheik got on stage with me.
Yeah, he's the man. I roasted him 3 times. LA, Toronto, and Hamilton, Canada. I told him he's such a nice guy, he'd give you the
Yeah.
None of us could do it. None of us could do it.
Andre couldn't do it?
None of us. 800 pounds apiece.
Are they really?
Yeah, they were heavy as shit.
Yeah, he's the man. I roasted him 3 times. LA, Toronto, and Hamilton, Canada. I told him he's such a nice guy, he'd give you the shirt off his head.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He was a freak athlete too, man. You ever see him do the gloves? Yeah.
None of us could do it. We all tried. None of us could do it. I couldn't do it. Andre could do it. None of us could do it.
Andre couldn't do it?
None of us could do it. It was like 85 pounds apiece.
Are they really?
Yeah, they were heavy as shit. He just manhandled them.
Yeah, that's really hard to do those things. I do them with these little 25-pound ones, and it's hard to do. And the longer the handle, the more difficult it is to maneuver.
Put them behind your head and do it like Carlos did.
Heel cast.
Yeah, that's it.
So I do a bunch of different ones with it, but it's a very weird kind of strength. And when you watch him do it, it's like he must have been spectacularly strong. He was a legit wrestler, like amateur wrestler.
Oh yeah. Pan Am champion. I can't hit other accolades.
Yeah, there's. I mean, think about how many like real legit. Kurt Angle's a great example. Kurt Angle wins the gold medal with a broken neck. Won a gold medal in the Olympics with a broken neck.
Dude, I'm in the room with Kurt Angle, and he was rough. He just got an amateur champ. His eyes rolled back. So it was dark. I'm looking at him.
Hey guys, I'm Chris from the Silver Symbol channel, and in today's video I'm going to share a really cool project that I just finished up. I upgraded all of the outdoor faucets in my house with a much better solution. Now this is a product I've shown you in the past. It's called Aqua. They not only look cool, they actually function better. But the difference in this video is I'm going to be using a model that is ideal for retrofitting existing spigots. Now the reason they even make 2 different models is this larger rectangular version has a built-in backflow preventer. Now that's something required by code. It has to do with kind of suction, but if you install one of these in your existing setup, you'll need to make a much larger hole. But these guys were clever. They have another version, this round model, that is perfect if you're going to be retrofitting older spigots. Now, I live in New Hampshire, and these are considered frost-free faucets. Now, the way all of these work is they keep the mechanism inside the building. That's done by using the correct length model. And that's not just for Aqua, that's for any model faucet. But many people just go to the store and they grab what they think is correct. And like any plumbing project, you're going to start by turning the water off. Now I'm going to begin with this outdoor faucet. I chose this one because this had a defective backflow preventer. And that made it act really weird. Sometimes I turned the water on, nothing would come out. If I kind of tapped it or banged it, the water would just start flowing. And you certainly can repair a backflow preventer. That's not the point of this video. I wanted to get an upgrade. The other cool part about these Aquas is they come in different finishes. They've got white, stainless steel, and flat black. Now that's what I'm going to pick for my house because it's kind of an older design. Now plumbing is going to vary in different houses, so I can only show you what I've got here.
One on top, one on top.
Metal bracket. All this thing does is ensure that the pipe doesn't kink. I can easily pop this out, and now I can go ahead and just cut the pipe using a standard pipe cutter. Now at this point, I should be able to just remove the screws holding the spigot in and slide it right out of the wall. Now one tip is longer faucets are always better. The further you get it inside the house, that means it's less likely to freeze. You just want to make sure that you're not going to hit anything inside your space. It's also cool that you can get these Aquas in different versions for different types of plumbing. Here I ordered the factory PEX A adapter. This means the faucet will directly connect to my plumbing. You'll want to try to test fit your new faucet to make sure it's going to fit. And this is pretty common, even with this retrofit model, that the hole might not be quite wide enough. Now you have a couple of different ways you can enlarge the hole. The best way is going to be to go out and buy a 1.5-inch drill bit. But here's a trick that might work for you without having to buy any additional tools. Grab any type of drill bit that you've got. I recommend using a larger one and put your cordless drill on the highest speed setting possible. Insert it into the hole and kind of move it around in a circular fashion. Basically what you're doing is you're trying to eat away just a little bit of that wood. Now this isn't the most elegant solution, but I've used this trick many times in the past and it works fine if you just need to enlarge a hole a little bit. I also recommend taking a second to vacuum out that hole. There could be wood debris, things in here that might get in the way of your new faucet going in easily. Now, before you screw this thing down, you've got to actually insert the trim plate behind the faucet. The trim plate is angled. That will also allow the faucet to be angled slightly downward. That means that anytime you shut the water off or remove the quick handle, the water will fully drain from the faucet. Now you can use the included stainless steel screws, and I like to begin by using that top middle screw, but I recommend that you pre-drill these things before you put them in. Because if you've got clapboard vinyl siding, there is a chance you could split something. So once you've pre-drilled that first hole, put it in partially, and then you can go ahead and make sure everything is level. Now there is a gasket behind that cover, making this thing fully weather tight. But if you want to use silicone or something else behind it, you can certainly go ahead, but I'm not going to use it for this particular installation. Once you've got all 3 screws looking good, and you feel like this thing is pretty level, you can go ahead and tighten them all down. Now for those of you who have PEX in your house today, you're going to realize how simple this plumbing is to work with. But if you don't, you've got copper. You can watch my other video where I show you how to use shark bites and some other solutions to get one of these installed. Now to connect this to the fixture, I've just got to use an expansion ring and ultimately an expansion tool. If you haven't used PEX A before, it is different than the crimp system that you use with PEX B. Here I just need to insert the ring onto the end of the pipe, and then I can use this expansion tool. This is an electric tool, but they make manual versions of these tools as well. You insert the tool into the end of this, expand both the ring and the pipe at least 10 times. Now you can remove the tool, and you've got about 10 seconds to insert it onto the fixture. What's happening right now is it's fully expanded, but it will shrink down in about 30 seconds and give you an instant watertight connection. I'm also going to skip using that angle adapter. Those are really important if you're in a tight space, but here this bend radius is very comfortable. Now all that's left is turning the water back on, and we can check out the faucet to make sure everything is working properly. Now one thing you might be wondering is, how is this faucet working without a backflow preventer? That's required by code pretty much everywhere in the US, but to meet the code requirements, they actually move the backflow preventer into the quick handle itself. Using an Aqua is just like any other faucet, except with some added benefits. You can turn the valve on here. You've got your water working whenever you want. Or you can leave it on all the time. But you can also remove it and you'll see that the flow of water stopped immediately. But in my first video, many people noticed this water coming out and immediately thought this thing had failed. It's actually self-draining the water that's in the section of the pipe so that it won't freeze during the winter. That's normal operation. If you don't want to experience that, you can just go ahead and leave this connected during the summer months. And it won't leak any water. You'll just use this valve to control the flow of water. There's even a little cutout here so that the water won't pool up inside. Close it, that dries in a few seconds. You've got a cool look and it's ready for the winter. It also allows you to control your water. You've got a spigot outside your house, anyone could access it. But here, you can go ahead and remove that faucet, and now you've essentially eliminated that problem completely. Now that very first, and it won't in the water, but you can also fully expanded, but it will shrink down in about 30 seconds and give you an instant watertight connection. I'm also going to skip using that angle adapter. Those are really important if you're in a tight space, but here this bend radius is very comfortable. Now all that's left is turning the water back on, and we can check out the faucet to make sure everything is working properly. Now one thing you might be wondering is, how is this faucet working without a backflow preventer? That's required by code pretty much everywhere in the US, but to meet the code requirements, they actually move the backflow preventer into the quick handle itself. Using an Aqua is just like any other faucet, except with some added benefits. You can turn the valve on here. You've got your water working whenever you want. Or you can leave it on all the time. But you can also remove it, and you'll see that the flow of water stopped immediately. But in my first video, many people noticed this water coming out and immediately thought this thing had failed. It's actually self-draining the water that's in the section of the pipe so that it won't freeze during the winter. That's normal operation. If you don't want to experience that, you can just go ahead and leave this connected during the summer months. And it won't leak any water. You'll just use this valve to control the flow of water. There's even a little cutout here so that the water won't pool up inside. Close it, that dries in a few seconds. Now you've got a cool look and it's ready for the winter. It also allows you to control your water. You've got a spigot outside your house, anyone could access it. But here, you can go ahead and remove that faucet, and now you've essentially eliminated that problem completely. Now that very first video I did has over 10 million views, and I've got a mix of comments. People who buy these absolutely love them. The looks, how they work, but many people hate these things. Why on earth would you change a design that's been around forever? I don't have to buy anything proprietary. What do you guys think? Is this something you would consider for your own house? Do you like the way it looks? Or do you think it's totally unnecessary? And I hope you like this video. If you did, be sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel if you're not already.
Many people in the community, including me, have genuinely felt that AMD might not be competent in their marketing. First off, the 7900 XT launched at $900 and it was way overpriced. The RX 7600 non-XT at the last minute, AMD made a price cut that dramatically changed reviews for the product, all because it seems like they didn't know how to read the room correctly. Now they go ahead and announce the RX 7800 XT, and its MSRP is $150 less than the 6800 XT, and it might be 17% faster than it as well. Wait, that's pretty good. Then they also announced a 7700 XT at $450 that could definitely put pressure on NVIDIA. Finally, did AMD just nail this? Or is this all just a debate? Kind of like, or anything like this, Microsoft is coming to get you and wants to charge $200 for Windows 11. That's why our only hope is SDK. With them, you can get Windows 10 Pro for a low price, upgrade it for free to Windows 11. Once you get to checkout, make sure to use code VEX for an extra 25% off of this already great deal, and just choose your preferred payment method and you will be emailed your code. Working with SCD Keys, all of their codes have come from OEM manufacturers and they're completely safe, so no need to worry about that. Again, huge thanks to today's sponsor. Make sure to use code VEX. Let's get back into it. Let's talk about the $500 7800 XT first. And I'm skipping over the 7700 XT with good reason. AMD did show some performance benchmarks, so obviously take this with a grain of salt. And I did just realize that when I went to grab the screenshot, this is actually from Gamers Nexus's video. They have watermarked benchmarks, and these were actually slightly different from the official benchmarks. Based off of what AMD showed in these games, the RX 7800 XT is 17% faster than the 20% more expensive RTX 4070. And how I calculated this is not including ray tracing, so just rasterization performance. But I have to point out, even in ray tracing titles, I think the 7800 XT is quite competitive versus the 4070, which is kind of surprising. And you know, allegedly, theoretically, technically, judging based off of the RTX 4070 and hardware unboxed data here, 17% faster would put the 7800 XT at about the same rasterization performance as a 6950 XT. The lowest in price we've ever seen 6950 XTs go is about $600. So the 7800 XT, if it is that performance, will be $100 less than that card's lowest price. Also, that performance is within striking distance of an RTX 4070 Ti, which goes for $800. That's pretty crazy. I don't know if that says more about how the 7800 XT will be good, or if it says more about NVIDIA's pricing at this moment. Just solely based on this raw value, this makes the 7800 XT a good value at $500. Also, I mean, this is allegedly, obviously, I'm going off AMD's numbers right now. We'll see when actual reviews come out. With this card, AMD will shake up the market. And actually, that fear that was building that the 7800 XT might not be faster than the 6800 XT because it has 12 less compute units, well, that doesn't seem like it actually matters because according to what we see so far, it is faster than the 6800 XT, and they're going for about the same price. So the 7800 XT is a clear choice. But I want to go a little deeper into this whole compute unit thing, because technically speaking, the 7800 XT is 10% slower than the 7900 XT. That's not a big deal, but it has almost 30% less compute units. How does that difference make up? And I think all of us have been very confused why AMD has been taking so long to launch these 7000 series of graphics cards, and especially in this mid-range where NVIDIA's kind of just been unchecked. So yeah, there probably is an oversupply of 6000 series cards, and they're slowly making through selling them out. But now we can also consider the possibility that AMD has also been working on RDNA 3 behind the scenes and improving it. And that would be why these compute units on the 7800 XT work so much more efficiently than on the 7900 XT. Have they been listening to the market? Is that why they're providing us a 7800 XT that seems like it's going to be good value, but we can't really say for sure? Which I guess leads me into the $450 RX 7700 XT. AMD did not make a reference model cooler for the 7700 XT, and that was intentional. According to AMD's own numbers, the 7700 XT against the 4060 Ti 16GB, I gotta just straight up say, like, 17% faster than a 4060 Ti isn't exactly all that exciting. And that puts the alleged performance of the 7700 XT at about the level of the past generation RX 6800 non-XT 16GB graphics card, which actually goes for about $450.
I knocked him. Where you at? Oh, you're good?
7700 XT. And compared to the past generation 6700 XT, the 7700 XT costs 33% more at this current moment, and it's only 26% faster. Therein lies the problem. The 7700 XT is really cut down compared to the 7800 XT, and there's only a $50 gap between the two GPUs. Okay, let's look at this. So you might not think that just 60 compute units on the 7800 XT versus 54 on the 7700 XT, so you wouldn't think that's that big of a deal. But where the differences really come in these GPUs is the 7700 XT has 4 GB less VRAM, which again is like, well, 12 is probably enough. But what that leads to is a cut down memory interface at 192 bits compared to 256 bits, which leads to slower VRAM.
and this will impact your performance way more dramatically, especially as you go up in resolution, and the 7700 XT is still targeted as a 1440p graphics card. But let's see this in a more practical sense, okay? So with my very, very scientific, deductive reasoning, I was able to find that the 7800 XT might be about 32% faster, and it only costs 11% more money. So obviously, like the 7800 XT is a better deal, has more VRAM. I wrote this kind of backwards, but you get my point. If it does go down like this when reviews go live, we might be seeing with the 7700 XT like the same situation that happened recently with the 70.
He's hurt up here. He's very hurt.
7700 XT would be.
Well, now he's healing off my shit.
Just like the 7900 XT was compared to the 7900
He dropped.
XT.
He died.
But the price difference between the two isn't big enough to, you know, justify buying the lower end one. You would just always get upsold to the.
Thank you, buddy.
higher end
Thank
one.
you, buddy.
It's so weird how AMD simultaneously seems like they know exactly what they're doing. They're releasing a competitive product with the 7800 XT right now, and then they make it seem like they don't know what they're doing when they doesn't seem like they learned from the 7900 XT a whole lot with how bad that launch went. And this is most likely why there is no reference model of the 7700 XT. It's because reference models of GPUs typically aren't made at huge volumes, and that means that they sell out relatively
What are you
quickly
looking for?
compared to the other board partner models. AMD is fully aware that the 7700 XT is not going to be very competitive at its launch MSRP. So even if we just want to like sit here and claim incompetence on AMD's part, I think AMD knows exactly what they're doing in this situation. And I would expect the 7700 XT's price to drop significantly or drastically within just a few months of launch, just like how the 7900 XT did. And if the 7700 XT is just meant to be an upsell to get you to buy the more expensive 7800 XT because it is better value, well, AMD...
Let's keep moving around this way. Let's keep moving around to our buddy.
But you really don't have the market presence or the mind share of the consumers to try to con us into buying an upsold GPU. Even NVIDIA
I broke one shield.
Has been having problems doing this with their card. We saw the 4060 Ti 16GB, which was a upsell compared to the 8GB version of that card, and the 16GB one ain't doing so hot.
Oh, he's so hurt, dude. He's so hurt. Oh, now he's healing off my shit. Why did you not let us stay with our team?
Like how it seems like the 7800 XT
So
is
dumb.
going to be, so that they can gain, you know, market share and trust in the community. But when AMD still makes blunders like how the 7700 XT looks like it's going to go, it's kind of frustrating. I guess there is another approach how they could try to gain market share and trust in the community, and that would actually be to start innovating within the software realm, like how NVIDIA does. Usually, NVIDIA is first to make like DLSS or frame generation. It usually seems to be behind on those things, and at Gamescom, AMD did announce that they're actually going to get a major feature before NVIDIA does.
Wouldn't you like fluid motion frames in thousands of games? How about every DirectX 11 and DirectX 12 game you play, we can double and triple your frame rate? Wouldn't you like that?
Come on, we can do this.
Running the AMD Adrenalin HyperRX software is going to get the benefits of fluid motion frames, frame interpolation, and generation.
Plus, AMD fluid motion frames. And this could be a really cool feature that allows you to do frame generation at the driver level. So you could do frame generation in maybe any game. But this is a really crazy topic that I would love to save for a different video and go way more in depth on, especially when maybe we could get some hands-on testing or something like that. Let me know what you guys think about the 7800 XT and the 7700 XT.
Am I right? Am I wrong? Or am I theory crafting way too much right now? Because it'd be going crazy out here. Obviously, everything is subject to change when reviews actually come out. But the even first-party performance that they were showing for the 7700 XT isn't all that convincing. So it might end up worse in reviews when it comes down to it. Other than that, y'all have a great rest of your day or whatever you're doing, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Also, did anybody else notice in the bottom right corner? Yes.
Hello and welcome to another episode of To Be Honest.
With Joe Rogan.
Congratulations. You just called in the big guns.
I know what you're looking for. I'm in.
Ain't afraid to match but losing. That would be a drag.
This is your champion.
Malena, can we talk about how you came? You just came on stream. I do wish that I did try a little bit harder.
Hang on.
Because then you wouldn't be here today as successful as you are, and you wouldn't just be
I might be happy.
an NHL instead.
Yeah, I might have kids and a wife and be in the show.
Because my birthday's gonna be.
Oh, have you ever seen me talk about high school?
Yeah, but
You didn't achieve anything. You didn't do anything. You weren't somebody.
I will say this. I think people say like people talking about high school is dumb are people who didn't do anything in high school. They were just the NPCs that would just walk around from class to class and would just go home and go to beer parties and do drugs.
Yeah.
But you know what we did? We won championships.
That's right.
That's what we did.
You know what we did? We didn't peak in high school, and we're living our life not in the past.
Hey, when did you peak, buddy?
I haven't peaked yet. You'll see me succeed better. What?
You're throwing bagels.
He's an apex predator.
I'm looking forward, not back.
You're throwing bagels. You're not peaking.
I feel
Dude, high school is great. Dude.
I love high school.
I love it. We should go back.
We should. Hey, I heard about this party going on at
No. I want to go back in time. I don't want to go as a 32-year-old man.
It's like the land point. They're playing Halo.
Oh, I still want to. No.
I think high school is starting to be physically abusive.
Pick me up. Pick me up.
No,
Pick me up. While you got a chance.
No, hold on. Melina, talk about something that you're passionate about. No, don't say anything else, man. Let's see if she can talk about something. Nothing. But today we're actually making something kind of funny. We're making kebabs.
We're making Norwegian kebab.
It's Norwegian kebab.
It's like a huge burrito.
Malia, can we talk about
Back off if you can.
Sorry.
What happened?
I choked and I started laughing. I choked again and I laughed again. It was my nose.
Where are you at?
Funny.
No, like, you're going.
Malia, I hate you so much. You're just you, dude.
Oh, you.
Sorry.
Even though you punched me in the face, it wouldn't hurt less than what it does me. Well, I can't really find it. You laugh.
They hit 1 for 70 over here. Maybe choose a better drop.
Not everyone is funny, not every man is funny.
Funny sometimes.
Yeah.
Racist sometimes.
What?
It's racist sometimes.
Well, people are racist sometimes. That's a part of life. Dude, it's in my birthday in a week. I'm freaking out.
How old are you turning?
32.
Are you actually?
Yeah, but that. It's not funny, dude. Kids, no wife, get in job, like, you know, it's a week out.
I know how it feels. I haven't had sex in years.
Me neither. Very doable.
Me and you should have sex with each other.
Stream. I still do, actually, but I used to.
Well, you gotta get this kebab going, man.
It's called. I'm cooking.
Keep touching that juicy meat you pop channel, Craig.
What?
Oh yeah, keep touching that juicy meat you held it.
Hey, your parents hate you. The only person that doesn't hate you is your dog, because they don't know how awful you are.
What?
They don't speak English.
See this right now? Hellboy is like a movie.
Yeah, I was literally gonna say Hellboy.
Hell makes her angry.
Yeah.
What does hell mean?
What is this for you?
Yeah, you're Hellboy superhero.
Oh, I thought they were making fun of me.
No.
Oh, you're all stupid.
No.
Inside humor jokes. I hate it.
I'm not gonna lie, bagels hate my stomach.
Me too.
Dude, feel like a rock and
Why would you let me eat that? There's something wrong with that.
3 bagels.
oh my god, what pregnancy feels like?
What?
I'm one of the urban pregnant.
Well,
That's when if I ever get pregnant, push me downstairs. Thanks.
Deal.
why do you say stuff like that? You know people can't care about your children. Hey, listen, if you're not having kids with me, I'll end the stream right now. I'm done.
No, hey, Nick,
Yeah.
we get gay married, adopt a kid,
Yeah.
make sure he's a good athlete. If he's not good, yes, D1, we don't have to finish college,
Yeah.
and then there we go.
Oh my god. I don't think I'm doing this right now.
No, keep it up. It takes.
Come on, is he doing this?
Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me? Why am I somehow better at that than you?
No, I was just asking you.
What are you trying to imply?
Yeah, you sexist.
No, I was just asking, you know?
Nick, why are you holding the spoon like a fucking toddler?
Why
You eat like this. When he goes to a restaurant, he eats like this.
trying to embarrass me in front of my friends?
Because you're always doing that to me.
Name the time I've ever embarrassed you in front of someone.
Then argument the other day.
Yeah, but that was you mistaken that. You mistook that.
Also, I was wrong. I was wrong for getting my feelings hurt.
Yeah. Like if I'm like the sky is blue and you start crying because you're upset that the sky is blue, it's like that's your fault.
So you think I'm wrong for getting hurt by words that came out of your mouth?
You know I love you unconditional.
No, you wouldn't do that if you loved me.
Yeah, who went through more?
You know, we got stuck in this household and we got to have arguments. And me and you're gonna bring up.
Can we do that? And then I'm your relationship counselor?
No.
I think that's a great idea.
I remember Dr. K wanted to come on once because he wanted to send you on a relationship. No.
Your parents don't even call the Woodward.
This is like during peak NP Millennial drama.
Dude,
He was like,
Woodward.
I'm like, no, I don't want to do this shit on camera.
Are you being serious?
What?
Are you serious?
It's for the water, that's all.
No, are you serious?
So,
You said no to that?
Yeah.
We got into a huge argument because I didn't want to and you wanted to go there.
That is gaslighting. You're gaslighting.
No, I'm not. This is entirely real. Are you threatening right now because you
No.
don't want to express
No,
yourself?
I wanted to go to the Pokemon one.
No, you wanted to go to Houston.
No, I said I didn't want to.
No, you didn't want to
No,
No,
you wanted to go to Houston.
No,
I did not want to. I did not want to.
You wanted
No,
to.
you didn't know what you said. Come with me to the tailgate.
And you
Tell
said
you.
we might lose an opportunity because we were growing streamers at
No,
the time.
I wanted
No,
to.
you can go
No,
yourself with a f***ing
no,
dick. Fuck you. Fuck you for lying. You.
no.
Fuck you. You. Jack Frank. Fuck you. And you got mad at me and we were in an argument for a solid week about this. No, and now you're like, I wouldn't do that anyway. Your parents don't really care about
You said that.
No, I
You said Parasol should come out the woodwork.
No, Nathan just said that. You just said. Why would anyone ever listen to you?
Dr. E. I should do a Dr. K parody, but I just give people really bad advice.
Dude, Dr. E's like a sworn name. Like, Dr.
Why are you always horny your ass fan?
That was a good one, actually. That was good.
Look, it's Dr. Milena. She's coming to give me a, what is it called?
Colonoscopy.
A colonoscopy. She's going to look at my prostate.
That's amazing.
And see if it can still produce milk.
You're so disgusting.
Prostates don't make milk, do they?
Yes, they do.
They do?
Can you cook the
So
meat?
you can milk a man. Oh, that's what milk makes.
Can you cook the what?
I'll do the meat. Nick, we'll do the meat.
No.
Nick, got.
Don't fucking touch it. I just did.
Don't ever raise your voice at me.
Get away from it.
Okay. You sleep well at night?
No, I don't sleep. I sleep on average probably 6 hours a night max.
No.
My sleep is terrible. I'm full go 24/7.
How's your sex drive?
Max effort. Oh, it's not there. No, actually it is there. It's crazy.
You're horny a lot?
Yeah, but whenever I'm streaming, it fulfills that need.
That is weird. Someone said bong ribs for Jesus because Malaya needs a morning blood.
No, I need Jesus.
You need some morning dick, okay? I'm kidding. Buddy, help.
Some people on YouTube did this if they didn't have one of those things.
So she's turning it upside down on the stove.
Yep.
Okay, I have a question. If you were to take the bread and just put it on the stove, and you're like trying to toast it, like on the grater, is that bad?
No.
Like, can't you get cancer from that?
No.
Or you can get cancer from everything.
Apparently, Malaya said they cured cancer yesterday.
Whoa!
That's Ben's hair.
It's not mine.
Sorry, I told my ball piece.
It wasn't me.
That sock.
Malaya was like, dude, I figured out this new way to make kebab.
Wait, this was supposed to be it, but we couldn't get the dough right.
I go through it, it's like,
You burnt it.
they cooked it.
No, you can see my method works.
But it's literally burning the bread. I don't think this is edible, man.
That looks really good, actually. That looks damn good.
Is she making? It looks like a pizza. How do we eat this?
How do we eat this?
That's the kebab. Where's the lettuce and the sauce? Is this edible, Jeff?
Damn. How many calories do you think that is? That looks good.
This dough is raw. The dough, no, it's looking over there. Oh! Your hair went all in the kebab.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you in the back. I just washed. I used X10 shampoo.
I'm still not. Yeah,
No, eat that. It was good. Hey, it's not sexism. Oh, okay. It's because men have long hair. That's sexist.
I mean, the meat's good, but the rest of it looks like shit.
That meat's pretty good.
Can we do it? Can we do it?
Let's think about.
Can we do it?
What? Can I have a tablespoon?
Alright, so now let's talk about Johnny's life-ruining accusation against Joshua Evans, Colleen Ballinger's ex-husband, if you don't know who he is. This is the first tweet where Johnny accuses Josh of grooming him.
So, this was a big deal. And I remember it kind of blew all of our minds, because we're like, Colleen, her best friend, they're all in chat. And then when you learn, like, her husband, Bill, it just all starts to get really bizarre. Johnny says, I was groomed by Josh as a teen. And then they literally ended up doing almost the exact same shit he did to me. Wait, I'm confused by those.
He's talking about, like, Adam's story. They did the exact same shit to me, he said.
They are no different, and there's so much more behind all of it. It was over a decade of manipulation and torment from multiple sources, and that's just my story.
So, there's that one.
Pretty cryptic.
Right. Then, Josh messages Johnny an apology, if you would like to read it.
This is interesting. And then he publishes the apology to give his story credibility.
You want me to read it?
Go ahead.
Okay. I was in the wrong. You felt abandoned or disregarded. That's the honest truth. I never would have done it. Oh, just for clarity, Johnny's final, like, communication with Josh was that after the divorce, apparently his mentor, man who was grooming him, totally ghosted him and left him. So, I was in the wrong, Josh says. You felt abandoned or disregarded. That's the honest truth. I never would have done it if I fully understood how it would end up. Your heart mattered then, and instead of handling it head on, I thought you'd lose interest and move to something else. That was incredibly wrong on my part. You were young and deserved transparency and protection. I straddled the fence on being like an internet big brother to you, and also feeling like it was becoming unhealthy for your well-being and development.
Hold on, that's an interesting admission.
Yeah.
Our relationship was unhealthy for your well-being.
I think that because Swoop does do a bit of investigating about their relationship and how close they really were. I don't, based on what Swoop has found, it seems that they were not super close. I think that Josh is validating Johnny's feelings in this message. I think that this was in good. You know what I mean?
Good faith.
Yeah.
So it could be construed as Josh just trying to keep this kid, showing a lot of interest in him at arm's length.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This doesn't erase anything that you felt or went through. I thought you were a great kid. You seemed a lot like I was as a teen, so it felt okay to befriend you. It wasn't okay. I should have never interacted with you beyond some tweets and saying hi at a meet and greets. You deserve a happy and healthy future, Johnny. I played a role in messing some of that up. My hope is that this apology helps you see that you were never in the wrong. You wanted a friend. That's it. I gave you the illusion that I could be that friend, which at the time I genuinely thought I could be until I began to realize the amount of attachment that you were feeling.
Interesting.
Yes. No, it's blue because Swoop is in communications with Josh.
So I mean, yeah, I can see this like definitely if we're being as charitable as possible to Josh, as like he saw this and he genuinely was like, wow, I didn't know that he was like it was that serious, but I want to apologize.
Yes.
For how it made you feel.
That's what it seems to me, at least. And
also,
then
he ends by saying, I genuinely thought I could be, so I realized the amount of attachment that you were feeling. And also, I mean, it could be that Josh was responsibly keeping this kid at arm's length.
And we will see.
There's okay.
So
but the fact that Johnny published it to give, because this basically, when we saw this, we're like, oh, everything he's saying is true. Right? Or
I do remember being like, oh, Josh is apologizing.
Yeah, so what did he do? And Johnny, okay, interesting.
Right.
Okay.
So Johnny continues accusing Josh vehemently of being a groomer.
Not letting up.
Here he says, just as bad, if not worse, than Colleen. He doesn't get a free pass just because he's been doing everything in his power to save face. Joshua, after the divorce, left YouTube. He posted a few times, like, over quarantine and stuff like that, but he really ended his YouTube career with the divorce. So I don't know what he means by he's getting a free pass to save face. Everyone's forgiving him on my behalf, and it's pretty disheartening. I don't forgive him, well, yet, at least. Curious.
So again, he's laying it on real thick.
So then, Johnny posted, how dare you call me vindictive at Joshua? After all you've put me through, how dare you? And Josh responds and then includes the attachment where he does call Johnny vindictive in their DMs. But
well, okay. He is being vindictive. The question is it warranted or not? Correct. He is being vindictive. There's no question about it, right? Sometimes it's warranted. But so what Johnny does here, he says, just as bad, if not worse, than Colleen. When I read that, I'm hearing that something terrible happened.
That's also what I assumed.
Right? Because how could he be worse? Okay, Joshua said, I did. My voice was taken from me years ago. I was silenced and threatened repeatedly. I face my mistakes daily and have worked on myself. I will continue to do so. That being said, I will not be silenced again. My heart goes out to you, Johnny. I also deserve to protect my new life. More.
Yes. So this is after the first apology that Josh sends. Now he sends, Johnny, I truly understand your anger. This is getting vindictive. I lost everything, and it's taken me years and years to slowly build my life back up from nothing into something worth living for. I never once had intentional, malicious intentions back then or now. My apology was sincere, not perfect, but sincere. The internet isn't my life anymore. It's not my job. I have a quiet little life and have been working so hard on myself to be okay after all the trauma I personally went through. He dealt with alcoholism and is now sober. Congratulations. Death threats, targeted bullying for years. They even went after my little sister. I lost a career and my self-worth. I was suicidal and dragged through the mud for so long. That doesn't negate your life and how you feel, and I'm not saying this to erase your experience. I just don't understand why you choose to go this route toward me specifically. I never went after you or anything remotely close to that. My divorce, my parents' sudden divorce, the alcoholism took over my life. I didn't want to live anymore. I'm far from perfect, but man, I'm trying.
So once it